dispersing itself.
without dispersing itself.
Can you make your strength unitary
Can you make your strength unitary
and achieve that softness
and achieve that softness
that makes you like a little child?
that makes you like a little child?
Can you cleanse your secret seeing
Can you cleanse your secret seeing
so that it becomes free of stain?
so that it becomes free of stain?
Can you love men and rule the state
Can you love men and rule the state
so that you remain without knowledge?
so that you remain without knowledge?
Can you, when the gates of heaven open and close,
Can you, with the gates of heaven open and close,
be like a female bird?
be like the female bird?
Can you penetrate everything with your inner clarity and purity?
Can you penetrate everything with your inner
Clarity and purity without having need for action,
without having need for action,
generating and nourishing,
generating and nourishing,
being effective and not retaining,
being effective and not retaining,
generating and not possessing,
generating and not possessing,
increasing and not dominating.
increasing and not dominating.
This is the secret of life.
This is the secret of life.
Okay, repeat after me. 411 books wrote I,
411 books wrote I,
in each did I expound the great work fully.
in each did I expound the great book fully,
From the beginning,
from the beginning,
even unto the end thereof.
even unto the end thereof.
Then at last came certain men unto me,
Then at last came certain men unto me,
saying, O Master,
saying, O Master,
expound thou the great work unto us, O Master.
expand now the great work unto us, O Master.
And I held my peace.
And I held my peace.
O generation of gossipers,
O generation of gossipers,
who shall deliver you from the wrath that has fallen upon you?
who shall deliver you from the wrath that has fallen upon you?
O babblers,
O babblers,
prattlers,
peddlers,
talkers,
talkers,
loquacious ones,
loquacious ones,
tattlers,
tattlers,
chewers of the red rag,
chewers of the red rag,
that inflameth Apis the Redeemer
that inflame the Apis the Redeemer
to fury.
to fear.
Learn first what is work,
Learn first what is work,
and the great work
and the great work
is not so far beyond.
is not so far beyond.
Okay, this is called the dowser. Repeat after me. Once round the meadow.
Once round the meadow.
Brother does the hazel twig dip.
Brother does the hazel twig dip.
Twice round the orchard.
Twice round the orchard.
Brother does the hazel twig dip.
Brother does the hazel twig dip.
Thrice round the paddock.
Twice round the paddock.
Highly.
Highly.
Lowly.
Lowly.
Wily.
Wily.
Holy.
Holy.
Dip, dip, dip.
Dip, dip, dip.
Then neighed the horse in the paddock.
And made the horse in the paddock.
And lo, its wings.
And lo, its wings.
For whoso findeth the spring
And so findeth the spring.
beneath the earth maketh
Beneath the earth naked.
the treaders of earth
The treaders of earth.
to course the heavens.
Course the heavens.
This spring is threefold
The spring is threefold.
of water,
Of water.
but also of steel
But also of steel.
and of the seasons.
And of the seasons.
Also this paddock
Also this paddock.
is the toad that hath the jewel
Is this toad that hath the jewel
between his eyes.
between his eyes.
Om Mani
Mani.
Padme
Monday.
Hum. Keep us from evil.
Keep us from evil.
Rabbono Shalom.
Rabbono Shalom.
Okay, the name of this song is Aurora. Aurora Borealis. Okay, Aurora.
Okay. Universe.
Repeat after me. Aurora is an energy.
Aurora is an energy.
Scientists estimate that its radiance will excel Halley's Comet 50 times.
That its Halley's radius will excel the Halley's Comet 50 times.
Its head to be 100,000 miles in diameter.
Its head be 100,000 times in diameter.
And its tail to span 100 million miles in space.
And expand 100 million miles in space.
It will not appear again, they say, for another 80,000 years.
Will not appear again for another 80,000 years.
Man in his history and myth has long associated the comet Aurora
and myth has
with the ominous power of the unknown.
With the ominous power of the unknown.
He has learned that they bring changes.
He has learned that they bring changes.
Life after their fiery visitation
Life after fiery visitation
is never quite the same.
is never quite the same.
What is Aurora?
What is Aurora?
Why is it coming?
Why is it coming?
What will it bring?
What will it bring?
The mystery of Aurora is explored in spontaneous music.
The mystery of Aurora is explained in spontaneous music.
Sound and song on higher key records.
Sound and song on higher key records.
First released by Father Yod.
First released by Father Yod.
In the spirit of 76.
In the spirit of 76.
Don't stay in the dark.
Don't stay in the dark.
Aurora is for you.
Aurora is for you.
Okay, this is the last part. Repeat after me. In the heavens.
In the heavens.
A thought projection.
A thought projection.
From the mind of God.
From the mind of God.
For all to see.
For all to see.
As the nature of the universe.
As the nature of the universe.
Is mental to create.
Is mental to create.
As above, so below.
As above, so below.
A message of peace it will bring.
A message of peace it will bring.
Help is on its way.
Help is on its way.
Little kitties.
Little kitties.
Only a few will hear this message in the flow.
Only few will hear this message in the flow.
Why, Father, can't all hear?
My Father can't all hear.
Then the answer comes so loud and clear.
And the answer comes so loud and clear.
In the past,
the past,
that which has fallen on ears,
that which has fallen on ears,
takes sufficient love,
takes sufficient love,
to carry it through me,
to carry it through me,
dwelling in you.
dwelling in you.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a hot bath and put some music on.
Alright, sounds great. Night night, enjoy your hot bath.
Okay, thanks. Be at peace. Be silent. Be in love. Be in joy.
Insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon errors derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Informed of the circumstances.
The tall turkey, tongue was a the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Samhita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, Ritu Eladumna de la Haute Magie, the book of the Satan magic of Megamer in the mage. The Goetia! The Hatha Yoga Pradipika! The spiritual guide of Molinos! History of philosophy! The story of the The spiritual guide of Molinos. History of philosophy. The story. practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, impersonation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The ye king as we serve.
yourself your physical limitations to this end. Ascertain how many hours you can subsist without food or drink before your working capacity is seriously interfered with. Ascertain how much alcohol you can take and what forms of drunkenness assail you. Ascertain how far you can walk without once stopping. Likewise with dancing, swimming, running, etc. Ascertain for how many hours you can do without sleep. Test your endurance with various gymnastic exercises, club swinging, and so on. Ascertain for how long you can keep silence. Investigate any other capacities and aptitudes which may occur to you. Let all these things be carefully and conscientiously recorded, for according to your powers will it be demanded of you. Physical limitations. It is desirable that you should discover for yourself your physical limitations. To this end, ascertain for how many hours you can subsist without food or drink before your working capacity is seriously interfered with. Ascertain how far you can walk without once stopping. Likewise with dancing, swimming, running, etc. Ascertain for how many hours you can do without sleep. Test your endurance with various gymnastic exercises, club swinging, and so on. Ascertain for how long you can keep silence. Investigate any other capacities and aptitudes which may occur to you. Let all these things be carefully and conscientiously recorded, for according to your powers will it be demanded of you. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid overstrain. This is very important. Proceed to imagine living objects as a man, preferably some man known to and respected by yourself. In the intervals of these experiments, you may try to imagine the objects of the other senses and to concentrate upon them. For example, try to imagine the taste of chocolate, the smell of roses, the feeling of velvet, the sound of a waterfall, or the ticking of a watch. Endeavor finally to shut out all objects of any of the senses and prevent all thoughts arising in your mind. When you feel you have attained some success in these practices, apply for examination. And should you pass, more complex and difficult practices will be prescribed for you. During these practices, the mind must be absolute allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other, and respect it by yourself. Imagine the objects of the other senses and to concentrate upon them. For example, try to imagine the taste of chocolate, the smell of roses, the feeling of velvet, the sound of a waterfall, or the ticking of a watch. Endeavor finally to shut out all objects of any of the senses and prevent all thoughts arising in your mind. When you feel you have attained some success in these practices, apply for examination. And should you pass more complex and difficult practices will be prescribed for you. Control of thought. Constrain the mind to concentrate itself upon a single simple object imagined. The 5 tawas are useful for this purpose. They are a black oval, a blue disc, a silver crescent, a yellow square, a red triangle. Proceed to combinations of simple objects, e.g. a black oval within a yellow square, and so on. Proceed to simple moving objects such as a pendulum swinging, a wheel revolving, and void living objects. Proceed to combinations
concentrate itself upon a single simple object. Imagine. The 5 tatwas are useful for this purpose. They are a black oval, a blue disc, a silver crescent, a yellow square, a red triangle. Proceed to combinations of simple objects. E.g. a black oval within a yellow square. And so on. Proceed to simple moving objects, such as a pendulum swinging, a wheel revolving, and to avoid living objects. Proceed to combinations of moving objects, e.g. a piston rising and falling while a pendulum is swinging. The relation between the two movements should be varied in different experiments. Or even a system of flywheels, eccentrics, and governor. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Carefully the duration of the experiments. The number of majorly intruding thoughts. The tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid for it. And any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid overstrain. This is very important. At rest in one of your positions. Close the right nostril with the thumb of the right hand and breathe out slowly and completely through the left nostril. While your watch marks 20 seconds, breathe in through the same nostril for 10 seconds. Changing hands, repeat with the other nostril. Let this be continuous for 1 hour. When this is quite easy to you, increase the periods to 30 and 15 seconds. When this is quite easy to you, but not before, breathe out for 15 seconds. In for 15 seconds and hold the breath for 15 seconds. When you can do this with perfect ease and comfort for a whole hour, practice breathing out for 40 and in for 20 seconds. This being attained, practice breathing out for 20, in for 10, holding the breath for 30 seconds. When this has become perfectly easy to you, you may be admitted for examination. And should you pass, you will be instructed in more complex and difficult practices. You will find that the presence of food in the stomach, even in small quantities, makes the practices very difficult. Be very careful never to overstrain your powers. Especially never get so short of breath that you are compelled to breathe out jerkily or rapidly. Strive after depth, fullness, regularity of breathing. Various remarkable phenomena will very probably occur during these practices. They must be carefully analyzed and recorded. this is quite easy to you, increase the periods to 30 and 15 seconds. When this is quite easy to you, but not before, breathe out for 15 seconds. In for 15 seconds. And hold the breath for 15 seconds. But you can do this with perfect ease and comfort for a whole hour. Practice breathing out for 30 and in for 20 seconds. This being attained, practice breathing out for 20, in for 10, holding the breath for 30 seconds. When this has become perfectly easy to you, you may be admitted for examination. And should you pass, you will be instructed in more complex and difficult practices. You will find that the presence of food in the stomach, even in small quantities, makes the practices very difficult. Be very careful never to overstrain your powers. Especially never get so short of breath that you are compelled to breathe out jerkily or rapidly. Strive after depth, fullness, and regularity of breathing. Various remarkable phenomena will very probably occur during these practices. They must be carefully analyzed and recorded. You must learn to sit perfectly still, with every muscle tense for long periods. You must wear no garments that interfere with the posture in any of these experiments. First position, sit in a chair, head up, back straight, knees together, hands on knees, eyes closed. Second position, kneel, buttocks resting on the heels, toes turned back, neck and head straight, hands on
You must learn to sit perfectly still with every muscle tense for long periods. You must wear no garments that interfere with the posture in any of these experiments. The first position to go, sit in the chair, head up, back straight, knees together, hands on knees, eyes closed. The second position, the dragon kneel, bodies resting on the heels, toes turned back in a straight, hands on thighs. The third position, hold left and right hand. Head back straight. Various things will happen to you while you are practicing these positions, and they must be carefully analyzed and described. The fuck? I know. Who the fuck is this?
This experiment is probably easier with an old genuine deck of tarot cards. Preferably a deck used for divination by someone who really understood the matter. Queen by deck, what should expect? To name the right card once in 78 times. Also be careful to exclude all possibilities of obtaining the knowledge through the ordinary senses of sight and touch or even smell. There was once a man whose fingertips were so sensitive that he could feel the shape and position of the pieces of his card correctly. It's better to try the easiest form of the experiment. I can say only by in the experiment, you should obtain 22 drums and 14 of each other's suits, so that without any clairvoyance at all, you can guess right twice instead of times, mostly by calling drums each time.
Take a pack of 7 Terry playing cards. Shuffle, cut, draw one card. Without looking at it, try to name it. Write down the card you name and the actual card. Repeat and tabulate results. This experiment is probably easier with an old, genuine pack of tarot cards. Preferably a pack used for divination by someone who really understood the matter. Remember that one should expect to name the right card once in 78 times. Also be careful to exclude all possibilities of obtaining the knowledge through the ordinary senses of sight and touch, or even smell. There was once a man whose fingertips were so sensitive he could feel the shape and position of the pips, and so judge the card correctly. It is better to try first the easier form of the experiment by guessing only the suit. Remember that in 78 experiments you should obtain 22 trumps and 14 of each other's suits, so that without any clairvoyance at all you can guess right twice in 7 times, roughly, by calling trumps each time. Take a pack of solid tarot playing cards. Shuffle card, draw one card. Without looking at it, try to name it. Write down the card probably easier with an old genuine pack of tarot cards, preferably a pack used for divination by someone who really understood the matter. Remember that one should expect to name the right card once in 78 times. Also be careful to exclude all possibilities of obtaining the knowledge through the ordinary senses of sight and touch, or even smell. There was once a man whose fingertips were so sensitive that he could feel the shape and position of the pips and so judge the card correctly. It is better to try first the easier form of the experiment by guessing only the suit. Remember that in 78 experiments you should obtain 22 trumps and 14 of each other's suit, so that without any clairvoyance at all, you can guess right twice in 7 times, roughly, by calling trumps each time. Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master who will competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon man. A master, he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience, as in the beginning. So at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him more. Should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in the master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever which lies within his own knowledge and experience as in the beginning. So at the end, we hear insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon errors derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Just like a word remarkable results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents informed of the circumstances.
The Doubter King, tongue of the crony, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, voice of the silence, Raja Yoga by Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sanita, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, ritual dogma de la haute magie, the book of the sacred magic of Megamer in the mage. The Goentia! The Hatha Yoga Pradipika! The spiritual guide of Malinas! History of philosophy! The story of The spiritual guide of millennials. History of philosophy. The celebrate the Winter Olympics. Our national pledge to you is the choice of Sochi is the best choice. But whatever decision you make, Sochi's Olympic bid has already brought its benefits. Sochi is going to become a new world-class resort for the new Russia and the whole world. And we shall be happy to see you in Russia and in Sochi as our guests. Thank you.
Money multiples into billions. We declare bankruptcy to liberate Chicago from excessive property taxes. Military tensions rise after a jet is downed in the South China Sea, but the news and the headlines declare World War III begin.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. I want to wish and mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a bit of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and large contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King has been Jesus!
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted, that you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon.
Physical limitations. It is desirable that you should discover for yourself your physical limitations to the sin ascertain. How many hours you can subsist without food or drink before your working capacity is seriously interfered with. Ascertain how much alcohol you can take and what forms of drunkenness is there. Ascertain how far you can get when stopping. Likewise with dancing, swimming, running, etc. Ascertain for how many hours you can do without sleep. Test your endurance with various gymnastic exercises, club swinging, and so on. Ascertain for how long you can keep silence. Investigate any other capacities and aptitudes which may occur to you. Let all these things be carefully and conscientiously recorded, for according to your powers will it be demanded of you. Physical limitations. It is desirable that you should discover for yourself yourself, your physical limitations. To this end, ascertain for how many hours you can subsist without food or drink before your working capacity is seriously interfered with. Ascertain how much alcohol you can take and what forms of drunkenness assail you. Ascertain how far you can walk without one stopping it. Likewise with dancing, swimming, running, etc. Ascertain for how many hours you can do without sleep. Test your endurance for various gymnastic exercises, club swinging, and so on. Ascertain for how long you can keep silence. Investigate any other capacities and aptitudes which may occur to you. Let all these things be carefully and conscientiously recorded, for according to your powers, will it be demanded of you. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object, determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other phenomena which may present themselves.
Please don't scroll. I'm just...
Avoid overstrain. This is very important. Proceed to imagine living objects as a man, preferably some man known to and respected by yourself. In the intervals of these experiments, you may try to imagine the objects of the other senses and to concentrate upon them. For example, try to imagine the taste of chocolate, the smell of roses, the feeling of velvet, the sound of a waterfall, and the ticking of a watch. Endeavor finally to shut out all objects of any of the senses and prevent all thoughts arising in your mind. When you feel you have attained some success in these practices, apply for examination. And should you pass, more complex and difficult practices will be prescribed for you.
During these
To intrude upon consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid overstrain. This is very important. Proceed to imagine living objects as a man, preferably some man known to and respected by yourself. other senses and to concentrate upon them. For example, try to imagine the taste of chocolate, the smell of roses, the feeling of velvet, the sound of a waterfall, or the ticking of a watch. And never finally to shut out all objects of any of the senses and prevent all of thoughts arising in your mind. When you feel you have attained some success in these practices, apply for examination. And should you pass more complex and difficult practices will be prescribed for you. Control of thought. Constrain the mind to concentrate itself upon a single simple object imagined. The 5 tatwas are useful for this purpose. They are a black oval, a blue disc, a silver crescent, a yellow square, a red triangle. Proceed to combinations of simple objects, e.g. a black oval within a yellow square and so on. Proceed to simple moving objects such as a pendulum swinging, a wheel revolving, and avoid living objects. Proceed to combinations of moving objects, e.g. a piston rising and falling while a pendulum is swinging. The relation between the two movements should be barely a different experiment, or even a system of flywheel, eccentrics, and governor. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and lineous. Note carefully the duration of the experiments, the number and nature of the intruding thoughts, the tendency of the object itself to depart from the course laid out for it, and any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid or prescribe. This is very important.
Control of thought. Constrain the mind to concentrate itself upon a single simple object imagined. The 5 tatwas are useful for this purpose. They are a black oval, a blue disc, a silver crescent, a yellow square, a red triangle. Proceed to combinations of simple objects. E.g. a black oval within a yellow square. And so on. Proceed to simple moving objects, such as a pendulum swinging.
to combinations of moving objects, e.g. a piston rising and falling while a pendulum is swinging. The relation between the two movements should be varied in different experiments. Or even a system of flywheels, eccentrics, and governor. During these practices, the mind must be absolutely confined to the object determined upon. No other thought must be allowed to intrude upon the consciousness. The moving systems must be regular and harmonious. Note carefully the duration of the experiments.
Prefaces are like speeches before curtain. Me, even rehearsal.
The object is separate apart from the curtain. And any other phenomena which may present themselves. Avoid overstrain. This is very important.
At rest in one of your positions. Close the right nostril with the thumb of the right hand and breathe out slowly and completely through the left nostril. While your watch marks 20 seconds, breathe in through the same nostril for 10 seconds. Changing hands, repeat with the other nostril. Let this be continuous for 1 hour. When this is quite easy to you, increase the periods to 30 and 15 seconds. When this is quite easy to you, but not before, breathe out for 15 seconds. In for 15 seconds and hold the breath for 15 seconds. When you can do this with perfect ease and comfort for a whole hour, practice breathing out for 40 and in for 20 seconds. This being attained, practice breathing out for 20, in for 10, holding the breath for 20 seconds. When this has become perfectly easy to you, you may be admitted for examination. And should you pass, small quantities makes the practices very difficult. Be very careful never to overstrain your powers. Especially never get so short of breath that you are compelled to breathe out jerkily or rapidly. Strive after depth, fullness, regularity of breathing. Various remarkable phenomena will very probably occur during these practices. They must be carefully analyzed and recorded.
At rest in one of your positions. Close the right nostril with the thumb of the right hand and breathe out slowly and completely through the left nostril. While your watch marks 20 seconds, breathe in through the same nostril for 10 seconds. Changing hands, repeat with the other nostril. Let this be continuous for 1 hour. When this is quite easy to you, increase the periods to 30 and 15 seconds. When this is quite easy to you, but not before,
Breathe out for 15 seconds. In for 15 seconds. And hold the breath for 15 seconds. When you can do this with perfect ease and comfort for a whole hour, practice breathing out for 30 and in for 20 seconds. This being attained, practice breathing out for 20, in for 10, holding the breath for 30 seconds. When this has become perfectly easy to you, you may be admitted for examination. And should you pass, you will be instructed in more complex and difficult practices. You will find that the presence of food in the stomach, even in small quantities, makes the practices very difficult. Be very careful never to overstrain your powers. Especially never get so short of breath that you are compelled to breathe out jerkily or rapidly. Strive after depth, fullness, and regularity of breathing. Various remarkable phenomena will very probably occur during these practices. They must be carefully analyzed and recorded.
You must learn to sit perfectly still, with every muscle tense for long periods. The most, I would say, perhaps the most feared general in World War II.
It sounds just like Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Ruthless, fearless, deadly. He felt he had this. You guys watch the movie Patton? You should watch that film. It's a great film. Starring George C. Scott. I think he got the Oscar for that. He rolled over those Germans like nobody's business. He out-Germaned the Germans. He out-blitzkrieged the blitzkriegers. It was unbelievable. They said, you're going to have to do this in 3 days. He'd do it in 1 day. They said, you better stop here, and he went all the way past. He also wanted to kick out the Soviets, too, which would have been interesting because he might have changed the whole dynamic of the Cold War. You gotta watch that movie, Patton, written by Francis Ford Coppola, by the way. The guy who did The Godfather.
I heard that Patton loved the Jews.
I don't know. What's not to love?
No, he actually hated Jews.
Well, we get strong reactions from people, love and hate. We're our own thing.
I heard George Soros was Jewish, but he turned the Jews in because he wanted the money.
Well,
All right, click on my picture, bro. That's a picture of General Patton. Go ahead, Rich. Click on my thing. That's a picture of Patton, bro. Tell me.
I know Patton looks like. Yeah, that's not a real picture of Patton.
It looks real to me. He thought he was a real.
It's AI Trump space on it.
Bro, I just literally Googled General Patton and hit.
No, that looks like Patton. That looks like Patton. That looks real. He thought he was he believed in reincarnation. He thought he was a reincarnation of a Roman general. He felt he'd been reincarnated a bunch of times throughout history. When a guy had post-traumatic stress syndrome, and maybe you heard these stories, and he was in the hospital. In those days, they called it shell shock, when your nerves just give out.
He went up to him and said, "Stop crying, you coward," and slapped him in the face. He got in a lot of trouble for that. Yeah, we need more people like this. I was in the Imperial War Museum in London and looking at all the amazing things that the British did, and those guys got to man up again and step up. I think they just Trump just signed a deal with Britain today.
Can I ask?
There, Rich. I put another one. Refresh. Look at the new one. Look at another one I just put up.
Sorry, based
Oh,
on
that's him.
based on everything that we're experiencing in the world, do you believe that this is a good utilization of our resources?
Yes.
Which resources are you referring to?
I'm referring to the United States of America.
Well, I mean, so any resource at all? You mean like spending?
Just talk about Iran, Norman. Come on, just hurry up.
Well, I want her to say it. I don't want you to.
Yeah, I know, but she's super, super autistic. You gotta work with her.
I don't
I'm
think
not
she's
autistic, you stupid
Yeah,
fucking asshole.
What's wrong with autistic people?
Well, you're also not a doctor. We confirmed you're not a doctor, E-Rose.
You're surrounded by autistic people, so if you're not, you're like
You
the
stupid asshole.
No, she said she was in the CIA. Okay, I shut it.
She was actually in the Oval Office, the situation room.
Yeah, and he made her feel uncomfortable, so she claims that sexual assault.
Oh, I remember.
don't.
Yeah?
I remember.
No mocking women.
Like,
She used to go by Victoria, the autistic girl.
how many men do we have? And like, I don't know how many like. What
I mean,
is
does it
6
take
or
the
7
screw to
chicks
like
in the
me?
room?
Don't reduce us to mere appendages.
How many are around you right now?
Come on, we've been through this a zillion times with her. E, what did you want to say?
No, I have nothing more to say because we've already like reclaimed the room for your dick fostering bitch.
If you were president, what would be the first thing you'd want to do as president?
Reinstate Roe v. Wade. So
If you, the first thing you would do when you sit down at that Oval desk, what will you do?
She would make
Your first executive order.
I know what she would do. Executive order. She'd reinstate Roe v. Wade. I know.
You're totally right about that. I know that.
Yeah.
If I were to ever be in that office, which I think is actually like something.
So you just admitted you were never with Trump in the Oval Office. Or the situation.
No, the Situation Room is not the Oval
Take that
Office.
office is something that should be sacred, which I believe it should be sacred. The only thing that I would do in office would be to
Do something
I would
sacred?
make sure that
Do something sacred? Is that what you're saying? You would do something sacred?
She's doing rituals.
Well, she's clearly not going to finish.
Oh, no.
She ran. I was going to ask her if she's been in the skiff before, but Darnell,
Don't bait women. You should.
I'm not the one. These guys are just horrible, terrible people.
You allow it, so you're just as terrible. Assume horrible, terrible.
Matt, that was on you, bro.
Terrible.
What, you guys are now.
Did I run them off that, Matt?
From a check?
Yeah.
I love that word.
Rest in peace, H.Jack. Yeah.
He's
I
not dead.
think he left. I don't think he's coming back for a while, but
No, I've seen him a couple times recently.
no, I mean like 3 days ago he was here. I'm saying I think
I made him crash out bad.
he crashed out. He left a couple places that we know that he's at, So, but
I think he's a
Even if
cool
I-
guy.
Horrible, terrible, horrible.
terrible,
So
horrible.
That's
It's a
funny.
horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. The koalas are all drug addicts. It's a horrible thing.
That's a good invitation. That's funny.
He was talking about how the koalas eat the eucalyptus and pee on everybody. That's what I was
Horrible, terrible.
Horrible, terrible.
Imagine though, that guy served. He served.
Boy, guys, should I lie?
Now you're doing what's his name?
H.X.
It's right there, Norman. Do you not see Aleister Crowley?
Oh, I didn't know it was him. Kitover's right there.
Hey, man. Hey, John. Yeah, dude, he served South Sudan. He's South Sudanese.
Why? I didn't know he served. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's serious.
He says he did.
I don't believe it, but
I believe it. Listen,
I don't believe it. He's like 23.
What's he doing in Australia?
Oh, yeah. I was in a church when I was 12, and terrorists, horrible terrorist piece of shit blew up the church. And then I was meta-flighted to Australia where they saved me, and then I lived there. And then I went back to South Sudan, and I served my country honorably as a general, for 5 years, even though I'm 23 years old. Horrible, terrible Muslim.
Thank God for Trump. Thank God for the U.S.
And thank God for Israel. He loves Israel, too.
Oh, yeah, horrible, terrible.
He loves Israel, and he loves the Yahuds.
He's not a big fan of Africans.
Norma, how do you feel right now about everything? Where are you? I haven't checked in on you. Are we still on?
I feel-
the course or what?
I feel like General Pat. That's how I feel.
I got all pumped up when I heard about General Patton.
Yeah. Normal wants to run through a fucking wall right now.
I want
Rip the window.
wall.
Norm, can I give you some advice, Norm?
Well, you
Are you
can
open to
tell
advice
me your
ever?
thoughts. You can tell me your thoughts.
All right, so here's what I would say to you, Norm. I actually like when you're on a stage and I go, because sometimes I like do work late at night and shit, and I can only listen. So I like when you're on a stage. The problem is you have this issue that a lot of people have. Your brain works so fast that you kind of already know what someone's going to say with, like, after the first 4 words they say. So you've already got your
100%.
response ready. So all I would give to you, Norm, is
Wait, Mike, that means he knows what you're about to say, Mike. You don't have to tell him. Mike, you don't have to tell him. He already knows what you're going to say, Mike.
Yeah, you're wasting your breath, Mike.
no, I'm saying he's good at rebuttaling people. So my
He knows
advice
everything you're going to say, though, right?
just let them say what they want to say, then rebuttal them. You get kicked off the stages a lot because you're so ready to answer people.
Did you know he was going to say that, Norm?
Chill.
I'm just so glad that Norman's not Norman like he was before October 7th. He's so much better.
Rich, you have a little bit.
Proud of you, Norman.
Rich, you have a little bit.
No, I turned Norman into what he is today. Prior to October 7th, he was like, the Muslims are nice people. They're not all terrorists. They don't really want to fuck kids and kill all the Jews.
I am still not that. I'm not that different from that.
Like a mirror room. I love when you're in a mirror room. They kick you off the stage too quick.
I'd rather be who I am and speak my mind as I see fit than just stay up there and stay quiet because I want more stage time. I mean, I've gone on. I can talk a lot of these people under the table. I can talk 20 of them.
That's what I'm saying. And they'll say the first 5 words, and you'll have a great question. You'll be like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" But then they'll be like, "Let them finish," and they'll say their dumb shit. But if you, and then you get kicked off stage, I wish you just let them finish and then just fucking blast their ass.
Because you want to hear the blast, you want to hear the.
Well, yeah, because then they kick you off the stage. Because they'll say, because this is what they do, Norm. You know this. They say the dumb shit in the first 4 words, and then they talk for another 2 minutes.
And they
trying to make you
ramble
forget about the dumb words.
Yeah.
And you always stop. And you're like, no, hold on. What are you talking about? Because the first 4 words are nonsense. Every time.
That's true.
Yeah. And you're like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And then they're trying to base a premise off of their first 4 words of nonsense. And I was like, man, I wish Norm would just let him say it and then bang, hit him. But then they kick you off the stage and fucking I don't get to hear it.
But listen,
I'm a sucker for a good argument, Norm.
Well, that's interesting. I like doing it, I'll be honest with you.
Did you know he was going to say that, Norm?
What? What's that, John?
I was asking you if you knew that he was, going to ask that or say that.
No, I didn't. I appreciate what you said, though. I mean, I think it was a positive statement. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I'm connecting with some people, the things that I say and my thoughts, because I put work into it, believe it or not. I usually take notes. like I write down the things that people say in my response to it. And then that's, you know, so if I'm waiting there for, you know, a few speakers, I go back over each point.
No, I know. And I'm always in there. I'm like, fuck, kicked him out. And then we deal with the same shit with the Trump conversations. All the ones I hear you with is the Israel conversations, but the Trump conversations, the same thing. They'll start up their argument like, well, we don't like Trump. You know, he lies about everything. And then the other thing, we're like, whoa. We want to stop him right there. We're like, wait, what do you lie about? But then they're like, well, let us finish. And they start crying. You know?
What do you make of Gary Baumgartner's stage? What do you make of that group? Because you're literally like the only person on that room that is like not the echo chamber, you know, for the most part.
Well, there used to be Steve Wine, and there used to be,
I know.
What was his name? Was it Captain Hansen?
Yeah, Hansen. There's like
Great
a
guy.
handful of you guys, yeah.
Or Hansen, not Hansen. Hansen,
Hansen,
yeah.
You're the only one left.
Well, see, I like Gary. Gary gave me a lot of compliments the other day, and I like it when somebody appreciates what I say, even though that's not always the case.
Is Gary short for anything? No, right?
No,
Just Gary.
no.
Yeah, but
No, I
Gary
don't
just
think
does
it
the
is the case.
bullshit flattery shit just to get on your good side.
Yeah, just the.
Oh, why
Oh,
did you
you're
be
the
on my
best.
good
You're the
side?
smartest I ever have met in my life.
He never said that. He just said he liked my comments that one time. Well, so he said, you know, he's thrown me off the stage many times. Or at least a few
Gerald?
times.
No, that'd be Jerry.
Gary.
Gary
Baumgartner.
Baumgartner. He's trying to do
Gary's
critical
nickname.
thinking, Mike. You know, critical thinking form.
Like Matt is Matthew, Mike is Michael. It's whatever Gary is short. No, it's just Gary.
Gary, I think, is Gary. You know, I have I would say people would consider it a very controversial position about Epstein. And he completely disagrees with me.
Yeah, your take on Epstein is pretty legendary. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That goes into the history books of Clubhouse. This is crazy.
It's amazing, right? There's a guy
It's good though. Yeah.
It's different. There's a guy who sort of agrees with me, or I agree with him. I don't know. Michael Tracy. I mean, I came upon him after I had my thoughts about this, so I would say, you know, he agrees with me. I didn't copy him. Michael Tracy, he argues about this. He had the daily podcast with Matt Taibbi, who's the guy who discovered all of the Twitter corruption before Twitter was sold. Remember when Twitter was
Yeah, he testified.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah, he testified. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very, very,
He's
very
good.
smart
Yeah,
guy.
he's really a smart guy.
Matt Taibbi. He testified about all the bias in the media. And, you know, again, like you guys probably know, I have written for the New York Times. I was employed by them. So I know these people. I went to Columbia Journalism School. All those guys came from the New York Times and CBS and all the major media. So I know these people. And they were not this crazy when I went to school, which is now 25 years ago. They were not out of their minds and corrupted and biased the way they are today.
What do you think happened?
I'll tell you what I think happened, okay? When Trump ran, and I guess Rick can tell you this because he was around, he's seen me for the past 5 years, nobody thought he could win. He was literally considered like a comical figure. He was considered a joke candidate. So they covered him like, look at this guy. He doesn't know anything about politics. He doesn't know anything about the world. He doesn't know anything about the economy or geopolitics or anything, right? He's like completely, there was no legitimate person, politician, analyst, celebrity, nobody was behind him in his first campaign. I wonder if you guys read this. It was like Kid Rock, Scott Baio, and nobody else. I mean, the only legitimate politician who would go near him was Jeff Sessions, who was an obscure senator from, Alabama or Mississippi? I can't remember. So people thought he didn't have a chance. So the New York Times and the broadcast media covered Trump night and day because he was great for ratings. People covered those rallies, and they had no suspicion that he would be Hillary. Hillary was absolutely the heir apparent. She wore the crown. She'd been running for president for 25 years. She was a Secretary of State, which is considered, I think, the most honorable position in a candidate, the most powerful and the most important. By the way, Rubio, I think, is doing an amazing job. So when he was elected, everybody thought, well, we are responsible for this because we gave him so much free airtime and free publicity. And they made a decision, and part of this comes from the fact that we got new generations of reporters who came from colleges, universities. They usually hire from the very best, Harvard and Yale and all the good places. Not so much Dartmouth, yes, Stanford. The academy, that means the higher institutions of higher education, no longer studied the world like objectively or scientifically. They studied it through a ideological lens. So those guys also got these jobs now. The old generation, which was my generation, was moving on, and these new kids came in, and the media thought that they were responsible for not getting rid of Trump in 40 years. And so that's when the whole Russia thing became. That's right, and they felt responsible for it. The whole thing turned around the time of Russiagate, because remember,
I'm not so acquainted with that false land as I had been believed.
you remember that?
You're fucking long and a fake. Are you giving me back my fucking money? Do not despise the thief who steals to satisfy his starvation. The Holy Bible said, and I have starved for so very long. Very well. So, I waited for you. I was.
I remember Lindsey Graham saying,
Let the prize ring out. Put your hands in with your gun up. Cut your fucking throat and strike you on me first.
I'll go in there myself and help
I'll get you those Stuart in your piece of shit.
Don't forget what he said. I hear what they do.
You want to be hooked up with Trump. If you're happy exactly where you are, obviously you are.
Trump had done anything.
Maybe you would have the determination to be somebody
So
good.
that was the beginning of a nationalist era.
You want to
told
live with
anybody
that?
they wouldn't let go of the
I'll
Russians.
support you in that.
There was more than circumstantial relationships. And he's going to show us any minute now. It's coming. It's coming. Could you imagine if he didn't get in trouble for that? And so he got elected senator. Really? Trial cost him $30 million.
One little more hate, a little less.
You mean the
You have
investigation?
no idea what you're capable of doing. Make up your mind to me your investigation.
$3 million
Potential.
which came up with nothing. Literally nothing. And you know that if they had come up with something, then they would have impeached them, obviously, because they had the whole thing.
What kind of people is his first video goes viral? He's the richest man in Dubai, the one who ever lived. Just write the amount you...
Done deal, right? If there was anything in there, it's all documented by how many agents worked on that. And I know you guys know all this. Like you had, what's his name, Struck, who said that don't worry, we have an insurance policy, and we're gonna, they're gonna get him one. Which the insurance policy was the PP tapes.
What they call it, the dead man switch or whatever.
I didn't even know that.
They called it something like
An
that.
insurance policy, they called it. And so I mean, just stop me if I'm just repeating stuff you've heard 1,000 times. I know. But they accused Trump of colluding with the foreign spy, or colluding with foreign powers to influence the outcome of the election. And in fact, the Democratic Party, my party, I'm still a Democrat, my party paid a foreign spy named Christopher Steele from England, who sat on the Russia desk for most of his career, so he was in Russia working with Russian spies, to come up with that phony Steele dossier. So he did. In other words, the Democrats did exactly what they'd accused Trump of.
Shocker. It was a weird time.
That's a perfect example of projection. Accuse your opponent of what you're doing. I mean, it's projection, and it's obvious, and people on this app do it all the time. You're going to listen to somebody the next 10 to 20 minutes do the exact same thing and project their own inner emotional state onto somebody else, or their own bullshit onto somebody else. It's projection. Am I wrong? Hello?
Aren't you doing that right now? Is that correct? Yeah, you're doing that right now.
I know, but if you're projecting about projection, well, then I'm just confirming that projection as a theory, has some basis. Hello?
Hello. Norm, do you think that those writers you're talking about, it almost seemed like it was better for their career to be anti-Trump? You know what I mean?
Eventually, came
Bro, the internet in Brooklyn sucks.
outcry things, yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear you for shit, Norm. No,
Hold on,
does
guys.
anybody else think Norm's like walking around his place, like holding his phone up to the sky?
Hold on, guys. Victoria's back here. Let her talk down to us. Victoria.
Sorry.
No, she's not talking down to us. She's talking up to us, right?
Yes.
I'm talking stupid.
It's all about perspective, John.
Eros, do you go through like the normal course of your day using profanity like that to people that bother you in the real world, or just here on Clownhouse?
She's autistic, is she not? Yeah, you are.
What was the longest 5150 hold you've ever been on?
You're weirdly diagnosed.
It's hard to hear you.
We can't hear you.
I don't know what she's doing. Sound like you're shuffling through paper.
Or eating tofu.
Yeah. Or putting your feet in water.
Sorry, are you able to hear me now?
You're really quiet, but it's better, yeah.
It's like slightly better.
Okay, I people that I believe are intelligent are so my prediction of how they're going to operationalize there. I don't know. I just feel stupid at this point.
Whoa, stop screaming. I'm just kidding. That's way better. We didn't hear a single thing you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
It's way better right now.
Sorry, I'm screaming.
No. The last second was like perfect.
He's saying you had your mic covered and no one could hear you.
It doesn't matter.
Perfect, right there. Don't move. Whatever you're doing right there, don't move. So now say whatever you said earlier. Don't move.
I just feel like quite stupid at this point, and I'm not going to predict anything at this point. I feel dumb. I don't want to indicate anything that will happen in the future because I am a poor predictor. That's it. Thanks.
Do you have any faith in the Democrat Party anymore?
I have no faith.
No. Recently,
I will vote.
Wait, when did you lose your faith? Hi, E-Rose, when did you lose your faith? Hello?
When did I lose my faith?
Yeah.
Are you asking me that's kind of a personal question.
Oh, well, you just told us something personal then. That's so nice of
even
you.
in the government, like the political apparatus, when you lose your faith in politics. Not like in
It's too personal. Didn't you just hear her?
George Michael said you gotta have faith.
It's a
You
concept.
actually have like a really awesome song. That is a good song.
Would you agree that it's a concept, E-Rose?
Faith.
Faith, is it a concept?
I think faith is like a construct of how we want to
It's a construct.
actually.
So you lost the construct? You just lost the construct then. All right. Well, thanks for confirming you lost your construct.
Sorry, I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't.
Faith in what though? You can have faith in a lot of things.
I didn't say that I lost faith in a construct of an argumentation.
Okay, but faith
Which
in what?
is why-
Faith in politics, faith in the system, faith in religion.
I think that a lot of currently what we have today with regard to any of the religions of today are ruled by people that undermine and take control over
Well, thanks for clearing that up.
I think she's talking mostly about the extremist Muslims.
Well, no, because I asked her, I said, does she have faith in the Democratic Party?
Oh, Democratic Party.
That's what I asked her. She said she has no faith anymore. Then I asked her if she's going to vote. And then I think Alistair jumped in. Oh, yeah, no, she said she was going to vote. But she's lost faith in, I guess, politics. I don't know what she meant. She lets it kind of open ended.
Well, politics isn't a religion. Politics is something important that we all
I don't
pay attention to.
I shouldn't
You can't just give up because you're just over it. I know a lot of people that are over politics, but it's pretty important to where we can't just ignore it.
It's crazy important, bro.
Well, I'm just wondering, do you think, E-Rose, in the image of love, there's flowing waters coming out of flowers. I'm just wondering, if you lost your faith and you think faith is a construct, I'm just wondering, do you not have enough love coming into your life right now, E-Rose?
Bro, that was a bar. What'd you say? In the faith of flowers, there's flowing waters coming out of flat. Wait, what'd you say?
I was just asking E-Rose if she feels like she doesn't have enough love coming into her life right now.
I could care less for the answer to that question.
Well, I wasn't talking to you, was I?
Fair enough. Thanks.
What's going on?
Fangs, what do you think was happening in what we call the United States of America? What do you think was going on in the United States of America in the year 1200?
The year 1200?
Yeah, or the year 1000. What do you think was happening here? Do you think it was like nobody?
No, they were eating each other.
Yeah, no.
Do you think it was like cavemen, crazy people?
No, they were savages. They were eating each other.
The 1200s? No way. They were cavemen. But they were
savage indigenous.
Norm, dude, there's a big theory out there that like this place was like the original top civilizations. And in like the 1000s and 1200s, there was like crazy shit going on, bro.
There's no remnants of any of that.
They're saying we had castles, we turned them all into prisons and insane asylums, we had all kinds of shit.
Where are these castles?
We turned them into prisons and insane asylums.
But those prisons, we know when they were built.
Dude, I know, like some were like from the early 1800s. When you go look at these pictures of these prisons from like the early 1800s,
the oldest one is
crazy.
Philadelphia.
I mean, if you go to Paris, places like Paris or Italy, they turn their towers, those medieval towers, into prisons. Places like those.
There's the one in Pennsylvania, bro. It's like the old ass prison in Pennsylvania. It's
Philadelphia. Yeah, it's downtown. Yeah, Yeah, but everybody knows that place.
Yeah, like the aerial shot of it's like, whoa, dude, like that's a prison? Like that's fucking crazy.
There was always a prison. It was built to be a prison.
Yeah, but not those medieval mansions where kings and stuff used to be in.
You're talking about castles?
Yeah, because some countries use their old castles as prisons still.
Okay. Whatever you say.
You haven't heard this, Norm?
What?
You haven't heard this theory?
It's pure nonsense what you do. What are you talking about?
Do you know how long they say it took us to build the Empire State Building?
I remember. I think we did it in a year.
1 fucking year.
Yeah, I know. I'm from here. Yeah. And it was one of those things that we created to give work to people. After the Depression, we created a lot of work for people. We had these projects that were funded by the government. This was not funded by the government, but we had projects to get people back to work.
They built the Empire State Building in 1 year, but what is it, 15 years later, and they can't even build a railroad in California? Give me a break.
I know. Wow. I know.
It's because we have criminals running our
I
government.
just saw a video with Gavin Newsom, maybe 10 years ago, admitting the whole thing was a scam. It's not going to be high speed, it's going to be medium speed. And that they did it to scam.
Are they still building it?
Supposedly, but who knows?
Maybe you know this about New York. That this is one of the events that thrust Trump on the scene was Wallman skating rink. They screwed around with it for 10 years, and after 10 years, they'd done nothing. They just poured money down the drain. And Trump came in and said, "Hey, I'll take care of this." He did it within a year, and it's still going to this day. Wallman skating rink. That was one of the first things he did. It was famous for it. What's that? They have all sorts of stuff there too. It's a nice place actually. They play pickleball in the summer, and they have like kiddie rides and stuff. And it's an ice skating rink in the winter. It might still be going even in March. And what was funny was, I don't know if you've been watching his press conferences, but he's talking about he's been talking about all the stuff he wants to build, and he talks about like a builder, like, oh, they're screwing up the Federal Reserve. They're trying to rebuild it and messing it up. And the way he's talking about all the materials he's going to use on the ballroom, and how it has a drone-proof roof, and how thick the walls are and stuff. He's very funny. Like, he still likes to build stuff.
Did you hear him, Norm, that one press conference when they were working on the White House or whatever, and they were like actively doing work? He's like, "You hear that sound?" It was like the bulldozers, the excavators, and everything. He's like, "I love that sound. Fucking love that sound."
Building the ballroom.
He's just a fucking builder. Yeah, it's his passion.
Well, if you're building stuff, or if you're doing anything that involves like a team, and you come from the private sector, you know that time is money. You have all these people doing stuff, so you have to have something to show for it. So, I think that's his mentality. That the clock is always ticking. Did you see? Go ahead if you want to go.
No, go. Just see what.
Did you see the big press conference with all the guys from the oil companies? How they're like divvying up Venezuela? Incredible. There's tons of oil there. All the oil companies, all the American ones, plus companies from around the world, like Spain and France, they all want some of that Venezuelan oil. That's like a gold mine. Yeah, it's a bonanza. Yeah, it's a bonanza. It's crazy. I mean, we're gonna have so much of an oil surplus. We're down a weird road that kind of bankrupted the country. Oppresses
Just settle all that shit for no reason. Just settle it.
Oh no.
But you heard that Trump said he said, "Why don't I go for the oil over Strait of Hormuz too?" Did you see that at all or no?
What did he say about the Strait of Hormuz?
They go for the oil. He put a question mark out to everybody. Why not take the oil? That's what he wrote today.
I did see that.
That was wild. I don't know how to take that. I'm kind of like, what?
Well, I mean, we're the one protecting it. He's keeping everybody. First of all, he's as crazy as the Persians, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. He's as crazy as the people he's dealing with, and they don't know what hit him. They've never dealt with a person as crazy as they are before.
That's true.
They're scared of him.
Yeah, all Trump is doing is what you're saying. He's a businessman. He's just like, why can't I? Why can't I reduce the price of our oil, our gas? You know what I mean? He's like, why not?
Yeah. Well, then the Gaza thing, they're like banging on. They're like, oh, what are you gonna do? Redevelop it to like resort condos? Dude, they got beautiful beaches. Why not? Has Gaza ever been a tourist destination? You fucking idiots! Let them fucking develop it.
It's on the Mediterranean. It's
he's like, they got beautiful beaches. He's like, why wouldn't I put fucking resorts there?
Gentlemen, I want to introduce something interesting to you about Trump. I read it in this tiny little book. If you have a moment, it'll just take me 10 seconds to read it. It says that the 22 major arcana or emblematic cards comprise of 21 cards, number 21 through 1, plus an unnumbered card known as the Fool, le Mat, or le Fou in French. The 22 major arcana are also referred to as trumps, à toutes in French, à tutti, or triomphe in Italian, signifying, this is what Trump's name means, above all.
Well, yeah, there's the one game. My wife's dad, I don't know if it's a Jewish game, I just found out, but my wife's dad is Jewish. And they play this game called Oh Hell, or whatever. And there's a trump card. Like, in the trump card is the card that trumps everything else. It's kind of similar to spades.
From bridge. That's a term from.
Oh, is it a trump or bridge? Well, they use it in that one game. But there's a trump card.
It's the one that beats all.
The one that beats all, yeah.
And John, that word that you were saying is arcana, which means. So he's still here? Is Kitover still here?
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Emblematic is like iconographic. Iconographic is basically a logo or the logos itself. So, if you believe that Trump is a man of destiny, his name itself is emblematic of his destiny.
Alan, what are your thoughts? You having thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's the wrench in the system.
The other Alan.
Oh, my bad.
All good, man.
Well, he spelled Alan wrong. Go ahead, Alan.
No, you spelled it wrong.
Fair enough.
Hey, real quick. Go ahead, Alan.
Usually Alan, A-L-L-E-N, is a last name spelling, but not always.
Yeah, it was my mother's maiden name. It's my middle name now, but yeah, it was my mom's maiden name.
There you go. What were you going to say, Matt?
I was just going to do some reflection on all the Iranian Persian folks that we've witnessed on stage for the last 2 weeks, probably, for hours on end. I do have to say that the Persian women are just are so much stronger than the men. We mentioned that. We do mention that on stage and stuff. I was doing some reflection. I'm like, in my head, I have all their voices in my head now.
They're just crying, right?
They're
just crying.
What's that?
You're like the men. They're up here just
crying and bitching, and then they make all the fierce and like battle ready,
Ooh.
I told you it's Middle Eastern culture. You complain and you blame the other person, for anything that goes wrong. It's never your fault.
It's a little bit like Life of Brian with the mother, like that's the persona of these Iranian women, and the gender or the femininity in the culture is indicative of the fact that, they're just a paper tiger, and Trump has already eliminated, pretty much their entire military capability, other than these, urban warfare fighters, right? Or do they actually have half of their rocket supply in waiting, or are they unable to launch them now?
Well, if that information is correct, just, I don't know. I mean, it's CNN, and it could be true. I'm not saying they're completely ridiculous or wrong, but we just don't know. It's not good if they're saving that stuff, because it means there's more work to be done.
Yeah, well, they are saving it. I mean, that's look. If your offense capabilities are being attacked every time you launch, then at a certain point you stop and you start looking for strategic ways to use it, not just bombing and firing indiscriminately. So like that A-10 that got shot down, that seems to me, okay, you let it's like the sniper. He sits in the tree and waits for the enemy to come in and be comfortable, and then he starts shooting at specific targets to create chaos and discourage the enemy. I think that this is nothing new.
In the Civil War, I remember, which I think was the beginning of sniping, Alan. They used to really hate
with the English in the Revolutionary War as well. Or maybe no, they didn't use snipers, but they had the small bands who would attack.
Like guerrillas.
Guerrilla warfare, yeah. They would attack and then they'd retreat, and so it was really discouraging to the English, who were waiting for them to line up and fight the way warfare had been conducted in Europe up until that point.
With the Warthog being shot at, and I think that was one of two planes that actually went down today. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but it did make me kind of sit back for a moment and go and realize that this is their home field. Yeah. Like, it just kind of hit me really hard. I'm like, holy crap, like, this is why you don't want to spend too much time flying around, doing things inside another country's place, because they have the advantage. That'll always be the case. It's so weird to think about, I don't know, to me, it just hit me hard. I'm like, okay, I don't want any of our guys or men going in there, and it's just going to be hand-to-hand combat all over again, Iraq, whatever, So, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe special ops and that's it. Like, that's where I'm at, you know what I mean? It's brutal.
But that's the preferred warfare, is less is more, higher lethality, more special forces combat commandos taking out the intelligence, eliminating the brain of the stake. So that's why I think people don't understand Trump's objectives. And his objective is really to just, just maraud them. I mean, this isn't an occupation, a nation rebuilding. This isn't Afghanistan 2.0. This is basically, in many ways, like the Maduro operation, where Trump, in his lean efficiency, knows how to conduct a war, thank God.
Well, that's what I found crazy about it all. Like Maduro, we went out and took out the number one guy. Hell, we did it with Iran with Soleimani in Trump's first term. Like, even with the cartel guy. I know they said the Mexican force did it, but it was with our help. But, like, Trump has this way, I don't know, you think of wars in the past, like, even World War II, right? Like, you fight, then you get the head guy, and then once the head guy's done, all right, the war's over, right? The war's kind of over. You got Hitler, the war's kind of over, right? We went and got the head guys first. And so it was like, whoa. And I think that they didn't expect this, like, now they're going to shut down the strait, they're going to do all this baby bullshit, firing on innocent fucking freightliners and other, whatever, the oil tankers and shit. And now we're like, well, God damn it. If we took out your number one guy, it should be over.
Yeah, but the difference was, Mike, is that by the time we got Hitler, we had already militarily.
What up, Regal?
Germany was going to lose.
I'm in another room. It's called Evening Discussion. Come on in if you want to find that one. President Trump House.
Yeah, and then fight. It's
the order's reversed,
it's weird, right?
I can't link it, unfortunately. You have to find it. But just search for discussion or search for President Trump.
It's the messages no one is saying.
If you want to join the other convo.
and it's a good strategy, but it still doesn't replace the fact that you have to exhaust the enemy's resources and exhaust their capability to wage war. And that hasn't happened yet. You know, I mean, we've bombed the entrances to their missiles, their missile reserves, but they're already got excavation equipment trying to dig it out. You know, so it's, look, Trump in his address made a good point. We were in World War II, we were there 3.5 years, whatever. You know, Vietnam, we were there 20 years, whatever it was. We've been there 35 days, you know, and, you know.
Alan, like, if I were going to have a quote-unquote wartime kind of candidate or president, this is the kind I would want, right? You want insert, do your business in 2 to 3, 4 weeks and out. I mean, I can't think of a better way of engaging in any kind of war activity, because the fact is, America is going to have to do this. It doesn't matter who the president is. There's going to be never any president that's not going to, especially an 8-year president, that's not going to have to do these things. You know what I mean? So would I rather do it the way Trump is doing? 100%. There's no hands down. And that's what the other group is not getting. It's like, I prefer this method. Like what part are you guys not getting? You know what I mean? Like, he's showing us a different way of doing it, and people are like, okay, we're not used to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, don't forget, Matt, Bush Senior, when we went into Kuwait, it was we went in, we got Saddam out.
That's
and it's
true.
like, and okay, now we're done.
That's true.
You know, that was the thing. And it's the same thing. It's okay, have clear objectives. And I
But is that true, Alan? Did they just leave because Madeleine Albright, you know, she said, was it worth it? Yeah, we do believe it. They were doing airstrikes for years against Iraqi targets, weren't they?
You mean in Iraq or Kuwait?
In Iraq.
I'm talking about the 94 one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because
the
they...
Kuwait, that one was over fairly quickly. We just completely overran.
You think it was over fairly quickly. What I'm telling you is... It went on for years, but the media never reported on it until Madeleine Albright was questioned. Do you think killing all these children was worth it? She said, yeah, we think it was worth it.
I don't know. See, look, once Saddam lit all the oil fields on fire, that was his last attempt, and they were out. And then we had all those Texan oil workers going there to put out the oil fires. That doesn't happen during an active war. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was sabotage. That was just a last minute, like, I'm done kind of thing.
Yeah, well,
it was environmental terrorism, actually.
Yeah, so I can't have the UK. It was stupid.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I said it, and I gotta believe they know it. If Iran goes too far, literally, and I've said this before, all we have to do is bomb Karg Island, or however you pronounce it, and that's it. Iran is crippled. You know?
Right. You're completely right.
Well, that's why I liked what Norm said, and I think Norm was right. Like, Trump is just like them, but he's on the good side of it. And I've been saying it for years. Like, it's time for the good people to start fucking making some fucking noise here. There's way more good people in the world than there is bad people. And it's time for us to just start making some fucking noise. Whether it's like on the major scale, the big players, or just people in the community. Like, there's way more good people in the community than there is bad people. Just start making some fucking noise. And they're not used to Trump being on the good side. Because, you know, everyone's always like, well, you don't fuck with Iran because they're going to wake up all their terrorist cells and start killing more people. No, fuck that. You don't fucking kill people. This is what's going to happen to you if you do, you dumb motherfuckers. Like, it's time to start punching. Like, let's fucking punch out.
Trump just got some more elbow room. He just keeps shooting out, just kind of pushing around and making some room for America because it was getting squeezed under Biden. All these guys were all making moves under Biden. You know what I mean? Like Russia was doing all kinds of weird stuff, and I'm sure down in the South America, we're paying attention. But all these guys are all, are all paying attention. These guys that are closer to it, they're like, dude, these guys are all playing cards and making chess moves down there. We gotta reclaim the Southern Hemisphere. Like these are all things that just had to happen. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. You know what I mean? I just came out throwing elbows. He's like, okay, I'm making room. I don't care what everybody's gonna say about this one.
And you know what that reminded me of, Matt? In his first term, there was a thing. He went to, G7 or whatever it was, some meeting in Europe. And he literally elbowed his way to the front.
Yeah, because that one guy was standing in front of him. Yeah,
he pushed himself at the front. I remember, you're right. Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, I mean, Trump for all the bad things, maybe. I mean, he just wants to be the center of attention, and he'll do whatever it takes to get there.
But
it's just the way it is.
Yeah, but what to me, what it equates to is when you think about royalty. The idea of royalty is that royalty is supposed to be gracious. And they're supposed to understand, okay, we have power, so we don't want to go too hard on the peasants. At the same time, the peasants in return paid their respect to their leaders.
Yeah, it was a two-way street, right?
It was a two-way street. But they also understood that the royal classes had their privilege, and that and even royalty understood sometimes it had to shake its saber in order to remind, if they got too presumptuous, that the royalty would shake its saber and exercise its authority to remind everyone, we're the ones with the power, and give us the respect. Otherwise, it's going to be very costly to you. And so I think what's happened with the Democrats, even is that they're too polite in some ways. Like I remember, Obama met with Putin, and he told Putin to stop screwing around. Like, literally, he said it to him. And I'm sure Putin just laughed. I mean, it's like as if that would make a difference to any world leader. Oh, stop screwing around. It's just so, yeah. And I think Trump understands this. Absolutely, he understands it.
Well, you heard that story when, I forget the guy who was telling it. I want to say Tim Scott might have been telling the story. And Trump was talking to, I think he was one of the Taliban guys or something.
Yeah.
And they were sitting there and he showed him a picture of his house. He's like, hey man, you better chill the fuck out. This is where you live and your whole family's there. I'm going to fucking kill you. Chill the fuck out. And he handed him the picture. And then Trump walked out of the room. It's like, hey man, chill the fuck out. It's no more this like, we're going to wait for you to do some shit and then we're going to react to you. Like, no. Chill the fuck out. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And the way they fight over there is just wild. Like when you talk to some of the veterans that were in the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, it was like, bro, you're just walking down and there's like a kid dressed in regular clothes or just people dressed in clothes and boom, they fucking pull out guns. It's like, that's not how you fight, bro. You don't start just bombing people because you're losing. Like it's fucking wild. And really it's the first time there's ever been like a war with a country over there. There's always like Taliban or the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas or like ISIS. It's always like a fraction or a faction of some people. Like now it's like a country. So it's like it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but Mike, remember the point of war is to win. However you win, it really. I understand you're upset with that they would do that.
Yeah, but Alan, there's no winners. It's not like you take 100,000 slaves and take all the booty. Like now, it's just funeral processions. There's no winners in war anymore.
Yeah, but see, if you can tie, look, it is a military strategy. If you can dishearten and discourage your enemy and tire them out to the point where they leave, you've won. I mean, that was the whole. See, in Vietnam, that was one of the things.
Well, they won't leave. They will negotiate out of desperation some type of a settlement. I mean, but the thing is that there's no settlement, which there has to be a settlement. The thing is, the Ayatollah, like, this whole thing is like a destiny thing where a star was extinguished, and now the rest of that solar system is in decay and in entropy. So we've already achieved so much that it's not bluster. It's literally like the decimation of their spiritual leader or their will. It's just a matter of time until the right negotiator is able to essentially de-escalate their own.
I wasn't talking about this particular conflict. What I was talking about is like other campaigns, like in Vietnam, the Vietnamese said this is going to be a 100-year war. So if they're planning a 100-year war, and your enemy is saying, "Well, gee, I think this will be over in 2 weeks," then and that's the United States. Then the United States is at a disadvantage. So that's why when you hear Trump talk, he'll say, "Yeah, I think it's going to be this," but he never says we're going to be out in 2 weeks, or we're going to be out in what? At least I don't think he has. You know, he's not making the mistake of pinning it down like we want to be there this whole time. Because if you say that, then
Time to get this money.
The IRGC has to do is say, "Okay,
Let's jump in! I'm right behind you! Not the man! To the pin now!
Let's jump again. Look what happened to the Taliban. In Afghanistan, 20 years, we pull out 2 weeks ago.
Money multiples into billions.
We declare bankruptcy to liberate Chicago from excessive property taxes.
Money multiples.
Go anywhere else.
Day one of the 2026 property tax.
Yeah, that shit was nuts.
Yeah, but you know, that was the one thing you're talking about there.
Now this is.
I'm Jimmy Pritzker.
What's your most controversial Chicago food opinion?
You do not put ketchup on a hot dog. If you're going to put something on a hot dog, it's got to be mustard.
Growing up in a famous family, what's the most normal, unglamorous chore or job you had to do as a kid?
You know, my very first job was picking up dirty sheets at a motel.
Invade Afghanistan.
Yeah,
In like the 80s.
yeah.
Like, I didn't even know that shit.
Yeah, and you want to know something? Here's the worst part. We had 3,500 soldiers there in Afghanistan. That's it. Compared to, what is it, 35,000 in South Korea?
Really? I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it would have been very cost efficient to stay there. 3,500 soldiers. Now, I don't know what it was costing us per year, but we already had our foot in the Middle East. It would have been very easy. But I suspect, in terms of, do you know what it was? Now I remember. There was a shift in U.S. policy. They said, we don't want to dig with the Middle East anymore. We're going to go focus on Eastern Europe. And that's exactly what Biden did. After 20 years of the Democrats screaming, "No more endless wars," we pull out of Afghanistan, and immediately we start sending money over to Ukraine.
Alan, how old are you?
Old enough.
Like, okay, well, my father was born in 55.
Okay.
Are you younger than that?
I'm younger than him.
So, are you old enough to know, was there, here's the question, the reason why I asked you your age. I don't know if you're old enough to know this. What was the discussion about Iran, like, prior to the 1979 hostage thing? Like, in the, 70s and stuff?
I was still relatively young. But, there was no discussion about Iran.
Because we were like, well, fresh off Vietnam, right?
The first we heard about it was when the hostages were taken under Carter. That was it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people weren't concerned with the Middle East. It wasn't, there weren't, you know, in the day-to-day, you know.
It just wasn't a thing. Yeah, it just wasn't.
It wasn't. When was the Olympics where the Jewish athletes were taken off?
I want to say 72. I could be wrong.
Ah, jeez.
I want to say 72. That was Pakistan, right?
Yeah. I mean, I remember that, but you know, the other thing too is that I wasn't overly political, you know, at that time. So, I mean, there certainly were people that were, but you know, it was this. Hold on a second. Let me shut the door. You know, it was.
So all this shit started popping off kind of in the early 80s.
It was the 70s and 80s. We were trying to get laid, you know. I mean, we had more important things to worry about. Yeah. And then, when was it? Let me think. Yeah. Then in 84, 85, AIDS hit. And that was the end of that. I mean, I don't think anybody here is old enough to truly understand what a horror that is. I mean, this is, it was worse than COVID, because COVID, okay, you cough on somebody, you get them sick, they might end up in the hospital. This is a basic biological urge. You want to fuck somebody, and if you fuck them, you could die from a disease from which there was no cure. And if you got the pneumonia AIDS, then you were on a respirator and you basically choked to death. And if you got the sarcoma, it was cancer and you withered away. It was not. I had a friend who worked in healthcare. He wasn't a nurse or a doctor or anything. He worked on the administrative end, but he's, you know, working at the hospital. So he'd seen lots of crap. He said, no, it was not a good way to go. It just wasn't. And this is all based on, you know, oh, I fucked this girl, and 6 months later, oops, sorry, but you have AIDS. And even now that, you know, it's like they're saying, oh, AIDS isn't a big deal. And like California removed the law that made it, you know, it's not a crime if you have sex with someone and have HIV and don't tell them. But the fact is you see those ads for the HIV treatment, and it's literally like, you know how they have the disclaimers. The disclaimers go on for 3 minutes. And it's like, can cause kidney disease, may cause strokes in some patients, you know, may cause liver disease.
Sudden death may occur.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. You know, it's yeah, you're still alive, but, and yeah, the drug can keep it so that it's undetectable in your bloodstream. But, you know, would you rather, you know, if you would rather, it's better to not have it than have it. So, yeah, I mean, everyone was terrified. Everyone was terrified. You know? So, and, you know, we all knew someone, especially in the business I'm in, you knew someone who contracted it and died. It was that simple. So, yeah, that was the end of the hippies 60 movement. You know.
Well, we had to get those hippies under control somehow.
Yeah, and you know, and in a way, it's a validation of conservative
conservative ideals. I mean, look, we all like to have sex, you know, and the 60s and the sexual revolution was certainly, you know, certainly had its upside. But the bottom line is yeah, I mean, if too many people have too much sex, there are diseases going to go, you know, that are going to go around. I remember like PBS had I think it was PBS with, I think it was Dick Cavett, where they were talking about gonorrhea and syphilis and herpes and all of these sexually transmitted diseases to bring information to the public because they were on the rise. You know, and it's like, yeah, look, we all like to fuck, but, you know, it has its downside. Look at all the chapters in the Bible talking about, well, if they have a sore, set them aside for 2 weeks, and if it's still there, then set them aside for another week, and then if it's not there, they're deemed clean and they can go back and be with everybody else. But then if it comes back again, then they're unclean, and you know, those are all, you know, all of that they're talking about. Well, it's either leprosy or some form of sexually transmitted disease. Anyways, I don't remember how we got on that.
I don't know where. That's the 80s somehow. No, everyone's got AIDS.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Yeah. And remember, they didn't even know, they weren't even sure how it was being transmitted. They knew it had something to do with sex, but they didn't understand the mechanism. They didn't know how to detect it. They just knew, well, we got these people, they're coming in, their immune system is compromised, and we're unable to treat it. That was it. And they didn't, and they didn't understand the relation to the blood supply. So I knew people who got a transfusion, and a year later, oops, sorry.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That's fucking nuts. Oh, could you fucking imagine? They put like blood with AIDS. Oh.
Did they sue the shit out of them, or what happened?
They had to, right? Well, I don't know. I guess.
I mean, there's no way. I mean, you can prove it. That's a big ass lawsuit.
Well, you know, Ocean, they didn't know, and then once they realized it was, you know, that it could be transmitted through blood transfusions, that's when they started testing blood supplies. But
and this is how many years ago we're talking?
Oh, in the 80s.
In the 80s.
Mid-80s. But guess who now is saying, oh, maybe, I think they're saying we don't need to do the testing that they normally do. I forget if they've stopped the testing or if they're proposing to stop testing, you know, when people donate blood.
Shit, Magic Johnson's had it for 35 years. He figured it out.
Yeah, but I don't know if you guys remember. He got it, then he dropped out, then he came back again.
Yeah.
He played like 1 or 2 games, and all the players were like he would bump up against them and they'd jump back because they didn't want his sweat getting on them. And like he got pissed and the players were getting pissed, and that was the end of it.
Well, that was, you remember Greg Louganis? The Olympic diver who hit his head on the diving board or whatever?
Right. Yeah,
And there was a big deal where he didn't tell the doctor he had AIDS. The doctor was helping him, and he was bleeding all over the fucking doctor. And he didn't tell the doctor, but he knew he had it. But I guess it was like something where they didn't really know about the blood thing at the time. They kind of did, kind of didn't. But he didn't divulge information. The doctor was pissed. He's like, bro, fucking, I'm dealing with you. You got blood all over me. You got fucking AIDS.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get it like that.
No, you can't. See, the thing is,
like if the doctor had an open cut or something, or if the doctor had a wound.
Yeah. You know.
Whatever, shit sucks.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's why, unlike most of my conservative fellows here, when it came to COVID, I was like, fuck it, I don't care. If it's real, unreal or not, I don't care. I'm not taking any chances.
I got a new conspiracy theory for you, Alan. You ready for this one?
Yeah, sure.
The COVID, so you're right. I was like, dude, it's just another fucking flu. Like, it's weird. This whole thing just seems weird. Dude, I wouldn't even let my family get a PCR test, bro. I told my wife, I was like, you're not getting one. I told my kids, like, they try to give you that at school, bro. You say no. It's like, I wouldn't even let them get one of those. Fuck a jab. But what if the next time they roll out a disease, then they have this new jab that comes out, and we're like, nah, fuck you. We're already skeptical. But it actually ends up being a bad fucking disease. And so, but we're all like, yeah, no, we're not going to trust you guys, but we actually should get the jab the second time. Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
Like they ran the okie doke on us.
Yeah, as a way to eliminate.
Yeah, like they kind of lull us to sleep. And now the next virus is actually really bad. And we're like, don't believe them, but it actually is bad. And we don't get the jab, and we all end up dying.
Yeah.
That sucked too.
Yeah, it'll be really bad for all of you peasants. Oops. I think I've said too much.
We got another 100 years though, dude. We're fine.
Yeah, and
you think the next pandemic gonna be 100 years from now?
Well, that's the story, right? Like the 1720s was like cholera, and the 1820s was the plague,
and
the 1920s was the Spanish flu, and then the 2020s was COVID. So every 100 years they roll one out.
Well,
we're not gonna be alive then.
I might have cholera and the plague backwards there. Whatever. It was 1720, 1820, 1920, 2020.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, there is a battle, there's a microscopic battle that goes on this planet. And and we build up, we go through a plague like that, it thins out the pack, to a certain degree. The strong survive, and everybody gets some immunity, and then we're resistant to all of that crap for a while. And then another one comes up. The only difference is this one was manufactured, and we know this.
Dude, did you know that no one talked about this shit either? It's very weird. Like, there's like no answering for it either. So like they had there's this thing called the military games that they do like every 2 years or 4 years, whatever. In the military games, the last one happened in 2000. I think it was 18 or 19. I think it was 2018 or I think it was 19. You can look this up. 2019, the military games. It was in Wuhan, China.
No, nice.
Swear to God, it was Wuhan, China, and there was members from the military from all over the world. They went to Wuhan. They did the military games. They all went back to their countries, and then bang, COVID fucking was announced. That's fucking nuts. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna give you the exact date right now. But yeah. Military games, Wuhan, China.
You know what's funny? I know as a liberal we all hate him, but the classic was, Jon Stewart going on Colbert and saying, "Oh, it's a virus that comes from Wuhan, China," and the joke was, it's like as if a epidemic of chocolatey goodness broke out in Hershey's, Pennsylvania. Then we know it came from for Hershey's chocolate. You know, I mean, they were fucking around with shit that they shouldn't have fucked around with, and it got out. And the people, I don't know if you remember, what made it dangerous was the incubation period. If I get the flu, within 1 or 2 days, I'm getting it. So I've only been in contact with 2 days worth of people. But within an incubation period of up to 2 weeks, now I'm walking around, infecting however many people for 2 weeks. I've now spread the disease, it's like exponentially way more than a regular flu. And that was the problem. That was it. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, it's a bad disease, but we know quickly whether somebody's got it. And that's
the Wuhan military games, October 2019. COVID was announced in March of 2020.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Andromeda Strain? Not the stupid remake, but the original one?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's a great movie. A great movie. What happens is...
Hello, my brothers. I want to tell you guys something. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's exactly that this plague hits Earth. And so the movie follows the team that's tasked with trying to determine what it is, where it comes from, what it is, and how to stop it.
Hello, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to tell you guys something, I don't know if you guys can give me a chance, please.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm from Africa, I just need a small help,
Sorry to hear that. What's up?
No, I'm from Gambia, before I used to go to Bows, in the forest, cut some firewood and go and sell that, and pay our rent and my younger brother school fees, firewood.
Do you know what firewood is?
Yes.
Yeah.
When we go into the bush, we cut some firewood,
Yeah, we chop down trees to make firewood here in America too.
Yes, we go and sell that one and we pay our rent and my younger brother's school fees. But right now, the government say we're gonna cut the trees like that. If we cut the trees, they say we need to replace it, But we people don't do that. So we people didn't do that. We only just cut the trees. That's why the government say we're gonna cut the trees right now anymore. So
I think he's talking to you, right?
Yeah.
You've been on this stage before, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you the guy that we were all working with trying to figure out how to do a scam? Remember we were working out the details? We were trying to help you out. Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
That didn't work out?
It was good times. We all were trying to figure out how we all get a piece of the action.
No, bro, it's not that, I just want to pay our rent, So that's why I'm telling you guys I don't do bad for us, If you guys can help me,
Is your boss behind you? Remember he was talking to you? That was kind of interesting.
Who?
Your boss?
No, I don't have a boss. Me and...
Yeah, remember he was talking behind you?
No.
Telling you what to say and all that. That was funny.
No, bro, it's only me here, So me and my younger brother used to do that thing, Always we used to go to Bows, with our donkeys, After when we cut the fire trees and we put it in the donkey, we go into the city, we sell that, After when we come back, we buy some back of rice and we pay our rent, and my younger brother's school fees, But right now,
I feel like we're kind of getting off topic here. I know it's an evening discussion and just come on in and say whatever you want. But, Usman, if you were king of Africa, what do you think you would do for we the people?
Africa. Well, I don't really get you.
What would you do if you're king of Africa?
Yeah, if I sent you $100 million right now, what would you do for for the Africans, for we the people in Africa?
I will create a job. Yeah, I will create a good job. What people will do, have money there. Yeah, there's many people who are suffering here. Some they will not have a only a rice. Or I buy some pack of rice, many pack of rice, and onion, and go and share for people, So yeah, many people don't have money, to avoid themselves to have food, So when I have that kind of money, I will go buy a pack of rice, and share it for people, and some onion, and I give some people, small money, they do something for that, So that's why I came in this room. I hope you guys can help me, But if you guys cannot, it's okay, that's why I came to tell you guys, if you guys can help me so that I can pay for rent, I'll be very happy.
Nah, I got no cash on me.
I want to make you happy right now. I'm going to send you some gold coins. Have you heard about this incredible new opportunity to accumulate gold coins here on Clown House? All you need is a checking account and a social security number, and your country has to be on the approved list. Set it up in Stripe, and I can send you money right now. How would you like me to transmit to you my American dollars, Usman?
If I have, even if $200 would be all right, that can serve me, I will be all right. My uncle brother's school fees, and after I look some job what I can do, So that is it. You're gonna help me always if you hope.
Well, you've come to the right place. Alistair's got a great opportunity for you.
Yes, that's right, bro. If you guys help me in this time,
I can definitely help you. Usman, do you think you show thoughtfulness?
Yes. So can I follow you? You follow me back so that I can.
You're doing God's work, Alistair.
Is that?
He's doing God's work. He's trying to help you out, man. I think it's a good opportunity. You should listen to him.
Yeah. Since 2018, my father passed away, So that time I was young, my mother used to struggle everything, and bring food to the house. But right now I am 18 years old. Since I was 16, I used to go to booths, right now. But right now I am 18, abandoned job.
What are you talking to us on right now? Like a phone?
Yes, I have a phone.
Who do you get service through?
Sure.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm sorry.
So, Usman, I put in a request to Donald Trump to send you $10,000. How does that sound?
You don't need 10,000, do you? You want 10,000?
No, we're going to help the whole village and his mother. Why not?
10,000
Trump just made $2 billion. Let's send him 10K, everybody.
He needs like 5,000, though. You sure you want to give him 10? Usman, do you want to give him
The 10,000. What are you talking about?
10.
All right, give him 10,000.
Usman, be sure to also hit up Tiger here. This is a wealthy Chinaman who has a lot of money who can assist you and your tribe. What's the name of the tribe you're in, Usman, so I know who to make the check out to? Wow. It's a little aggressive there. Chinese Tiger is lashing out using those words.
It's just not being racist to what other racists.
Oh, that's okay. No, so you're going to project your racism onto an alleged racist that makes you a racist.
Do you use a term like Chinaman? I'm going to use the word kai.
No, I used Chinaman after the K word. What do you struck first? Who do you think you are, Donald Trump? Ooh. How dare you, Tiger? I'm reporting you to Benjamin Netanyahu on X right now. And Ben Shapiro.
Well, wait, you would call him a white man? What are you supposed to call a China man? Would you rather us say, like, yellow man?
Tiger Man?
Doesn't matter. You're all barbarians.
How is China man wrong?
You're not even Chinese. Aren't you like Singaporean?
What are we supposed to say? We're talking about someone from China. A man from China.
You don't even speak Cantonese, Tiger.
You would probably say white man, no problem.
Usman, talk to Tiger here. I think he can probably be of great assistance to you as well, Usman.
Tiger was bringing back Orientals.
Text you do see my text. Even it's $100 right now. I don't have anything,
Usman, what are you going to do by April 15th? Are you going to file a tax return? What about you, Tiger?
Anybody can message you.
Stop talking to you.
Tiger, let me ask Tiger, are you married, Tiger? Do you go out on dates? Do you have a girlfriend? What's your love life like?
What's his name, Tiger?
Hello? Why are you so angry, Tiger? Are you under stress? Do you have anxiety in your life?
It's a bunch of retards. I don't have time for retards, okay?
But here you are. Here you are talking to a retard. What does that make you? Does that make you retard adjacent?
Like I said, I'm not so interested in talking with retards. So just shut it.
Got it. All right. Well, you're retard adjacent. Retards are infectious and they can contaminate other people. So be careful. I am infectious, and you could catch my retardation.
Unless you sign up for outside programs. He's got a jab. Tiger, I would say if you don't want to engage in the conversation, this is probably the worst place in the world for you to be right now.
He's got nothing better to do.
There's interest. I just don't feel like talking with a bunch of retards. That's all.
But here you are talking to a bunch of retards. I don't get it. You're still talking to a retard here, Tiger.
Some words that's worth discussing over, then I'll talk. But otherwise,
damn.
A bunch of retards.
You got high standards. You have high retard standards. Impressive. Yes, Usman.
Usman, if you go to chop firewood sometimes and it's dark out, do you use the flashlight on your phone to chop the firewood? I'm saying if you can't see, would you use the flashlight on your cell phone to chop the firewood?
Absolutely.
I have something, to cut down the firewood after I put it in the donkey, we go and sell that one,
Mm-hmm.
So we go into the city, we sell that, we have a lot of.
Usman, are you Muslim?
What subscriptions do you have? Do you have like Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus on it?
Usman, are you Muslim? Oh, assalamu alaikum. Well, Rabbana Shalom. You know what they say, right?
Hey, is it true y'all can't get drunk?
Yeah.
I heard Muslims don't drink. Is that fucking true?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy, bro. It's like every Muslim I've ever met in my life, they've never gotten drunk, ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking, there's no way, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It's the strict discipline of the Quran.
Allah's forbidden. I don't believe it. I've heard it. I heard they're not allowed to drink. I don't believe it. There's no chance in hell that every Muslim man in the world has never been drunk. No way.
Rabbana Shalom.
Muslims didn't drink wine. What are we talking about?
Well, Usman, Tiger here is a very wealthy individual from China. Don't address him as a Chinaman, obviously, and treat him with the greatest respect because he has a very high retarded standard. And, if you come across as being potentially Down syndromed, you could run into his wrath and he might call you a K word.
Yes, bro, I understand you,
Great. Oh my God.
next time if I don't pay the rent, we'll be homeless. So I don't want to be homeless. I try more for my family, so that we can survive, Yeah, I do anything for my family. Me and my younger brother. My younger brother, she was young, she is 14 years old. So we only my mom. My mom don't tell me anything about others' family,
Last time it was your mom was dying. How that happen, or how that go?
Oh my God.
Your mom, remember we were trying to figure out how to pay for your mom? Because, where you live, they actually offer free help for your mom. Remember we figured that out for you?
Oh, this isn't a first time assist here. You guys have been consulting with this
like
man.
An hour conversation with him. We got
wow.
We got all the help we tried to give him all the help he needed.
That's
we found out
generous.
that he was working at some scam center. It was kind of an interesting experience,
One clubhouse conservative Republican experience at a time.
How's your mom doing?
She's here with me,
She recovering?
She's here with me, right now she's very hot, That's why she cannot go job, Since 2018 into 2021, she stopped the job, since my father passed away, When my father was here, she's the one who doing everything in here, She's the one who buying rice and my school fees, and my younger brother's school fees. When she passed away since 2018, my mom started small business, But right now my mom stopped it at 2021. So since 21 we used to go to post, Australia, That time, I was told someone, I used to go to post, to cut the trees and go and sell that one. Right now I am really, really confused because if you don't pay this rent, we'll be homeless, I try much for my family, God no, and me no, You people don't understand, but when you come here, I wish you come here, you see everything, that's why you will believe me, But it's okay, If you bless them,
Totally.
Nothing happens.
Well, the great news is, Usman, we've been listening and we've been notifying Donald Trump of your problem. And Donald Trump has agreed to issue a new HR Act to fund you. And so please, I can't wait to speak with you offline and send you your money. Great work here, Usman.
Yes, I know it will be difficult, for you people to help me, Today is your first day to see me, But I wish, you talk with my mom after you understand what is going on here. I'm sorry for wasting your time, I'm come here, and talk. So it will be difficult to help me, because you don't know me. Today is your first day to see you, to talk with you,
We're going to help you, absolutely. The secret name for God is charity, sir, and you've made it to the right room today. You chose wisely.
Yes, I understand you, bro. Bro, right now,
You hear this man's plight, Tiger? Are you ready to assist, Tiger? Can you possibly contact the Chinese Communist Party to potentially issue a check to this poor man, Usman, who has found his way to the clubhouse, room to ask you for assistance, Tiger?
Tiger don't want to answer me, Tiger don't want to answer me, That's right. Bro, if you need people, you can help me,
We're going to help you big time. And Alan here is actually a successful studio recording artist or producer, and he's got incredible savings built up. He doesn't have to worry about his retirement anymore. And I think he would be an excellent source of financial assistance for you and your mother, Usman.
Who is that?
It's this fake Jewish guy who's an Armenian who was living in some tunnel or something between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and it's something with a genocide or something. But he's got a lot of great opinions, and I think his financial assistance could be invaluable for you and your family.
Buy low, sell high. Yes, I have no money for you.
You don't even have $1 for him? One stinking dollar? You don't have one Rebbe dollar? Come on, Alan. Not $1 at charity? You don't have any gold coins in your account? Just send him all your gold coins.
John, just the other day, someone said, you're just another Jew. And I said, sorry, I'm not Jewish. And they said, yeah, but you act like one. So I'm embodying my inner Jew. I'm sorry.
Isn't that amazing? You don't even have to be Jewish to be accused of being Jewish on this app. It's all just based on your persona. Well, Usman, I'm very happy that we met you tonight. It's been a great honor and a privilege, and I'm super excited about your opportunity.
Everything will be all right, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys so much.
Well, you deserve it.
Thank you so much.
You're such an elegant or eloquent speaker, by the way. I've been very impressed with your communication style and the way that you move through the room. So what's on your agenda for the next 24 hours, Usman? Mm-hmm. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Howard. Dr. Howard here might be able to give you some great advice, Usman, and provide some financial assistance to you this evening.
Go in the city, and go somebody and reach man house, and tell them, can I do some work, so that we can have the breakfast, and the lunch, I used to try my best, bro, but I hope you guys come here and see what is going on here, that where you will believe, I'm the first son of the family, that's why if I don't hustle, who will hustle for me, So that's why I'm begging you guys, in that train money, I cannot pay all. That's why I'm begging you guys, even if it's $100, I'll be alright, bro. I cannot have that money here. That's why I came to Clubhouse and begging people, so then we can, some people will help me,
Yeah. I want to look up in Sharia law, what does the Ummah say about begging? Let me see. Sharia law and begging ordinances. Sharia law generally views begging as a hateful act. Did he leave? Oh, too bad I couldn't even. Oh, Usman, I'm so glad you're still here. I looked up. It says that Sharia law generally views begging as a hateful act, allowing it only in extreme necessity, while strongly discouraging it as a profession. Islamic teachings encourage earning a living, viewing persistent begging without cause as very shameful. Modern Muslim majority countries often enact strict ordinances banning begging as a public nuisance and potential cover for crime, punishing both beggars and those who organize begging. Key aspects of Sharia on begging. Permitted causes. Begging is only allowed for those on Clubhouse in extreme poverty, severe debt, or responsible for severe blood money, otherwise known as diya. Discouraged act. The Prophet Muhammad warned that begging without necessity brings disfigurement on the day of resurrection and is akin to eating hot coals on Clubhouse. Social responsibility. If someone steals due to hunger, Islam places responsibility on the leadership for failing to provide for its citizens rather than just the individual. Finally, work ethic. Islam emphasizes that working to obtain property is noble and encourages hands above, giving rather than hands below, receiving. So I hope at some point in your life, Usman, you can go from a hands below to a hands above. Rabbono Shalom.
Okay, bro, I understand now. Thank you.
Usman, do you have any hobbies or special talents? Do you know how to play any musical instruments, Usman? Do you know how to play any musical instruments?
No, I don't know how to play that.
Oh, too bad. What a fascinating room. Usman, I'm so excited for your future and the big opportunity that's coming your way as a result of this conversation. I have a big feeling that for the next couple rooms that I create over the next few days, you'll be popping up. Well, I wrote a little song called Usman, my new friend. Would you like to hear it? That's a yes? Sorry, it sounded a little bit like a yes. That's an okay? I got your okay now. I'm about to make some ice cream actually and put some Nutella on it. You know what Nutella is? It's like synthetic chocolate. It's not real actually. It's like made out of petroleum jelly basically with some coconut, some chocolate flavoring. Do you eat real food? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Do you have buy me coffee? Oh, I want to just buy you a coffee and call it a day. Well, be positive, be considerate, be humble, and be kind. I'm reading some chick's profile on Hinge right now.
So what is the time of year there?
You know, it's almost Saturday, or it is Saturday now. What day is it there?
Yeah, it's 8 past 8 p.m.
Oh my God.
We are in the morning right now.
You're definitely going to need a lot of these Trump dollars.
do you live in America?
No. I'm currently on an astronaut spaceship called Artemis. We're headed out past Uranus. What do you think about the new Artemis spaceship launch?
Easier?
Do you like Candace Owens?
No.
I didn't think so. What about Ben Shapiro?
Well, now, look at how you will help them.
What do you think is fair if I were to compensate you per word that you have shared with us here today? Hello? I'm the only one left. You couldn't take it anymore. His responses were becoming just like mumbles after a while, right? There was no more distinction there. He gave up on pronunciation or elocution, or what do they call it here on Clubhouse? Articulation. He decided eventually the conversation no longer required articulation. It just wasn't worth it anymore. What a night. What a night. I was going to go out, but I never did. And now I think I might make myself a Belgian waffle and put some ice cream on it, and then some Nutella, and maybe some cinnamon and honey, and cut up strawberries. Life is good. Life is good. It would be better if I had a beautiful woman in like a French maid costume or something, and I could say, you know, darling, can you make me that Belgian waffle I was talking about? Yes, my love, of course. Let me get right on that. Are you finished talking to your friend Usman? Yep, we're all done with the Usman donation charity program. The Usman show. He gave up and stopped articulating. I think Matt must be asleep. Matt finally passed out. 2 weeks straight of running these incredibly high stress rooms. He's finally sleeping. Finally, he is asleep. Oh, Peter, the pumpkin eater, is here. Peter just came in for a quick chat and cut.
Oh, where you go?
Peter Pumpkin Eater? No, I don't think that we do not need a regime change in that country. Or he does want a regime change. I can't remember. Well, we got a lot of people still in this room. Look at this.
It's over.
Clubhouse is done.
More than 24 hours, so.
You closed it out.
4 hours, 24.
This is like being at a bar until closing time. There just needs to be somebody to come in with a whistle to clear everybody out of the bar.
Get out of the bar.
Get the fuck out! We're closed!
Get the fuck out. I am going to probably close it. It's 36 hours. That's pretty crazy. I've been on 36 hours.
Have you slept during the 36 hours?
Like maybe 2 hours out of that 3 hours.
Jesus, dude. You must have health problems or something.
Wow. Not really.
The fuck? Don't you, how do you not like just get 8 hours of sleep and then start a new day? You know, like Jesus.
Shut down.
You did it again, Matt. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, guys. I'll see you around.
Peace.
Because it's gonna affect your mind.
I don't eat.
Oh, it's the N word. Oh no. You're not gonna believe this, room. It's called Who Owns the N Word?
Because it looks like him.
Oh!
Cycling Pagan goes, damn, that looks like. This one is not like that. This one looks like that. This one looks like that. Hello.
Oh,
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam, my brother.
shut your Jewish ass up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Quit acting like you fuck with us, nigga. Bro.
That's his cousin.
Smoke the fuck. I ain't gonna lie to them. Shut your bitch ass.
Take me, you fat fuck. You want me, you fat Amalekite? Please shut up. You fat Amalekite. All you're doing is spurring it out because you're drunk.
No. Wait. I'm chipping out. I'm chipping out, huh? I'm chipping out.
I almost took it low. You know what I mean? I almost took it
no. Shut your fucking poor ass up. You make I spit in your fucking face. Fuck you.
He like that. He like that. You heard him? He likes to try.
What would you do if I spit in your face? What would you do? What would you do, Jewish boy, if I spit in your face? What would you do?
I was spitting your butt. He's in that, bro.
Nigga, shut the fuck up.
I was spitting your butt and he did that shit to me, bro.
Nigga, shut.
I kiss you on them thin ass lips.
You keep playing with me, bro. You gonna end up with him, bro. Shut your bitch ass up.
I end up successful, not drunk like you. That's what's gonna happen.
You said you're gonna end up successful and not drunk. Hey, don't forget, you're talking to me and I'm drunk. Get your life together, pussy. Get your life together.
I like it like that. I'm blessing. I'm blessing.
You said what?
Jealous. Jacobus is a.
Wait, you said I'm jealous about what?
Because Jacobus is a real Jew and you're not. Did you just snort like a pig? What the fuck was that?
No, I was snorting cocaine.
Yeah, sure you were.
Oh shit! God bless.
Yeah, no, you make me sick. You should die.
It might be the cocaine that's making you sick.
Yeah.
You should die. You should die today, though.
Cocaine stops your heart.
You should die today, though, you know?
Yeah. You should quit drinking today, bro. Seriously. You need to stop.
You should kill yourself right now.
You should stop killing yourself with all the alcohol and cocaine.
Like I said,
you deserve a better life.
You should kill yourself.
This might be the best wake-up call you've ever gotten. You deserve a better life, bro. Walk in the path of your Lord Jesus. You deserve a better life, bro.
Yo, Jesus. Yo, you gotta make fun of what? Yo, see, bro.
How am I?
You should die. Though. You should die.
How am I making fun of Jesus?
How dare you mention this? How dare you mention his name? Y'all don't believe in that man.
How am I disrespecting Jesus by saying you should
kill
yourself?
His life? Because you should kill yourself.
Why?
Because you believe that he is burning in literal shit. That's what y'all believe.
How do you know I believe that?
Because you're Jewish. It's a part of the Talmud. That's what the Talmud says, pussy.
Have you ever read the Talmud? Have you ever seen the Talmud?
Yes, I have.
How did you see it?
Actually,
the temple?
That sounds crazy.
I ain't gonna lie. You should die and kill yourself.
That's the only retort you have because you're low IQ.
No, it's because I don't care about any of your people's lives. I hope what y'all call Israel blows the fuck up. That's what I hope. I hope your whole genealogy dies. Hail Hitler, nigga. Hail Hitler. Fuck you. Fuck you, pussy.
You know
Did you say hell, Hitler?
Hitler is the only person. Hitler is the only person
You don't gotta say it.
No, being calm down, hello.
Yes,
Listen to this African man. Listen to this African man, bro.
Yeah.
Calm down, bro. You fucked up. Calm
Shut
down.
up. Hell Hitler.
Take a seat, calm down.
Hell Hitler. Hell Hitler. Hell Hitler. Hell Hitler.
What's funny is Hitler would have put you in a gas chamber too.
No, you wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have. That's why Hitler said, that's why Hitler said when the world finds out who the real Jewish people are, the world will turn over on Hitler, right? Shut the fuck up.
Grab your dry ass hair and shove your fat ass in that fucking gas shaker. That's what he would have done to you.
Imagine listening to a white bitch about anything. Kill yourself.
You like a suckling pig.
Dude, listen, your mother was a bitch for raising a fucking fat ass.
I'm fat.
I bet you've been fat this entire time, bro. Have you looked in the mirror? I bet his mom.
Yeah, whatever. I'm better than y'all. Both of y'all at life. I'm better than both of y'all at life.
Maybe better at
I made myself rich. I made myself rich.
His mother got a big pussy.
She has to give birth to that thing. The fuck?
I bet he got little brown curly hairs everywhere.
That's fucking nasty.
Yeah, I'll make a nigga want to kill me, son. I'll make a nigga want to whip my fucking ass.
The movie Blood and Bones. Anybody see the movie Blood and Bones?
That's the shit with Snoop Dogg? No, man.
No, Blood and Bones. It was like martial art shit.
Fuck all that.
Oh, that's the Michael.
Hey, Jewish boy, kill yourself. Fuck you.
So I asked what you.
You should die today, pussy.
You need a hug.
You should kill yourself, Jewish boy.
No one ever.
You and your people are playing on the planet. Fuck you.
Yo, bro, listen for me. The Lakers for down the corner.
You hear me, Jewish boy? Fuck with everybody talking about. It's me and you, pussy. You hear what I'm saying? You should die today. Fuck you.
I hope you get it clean, brother. I hope you get it clean, brother.
You hear me, Jewish boy? You're the devil. You and your people are the worst people on the fucking planet.
Then why are you wishing death upon a whole group of people and their genealogy? That's crazy, bro.
Can I get a moment, you guys?
Of course, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If someone interrupts you, it's not my fault.
Yeah. So the idea that you guys haven't seen Blood and Bones. Blood and Bones for me was a great movie. It was about black martial artists who did some shit, and they were going against, this white elite people who had mansions and.
Jew boy, die today.
So yeah, there was a part. There was a part of this movie.
Hell Hitler.
It was towards the end of this movie where the white man said, talked to a black martial artist who would kick his ass, said that you eat the crumbs off of my table. And I erect laws and shit that keep you guys down. And the black man in that conversation said, well, my dick is bigger. And when he said that, I thought to myself, that's not the same analogy. That doesn't coincide.
Why every time that you talk, it ends up being a black person problem?
Let me finish.
That's a weird.
When I heard that dialogue, and the black man said, well, I have a bigger dick, I thought to myself, but you're eating crumbs off this man's table, and he has all this.
So black man can't be smart, huh?
You have all these bodyguards around you, and you can't leave you're on his land, you're in his mansion, and you can't leave without him giving you permission to leave alive, but you thought that your dick size was the measure of what he said. And I was
I
just
like
like,
it when
LDC, little dick click, big size means nothing.
no, hold on, let me just
I like it when they talk about my
You're a weird bitch. Shut up.
Oh, you gotta move people. Who that Hebrews are like, wait.
Shut up, Jew boy. Shut up, Jew.
Wait, Kia, I'm sorry for muting you, but he needs to know the rules of the room.
I've told the rules to him 5 times, Brad.
Oh,
Don't get past 5 times.
You gotta tell him 6 times. No, I'm not talking to you, Kia.
The rules posted above. I don't know if you can read, but
He called you. Why you not sympathetic? So I'm going to tell him why I came down. So he's now in the audience. You can't call a woman the B word. You gotta respect the rules. You can say I should die, I should kill myself. All that's great. That's fine. Just don't say the B word. Go ahead, Kia.
So I was asking himself because the dialogue suggested that because he had a big dick and he said that he won the argument. And I was like, that's not winning the argument.
It is. If you put it in.
He owns everything. He owns everything. He also owns you. He also owns you, but you're emphasizing a dick size. And I'm like, that doesn't match up. That's not a correlation.
Big dick can change anyone's.
Can I finish? Because it's not a correlation, the white man actually just won that argument. But I think some people walked away from that argument by saying, yeah, the bigger dick rules. And I'm like, the bigger dick in that argument just didn't win that argument. He owns you, and you're eating breadcrumbs off of his fucking table, and you can't leave without him deciding whether you live or die, and you don't have any power. Your dick size means nothing in that arena. And that's how I saw it. And I was like, yeah, that just didn't fit. And I think the only people who that particular scene catered to are people who think the dick rules. And the dick just doesn't.
She's thinking about that dick a lot.
It just does not fit in the context. It's
not going to fit. Big dicks ain't never gonna fit exactly. You make room for that. You gotta spin.
Am I fitting King's mom because she got a big pussy?
No, he's in the audience, bro. Give him. I think he has a minute or 2 left for his punishment. Black women pussy smell like pork and beans. Well, he's down there. I'd like to read something for all of you, if you're interested. It's something called the Nicene Creed. Have you guys read the Nicene Creed? No. Yo, I got viewers here. Everybody was talking about angels. How about Gucci? Oh, shit. No, I missed it. That shit was crazy. That nigga was like, prove a cherub is an angel. That nigga had Dawn upset. Dawn is like, he's a second order of angel. Sure got heated. That shit. Yeah, bro, I missed it. I spent the entire day working, making sure I don't end up like King Kong, whose time is up. He can come up now. Oh, he left. Unfortunate. I was getting ready to kill myself.
Hello. I'm from London. I'm wondering what is the title of your room, Maine?
Hold on, speak English first. So it didn't matter.
Seeing during the bus stop.
Assisting? One assistant? Another one with a helpful service. Okay.
I mean, like, if I can't do it, I have somebody that'll do it for me anyway, but if I'd rather do it myself because I don't like bothering people, but if it's easy to do, I'll just do it.
Before that, you need to just cut the connection of the water supply in that wall.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know where the supply line is?
I know where the main one is outside, I think. Yeah, I can cut off the whole thing for the whole house, too.
Do you guys have a water tank on top of your house?
No.
So this supply is live, coming directly from the main
Yes.
main place. Oh, so that means the pressure is always 3 bar and the in the.
Yeah,
the
so
system.
I can cut it off for the whole house.
So you don't have that kind of thing like you'd have to put a water tank above your roof and the gravity do the thing. Okay, that's very sophisticated. That's very good.
Yeah.
You know what it means? That means your pressure inside that thing is 3 bar. And to maintain that kind of pressure, that means a lot of energy is required in that plant. And energy is getting fucking expensive.
Yeah. What is really cheap though here? I mean, my water and sewage bill is like $50 a month, maybe.
So let's say if you're living in the outback off the grid, then you need to have the water tanks above you.
I can imagine, yeah.
Off the grid, you just want the solar powers.
I'm sure people in those areas here must have different systems too. I'm sure they're not connected to. I mean, some people here, even rural areas that still look pretty populated, have cesspool systems. For the waste and stuff. They're not even connected to.
It's a septic tank, yeah. It's a septic tank.
So if you're really out there, I'm sure there's different things.
Bussy fucking got really got aroused by the word septic tank in your cigarette. Septic tank, and also you have another water tanks in the ground and one on the top of the building, and it's like 10,000 liters in the basement, 1,000 or 2,000 above your head, somewhere around like 12 to 13,000 water supply all the time, and you need to just the people who are living off the grid, they make sure they're pretty much near to the water source.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
In outback, that doesn't happen. That means they're buying the water tankers. It's amazing, like he just
out in the dark. He's bouncing around. I hate him going out in the dark, but my cat.
A cat.
You know what? No, because there was something out there that he was fighting with earlier. I heard him like that cat when they're fighting and he ran inside. No, he's not going out. He just needs to go to sleep.
There should be a different word for the male cats.
Oh, yeah.
Well, like it's the most gender neutral fucking animal in the world. Like cat. What cat? Male or female? Like there's a dog and a bitch. It's clear distinction.
Dogs, we don't really call the female. I mean, yeah, it's the term is there, but we don't really use it for female dogs.
Why? That's a bitch.
Yeah, because we just don't like. So nobody said like if I say, "Oh, you have a dog," they don't say, "Yeah, I got a bitch."
Well, I was in a veterinary clinic once, and my mate just came up. I was with the dog with my brother, and one of my mate has a bitch, and she just come up with like, "Hey, nice bitch." Two of the ladies that just look at me like, "Bitch, I was not calling you bitch." Fuck.
So was I calling you?
Probably some fucking muscle memory kind of fucking kicked in that. That's a nice bitch.
Talking about?
I don't know, this bitch hasn't been autistic.
Talking about the bitches.
Bitches be crazy. See, your husband is actually putting a lot of fucking force on that title, mate.
Girl, eat this pussy, girl.
Oh, there you are, Lucy. I was worried.
Come here.
What about what?
I thought she was like drowning in the bathtub.
Oh, why?
That would be such a great thing, wouldn't that be?
Fuck up, Cole.
Hey, you fucking die, bitch.
Bitch, eat my pussy.
You don't have a pussy.
Bitch, you want to see a room? You're fucking Indian.
You have a fucking dick memorial.
Bitch, you fucking swim in the Ganges River, you fucking damn cool all the fucking time.
Good evening. Daniel, can you please mute your mic? You got an automotive vehicle noise coming through.
Fuck up, you fucking pommy bastard.
This is fucking...
At home.
It's based on survival. That's the mechanism. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to trust your mental faculties for like what's good and bad. Because there is no objective means of good and bad, because it's just an illusion. Is that what you're trying to get lift off on premise two?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, what it turns into after that is that it's establishing the moral part, and of course the knowledge and the logical reasoning, and then it reaches an intermediate conclusion where it's just going based off of that. There's like this necessary cause and invariant grounding that makes these things possible, and then it goes into personal grounding where it brings up the same formula in terms of logic, and then based off of that final premise, it goes to the final conclusion based off of those factors. So basically, it's build up and support one another to reach that final conclusion. So, I mean, premise 2 and 3 basically intercorrelate pretty strongly, just same as the intermediate conclusion does to make that bridge.
Do you know what I think would make it easier? If you argue on the basis of logic, because logic makes reasoning possible.
Yeah, that might be the best.
And kind of go through the metaphysical route, because like a lot of atheists are not good at metaphysics. Like they use metaphysical language, but they don't have any like real understanding or real explanation of what undergirds the metaphysical truth. And like Christianity offers a lot to explain that. So, you want to get into categories of time, maybe mathematics. Technically, you can take mathematical language, and turn it into like an algorithm. And you can test to see that math is like true or false. That's maybe another way to go, but I would be studying up on that. Yeah, but going the metaphysical route on the basis of reasoning, and because I guess what is the foundation for reasoning in itself, right? And then reasoning yourself out of your beliefs, or reasoning yourself into atheism. I don't know. I'm just trying to give you some ideas, but I think you would have premise 1 I think is okay. Premise 2 is just you're not going to get lift off after that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you put in there instead?
I'm trying to consider, because there's many different ways I can explain it. I would say well, there's 3 different ways I can think of this. One is that it could be logical laws, such as the law of non-contradiction, and fundamental metaphysical principles, such as identity, distinction between truth and falsehood, are inescapably presupposed in all reasoning. It cannot be denied without self-refutation. That could probably be like a baseline. And then, since, this is more of a transcendental argument, we could put it more like any attempt to reason, deny, or question anything necessarily would presuppose invariant logical laws and a stable metaphysical structure, making their existence a precondition for the possibility of thought. Or I think the final way I could explain it is like the possibility of intelligibility, coherent thought, meaningful proposition, and rational inference requires the existence of universal, invariant, and necessary logical limits.
Yeah, that's you should do all of that, dude, to be honest. And the knowledge route is pretty good too, because yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I would go that route, dude. Is that it, or do you have like a third or fourth and a conclusion?
Well, there was like an intermediate conclusion, and then there was a third conclusion, but I would probably have to restructure it now that I'm going down a different route. I'd probably have to reconsider what my next premises would be.
What was the conclusion of this one? Just so I got the conclusion.
Conclusion is that therefore God exists as the necessary foundation of reality, knowledge, logic, and morality. I think is what it would be. Final conclusion, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're pretty close. Like I said, yeah, I don't see an issue with your first premise, just as long as you break out the training wheels, because obviously the Agrippa's trilemma is like the atheist argument, right? So if you're telling them that shit cuts both ways, motherfucker, and you're pretty much getting all of the foundational, propositional framework of that down in your first premise, and it avoids, the three horns, which I think that's what you're arguing for anyway. You're not really arguing for Christianity at this point. You're arguing for a God, correct? Yeah. So that breaks the whole dogmatic thing right there in itself. So, there you go. Yeah, you're in good hands.
Yeah, thank you, by the way, for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what their problem is, dude, but I think they heard these conversations so many times, and it's a lot of people don't, and I agree with you, a lot of people don't know how to use this argument properly, and they just say random fucking shit.
Well, the thing is that transcendental argument's so hard to structure, especially because, you have to put that up against multiple different types of philosophies, and then you have to take it from a naturalistic refutation, and it's to be able to argue out of that and to be able to prove your premises without even getting harassed is impossible. So it's a really hard argument to use, but it's a good one if you know how to do it correctly.
The best recommendation is try to make a formal, or if somebody wants to commit to a view, right, and that the transcendental argument is the answer to this, and that they're committed to whatever view, they're going to get completely destroyed by it. You say, hey, do you want to do a formal debate? I have a quick debate, style. It'll take me less than 10 minutes or 20 minutes. It doesn't even have to be that long. Quick opening statements. You got your premises locked and loaded right there. You can let the dude cross-examine you, then you cross-examine him, and then you just have the open discussion, do closing, and then you're done. It's usually the best way to do it. You can even run it this way. You can just run the whole argument, and if they reject it, you'd be like, okay, so let me adopt your worldview and just grant that atheism true. And then you can just start asking them questions off of the same stipulation of the arguments that you were given before. Well, how do you ground this? How do you avoid Agrippa's trilemma? And then you just point out all the arbitrary stop, the circular reasoning, and then, the dogmatism, which atheism is. It's a dogmatic view on the non-existence of God, even though they can't prove if one exists or not.
Well, that's because God is unfalsifiable. There's a reason for it, but,
Dude, that unfalsifiable stuff is nonsense, dude. I can prove that I don't have a giraffe in my fucking trunk right now. So is it unfalsifiable for you to know if I have a giraffe in my fucking trunk yet?
I don't know, shit. Apparently people know, that God doesn't exist. So, it could be anything, Regal. For all I know, shit, you know what? God exists.
Well, if you want to try, I'm not trying to make this a thing. I'm not trying to, bully anybody or do anything like that. I just wanted to kind of get out all the stipulation. But if you want to try your argument, right, and then, Necro's hearing a little bit about it. If you guys want to just do a quick one-on-one, maybe try to change your own premise to a little bit, come to a different conclusion, and just, I don't know, just get some practice in, Necro's a good dude. He seems to be a good interlocutor. Sorry, Necro, I just moved you down because I'm trying to get through this and just kind of demystify the belief here, and then, all that stuff. I'm not interested in being educated right now. No offense.
I understand. Maybe I just wasn't going into your script, but that's fine.
Well, I kind of have sort of a different. I have something a little bit better.
Sure.
I believe I heard most of it. but
Oh no, this is a new one.
okay.
It's edited. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
By the way, as far as the transcendental argument, there's a discussion that Matt Slick had with Alex Malpass. I recommend you watch it if you are interested in discussion regarding the transcendental argument.
Let's see. Oh man. All right, let's try this. All right.
And what kind of argument is it? Is this one?
It's basically transcendental, based on like intelligibility. Yeah. Okay. Premise 1: the possibility of intelligibility. Example: meaningful thought, rational inference, a truth, a valuable proposition. Requires the existence of necessary, invariant, and non-contingent conditions that make such intelligibility possible. Premise 2: logical laws, non-contradiction, identity. As an example, fundamental metaphysical structures are not merely observed, but are necessarily presupposed in any act of reasoning, denial, or skepticism. To deny them is to rely on them, resulting in performative self-refutation. Premise 3: these necessary and invariant conditions cannot be brute facts, since unintelligible facts cannot ground intelligibility, nor contingent features of reality, so they could have otherwise been undermining necessity, nor human constructs, as they are presupposed prior to and independent of human thought. Intermediate conclusion: therefore there exists a necessary, non-contingent, and intelligible ground of reality that accounts for the preconditions of intelligibility. Premise 4: the ground of intelligibility must be universal, meaning it can apply anywhere. Invariant, unchanging across time and circumstance. Normative, prescribing how reasoning ought to occur, not just how it does. Unified, so not a collection of disconnected abstract objects, which themselves require a grounding. Premise 5: only a mind-like personal reality can ground normativity. Laws that are prescribed rather than merely describe. Account for intentionality, aboutness of thoughts and truth, and provide a unified source of logical and metaphysical coherence. Impersonal or abstract entities, lack of causal power, unity, explanatory sufficiency. Final conclusion: therefore, the necessary ground of intelligibility is best understood as a personal, necessary, omniscient, and rational being who would serve as a precondition for logic, metaphysics, and rational thought itself.
So, that was a lot of to go through. Sounds very similar to Matt Slick's transcendental argument. But you made a statement about that I always thought intelligibility must be universal to everywhere. When you say intelligibility, are you just talking about coherence of thought?
Slava Serbia!
So, first thing you're asking for a definition. So, intelligibility is simply, this is going to be detailed, but it's just the property of reality that would make it possible for thoughts, things, and to be understood. So, like, evaluation of true or false, and like a connection through some sort of rational inference, basically, is what it
paradise.
Yeah. So, so basically, are you the laws of logic or logic as a concept?
Just like the world, like being structured in such a way that these things are possible. So, this could be, it can be like, thoughts being meaningful, statements being true or false, logic actually working, connections between the real and understandable. Just things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, to me, the reason I think this is important is because logic is something that has changed. It's been understood by all logicians is that it's a synthetical function.
Sorry, I don't want to break the conversation. I just want to read it. Are you colored Christian or are you white? Or are you Really, really.
Thank you, Rico.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, I just think the reason why I think it's important is because to say intelligibility must apply to everywhere, to say that our thoughts are always going to be understood the same way when logic does vary different in our understanding based on culture. And that's one of the reasons why logic has, changed, because we found it to be faulty. And so, especially think it's devastating for God, because if God is the person who programmed our logic, then God gave us essentially faulty programming with us being able to have intelligibility. So.
I kind of get where you're going, but could you break that down a little more simply, so I can kind of see if the thought collected a little more?
Yeah, so like specifically though, there's been various different systems of logic that have been evaluated, and so like it's one of the ways we've improved upon it. We've understood different fallacies, we've understood different rules of inference to perfect upon our current thinking. And so essentially logic, essentially has changed. And so if we just say intelligibility, to say that it must be applied to everywhere, well, for it to be understood, yeah, but understood is something that is contingent upon what kind of minds that we're able to understand as rational agents, really.
Okay. I mean, I would say that, you said that logic has changed over time, so this intelligibility is like contingent almost on a human mind. Is kind of like where it sounds, unless I'm wrong.
So it specifically is contingent upon a rational agent. So
would that be a human? Would that be a human?
I mean, in our universe it is, but essentially you could have where it's like any sort of cognitive, like there's, for example, AI, which can have artificial thoughts. So any sort of mind, but any sort of mind is particularly that's rational. It would have to apply for it to be understood.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to take a minute to respond to all of that, because you did say a lot, and there was a lot of things I want to point out. Is if that's going to be the case, then that only works if logic equals human systems of logic. So the way that I would have to respond to this is that logic hasn't changed, the models that it has. So what actually changed over time was our awareness of fallacy, our precision of reasoning, and our formal system. So like from symbolic logic, model logic, things of that nature, etc., etc. But the underlying logical laws, like law of identity or law, and I mean, you kind of said that we improve logic, and that already assumes that there's a correct versus incorrect way to reason, right? And that there's a standard independent of us that we are getting closer to. So otherwise, improvement would just equal meaningless. So, I mean, it kind of, your argument actually depends on objective intelligibility. And as we know, intelligibility is not equal to what humans have to understand, right? And intelligibility is not what's dependent on human mind, right? It's what makes human understanding possible. So in other words, mind doesn't create intelligibility, minds participate or access it, right? And then my last point is that, you kind of said basically along the lines of contingent minds can't ground a necessary law, right? You said, I think, well, understanding depends on the kind of minds we have. But my argument, right, is about what must be true prior to any mind successfully reasoning at all, right? Even if humans reason differently, right, any rational agent must still obey coherence, identity, and non-contradiction. Otherwise, right, they aren't reasoning. So, you're kind of like confusing or evolving description of logic with logic itself. And I think that the very idea of improvement, right, which you mentioned a little bit earlier, presupposes an invariant logical form, which is exactly what
And what I mean by improve is because of the fact that we test, whether thoughts or things are internally consistent with reality. And so, for example, logical fallacies, essentially, these are things that are shown that lead to thoughts that are inconsistent. So, that's essentially how we measure whether thoughts are rational or whether they're not, is because, and the reason why we say they're rational is because if they were not rational, then all of our thoughts would be, unintelligible. So.
Well, I mean, I think, how would I put this? I'm trying to think here. Just trying to consider everything that you said. I
think essentially, to me, what you're doing is no offense, but basically what you're doing is a reification, where basically that if I have a concept of something, it is super compartmentalized, some sort of external, reality outside our universe for us understanding, having a concept of something like that. That seems to be what is the fallacy you're going into.
Well, Necro, if that's the case, then I'll turn your point into a support. You said, quote, if they were not rational, then all of our thoughts would be unintelligible. So this is exactly what my premise says, right? The possibility of rationality already presupposes an invariant logical structure, right? So you just unintentionally admitted that without a grounding, thinking itself would collapse. That's exactly what my premise says. So you're agreeing to my premise. You are agreeing to what I'm arguing.
So as far as an underlying logical process that's external to us, I don't see how that follows. Because, unintelligibility, that is something that we can recognize as rational agents, because it's the way we know that, that it's the way we understand anything. If we, the reason why, for example, the law of identity, if you were to ask me why is it that it applies, is because if A was not identical to A, then, it would be something that wouldn't, that our thoughts would be, that would not be meaningful in any way, because, for anything that is could also not be what it is, which is something that's cognitively, it's cognitively meaningless.
This is kind of what's going to go into precondition and application, right? And then that's where it's going to, go down that road. And I don't know if you want to go down that route with me, Necro, but essentially the point would just be that, with the precondition application being considered, right? We kind of come to this standpoint where even if all human reasoning were, it's some sort of fallacy, right? The laws of logic would still exist because they're what makes reasoning, even if it's a bad reasoning possible. But there's many things that you said that kind of agree to my point unintentionally. So it's kind of is it kind of going to come to this standpoint?
Well, I agree that logic is a substance, but it's just something that doesn't exist external to minds that are able to construct logical forms that, that they're necessarily descriptive, and description depends upon a mind.
Well, what was that last part?
Descriptions depend upon mind.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so for example, just any sort of laws that have to do with, in academia, or just in any sort of basic theory, laws are things that we create in order to describe, what happens basically. And so if we say that, the laws of logic essentially explain how thoughts work, basically, that, A must be identical to A, that, either it is either A or not A, it's, both cannot be true, that A cannot also not be not A.
I mean, would you agree on this statement? Because you kind of already agree with half of this, but would you say that the scriptures depend on minds and that logic would also depend on a mind?
Well, I would say logic does depend upon mind.
Okay. So, I mean, that's perfect, because to even form that statement, right, you would presuppose an intelligibility, and not only that, but you would also propose a very logical structure, right? And if logic, well, hold on. And if logic, really depended on a contingent mind, right, then any statement, including that point, right, would fail to make sense. So, I mean, that's an interesting part of it. And I'm going to agree, the scripture, of course, does depend on the mind, but the underlying logical and metaphysical structure of it doesn't depend on the mind at all. That's completely separate.
Hold on a second. So, I mean, I would agree it does depend upon me speaking. I mean, that's, I think, therefore I am. So.
Regal, how do you think this is going, man?
No, you guys are doing pretty good. You're asking all the right people. You're both asking all the right questions. I say keep it going. It's not boring me, man. You guys are doing pretty good.
Yeah. So I mean, essentially, I think I exist. If I were to say I don't exist, it would be cognitively meaningless, because I exist. It exists in the very sentence I don't exist, and so the thought is completely unintelligible.
I mean, you brought up the point. I think, therefore I am. It's kind of like, you're kind of just saying that your own thinking proves your own existence, basically. I presume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's Descartes, going all the way back to Descartes. It's like, even if everything else in my mind, like what I'm experiencing, isn't real, and I'm being fooled by an evil demon, like in Descartes' thought experiment, then I must exist, because, I would have to exist in order for it to fool me.
Well, would you say that it proves that the laws of logic themselves depend on you as the thinker?
Not me specifically.
Okay.
Just any sort of mind that can be able to form sentences and thoughts. That's essentially why I say that logic is a function of language, because language is something that we use to describe how things work, and we use the concepts from language to be able to.
This is kind of where, like, Christian, I'm just trying to say, like, try to push for the Agrippa's trial, look for the circularity, or the dogmatic, or the personal axiom stuff, and try to apply it. Well, it's like Necro already knows what these things are, right? He said he knew it himself. So this is why I was trying to get you brushed up a little bit on this, because he's kind of running into a couple of circularities here, if you ask me. But I don't know if you're picking up on it.
Well, I would admit, if you just let me ask me, language is completely circular, and it's dependent upon minds that can be able to functionally understand language. The meaning of words that are being projected into the ether.
Yeah, but that's not being patched for you. That's basically you're basically biting the bullet right now and saying it's circular, whereas on Christian's paradigm, it's not circular. Like, he's avoiding I'm not trying to tell him verbatim like exactly what it is. I want him to kind of figure it out himself.
Well, I don't know how anybody avoids Agrippa's trilemma, but essentially, people think it's a gotcha, basically, or before. I don't know if that's what you're saying.
No. It's something that totally cuts both ways. If you get what I'm saying.
Well, I would agree it does cut both ways, but you said the Christian has a way out of a group's trilemma, right?
He's basically he's basically grounding all of this in like some sort of a God concept.
Well,
that right there it stops. I mean, and he's not being dogmatic about it. He's not claiming this is the God of the Bible.
Sagan one time said, if we're gonna, be courageous and scientific, then we could ask, where did God come from, and if this is self-correcting.
I didn't say if it was self-correcting. I asked you if it can prove itself.
Yes, definitionally it does. It does.
It does with no explanation.
It's completely self-explanatory.
I don't know, man. I don't believe in self-explanatory or self-evident.
Okay.
But you don't see a personal axiom right there.
What?
You don't think that would be a personal axiom right there? An arbitrary stop, in other words? You don't think it deserves like further investigation?
I think specifically that self-evident, or anything that's, an axiom that must be demonstrated that it could not have been otherwise.
No, I asked you a question. Yes, does it warrant further explanation and investigation or not?
So are we getting into contingency or to PSR?
Well, we're just avoiding one of the horns of the Griffith's trilemma is what I'm saying.
Right, I understand that. And I mean, to me, I've already bitten the horn by saying that I agree that there's some things that I have that don't have any sort of external justification.
Sure, fair enough.
So, I mean, if you wanted to ask me that, whether or not there are things I have that have no external justification, I would say yes. And one of those is the laws of logic, is that I don't have an external justification other than the fact that they simply are the only way that thoughts are demonstrated to work and could not.
I mean, you have to presuppose the laws of logic in order to use the scientific method. And when I ask you, well, how would you know that? Why wouldn't you just simply say the foundation of the scientific method is the laws of logic? But then, again, it's just going to pose an arbitrary stop. What would be the next explanation for, the logic?
Well, I think I just think that saying the scientific method's foundation of logic is completely moot because everything that's our conceptual is based on our logical principles.
Okay.
I mean, that's necessarily the case if we accept identity to be able to understand all concepts as being meaningful. That red must be red must be red.
Oh, so now things have purpose now? I thought it was all accidental.
Again, its identity is what it is. That red can't not be red, right? That it must be red.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So, functional to language definitions that things, must be what they are.
Carlos.
Good morning. Well, it's
morning for me anyway. How's it going, guys?
Hey Carlos, hi Rob, hey Deepak.
Agree with the self-evident truths. So what?
One of those critiques we got the God view as well, so.
Yeah, good.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rob is posing something interesting here because, like, Necro was making this claim earlier, and I'm like, well, you'll reject that because I was basing this on like if you were an atheist and you wanted evidence for God, but the only evidence that you're gonna get for God is the kind of evidence that you can show other people, what would that be?
Yeah, I was answering that.
Later in the question, later on, like, you know, we're talking about self-evident things, and I'm asking him, well, would that be a good argument that God is self-evident? It's like, well, no, it's not going to be a good argument, I think.
I mean, I told you if you had a way of showing God was yeah. I mean, essentially, like, to me, the way I see it is just that, like, what I consider things that I don't have any sort of justification for, otherwise what you would call axioms. These are things that simply are, you know, evident in the case that I can't see any other way that they could have, where they would not be the case. So, like, for example, mathematics. You know, it's demonstrable that if I hold up 2 stones and I put it next to 2 stones and I count them, I'm always going to get 4. Like, there's no other way. I'm going to get 5 or 6.
And in action plane. The point is, president presupposed certain things. And the laws of logic seem to apply to others as much as to anything else. So they seem to be intrinsic in reality, as far as we can tell. It's not the case that God has got another point at the same time, the same way. So God is bound by the seemingly same laws as atheists. Atheist is in a hybrid position, I think, is the main point.
Yeah, well, and I also pointed out earlier that I think that the problem, I mean, essentially was saying that logic is something that, or intelligibility is something that, you know, is universally applied, is because our understanding of intelligibility, you know, varies from, you know, if you go throughout different cultures, they have different ways of understanding things, you know, different systems of logic, and ultimately, I mean, logic has changed because it is something that's, you know, we have not, and probably never will perfect.
Funerals aren't cheap in China. Burying a loved one can cost nearly half the average annual salary. I'm Yannick Bouchard, the Australian's North Asian correspondent, and I'm here in Hebei province in the north of China, and I'm looking for a car. Not just any car, not even a real car, but a car that someone is going to buy and burn this weekend ahead of the upcoming festival of Qingming. We're talking about an illegal trade that is flourishing just outside of Beijing. Inside shops, just like this one, paper replicas of luxury cars, computers, gold bars, and even villas are available for purchase, all of it to be set alight as offerings to the dead. You're wondering why? Well, this weekend marks the start of a festival when millions of Chinese families honor their ancestors by cleaning graves and leaving behind offerings of food, tea, and wine. For many, especially the elderly and those from rural areas, this includes burning fake bundles of money and elaborate paper replicas of worldly goods. Except doing this is technically illegal. China banned the sale of these paper replicas in 2012, but it wasn't enforced, not heavily. And now, inspections are routine. In the meantime, it's still possible to buy a paper Lamborghini for the right price. It seems this ancient tradition won't be extinguished so easily.
Well, I think essentially it is something that's a necessary precondition, but it's like, to me, it's, you know, I mean, essentially logic is a necessary precondition because if they did not apply, then, you know, it thought things could be what they are and also simultaneously not be what they are. You know,
I'm willing to give you an hour of my time for free on me. Why is a guy like me who's done 2 billion in sales, $1 billion in exits, raised hundreds of millions,
like,
I'm number one
I could be here talking to you right now, and I could also not be here talking to you right now.
Do you think you need the laws of logic to know that you exist?
I mean, yeah, they must be necessarily applicable.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, to me, they're necessarily applicable.
Well, I know I exist because I have experience. I can just refer to my first-person subjective experience. I don't need to know anything else. I don't need to know about laws of logic. I can still know that I exist.
It just reduces to the argument that, like, I don't need to ground logic. I can just use logic, and because it works, therefore it's true. It's kind of
American strongman Humphrey took a 104-pound cannonball to the stomach and walks to AIC after some powerful forged his iron graphic fence. Frank trained by hitting the stomach with an iron ball, starting with 1,000 hits a day, and slowly building up to tens of thousands. Several men took turns swinging 300 at his stomach. Then you let people jump onto his stomach. Heavyweight boxing champion Justin Australia. We raised what we decided, Dave. So how do you see
exactly how habitable it is and how there's trees, grass, and everything happens perfectly normal here. This is cool. This is actually cool. It's trees.
Well, just the laws of logic, etc., seem to apply to everything. I'm not sure to this whole thing of presupposing that there's a view that is not something else that exists and not exists. And we see that in the case or something. I think pretty much any of these things that we make an insurance with. Oh, by the way, like logic is like, look, one of the insurance clients, something we're not being insurance presuppose something else. I don't know how you sort of get out of that. And it applies just as much to God or to the God believer as it does to the atheist or anybody else.
You saying any utterance? Sorry, any utterance does what?
I mean, I think there's some form of logic in the background. We want to intelligent if you're not just saying Hollywood, then we don't really understand what you're saying.
But if it is imposed on us,
we're not free.
For the next 20, 25 years, it's absolutely vital for us because the Straits of Hormuz, which is the entrance to the Persian Gulf, is our jugular vein. We live by that. And furthermore, our forces which are there are not just for the Persian Gulf. They're just stations there. They could serve in any direction. Nobody could invade us without being forced to crush us.
Regards to the utterance.
What I'm saying is, like, how do you identify that I am without the, you know, the identity?
Ron, what were the shows that you've done in New York? Name one or two for
I was in Canada, Catherine Cornell, and I was in Eagle Rampant, the Tallulah Bankhead, and
I remember Mama.
by Sophie Rosenstein, and
Oh, truck blanket.
Oh yeah, truck blanket thing.
That's good enough. How you turn your head, boss?
Sure.
No, yeah.
Experience and the same way, etc. That all presupposes like some sort of logical foundation background.
Thank you for the statement.
No, but when you say having an experience, there's a presupposition that you're having some state of feeling and not something else at the same time that's contradictory to that. So all these utterances and this background of, hey, there's a level of identity or contradiction at the very least in the these things are happening in the background and make that difference. There's a presupposition that you're having some experience and not something else, or you're not having. It's not a case that you're having an experience and not an experience at the same time. So all of that is like just built into basically all the utterances, as far as I can tell, at least. I mean, there might be a few utterances where they aren't, but those ones are.
Do you agree that you don't?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that there was
No, I've not been charged with that. Nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about was the newspaper reporters in the hall.
Experience, then that's all I need. Like,
you can presuppose the laws of logic in the background to make an email from our experience, or correct, and that experience being connected to you.
I don't know. Does that sound like it? I think it is.
Let's see.
Put it away for a second. Yeah.
Are you serious? Alright! Say the same thing. All of that presupposes logic to make the statement. But I don't need to make the statement.
Yeah, but if you're not making the statement, do you think that you're having an experience that is intelligible to you?
Oh, no!
If it to be intelligible, it makes it also logical. There's something going on that is because if you're having experience or not having experience, it's not clear that you've been towards what's going on there.
Well, I'm saying that experience, which you agree is not presupposed, is self-evident truth, right? The self-evident truths don't need to be justified. This is their office, man. You just have an experience. He's enormous.
Like it would when stalking a seal. My scent is strongest at the weakest point. It's systematically trying from all angles. One of the few animals that actually feed off the food. But there's those isolated
How do you know that experience you're having is
I have some friends that run a clinic down in Tijuana. So my first trip, I did one of the best.
Yeah, but for something to happen, you still got to like unpack what's happening, right? If you were just bombarded by like all kinds of things at the same time, you couldn't make sense of it. Imagine like the experience of like just eating you and not
Single guy hack. Never cook or order takeout after work again. This service called Cook Unity has eliminated my takeout urges because whether I'm
I have it on video. Hey, Shmuley is as high as a fucking pig. Here he is, right on camera.
It could be the case that you're having an experience and not having an experience.
I'm not sure when it comes to that doesn't even sound intelligible or coherent.
If you check this and say, look, these are the rules of logic. Having an experience that seems to like smuggle in logic, i.e., that you're having an experience, you're having an experience and not an experience at the same time. So you say, I'm having an experience, even if you don't say the words out loud, you're presupposing something's happening there and not something else at exactly the same time. It's negation.
If you are looking for a piano in the Chicagoland area, you're searching maybe we have built a clearance list of fine pianos to further consider for your home. Click the Learn More button to see the most popular pianos.
This man developed symptoms of rage.
A man has been sentenced to 4 years in prison for assaulting a woman while she was face hunting Baron Trump. Here's what happened. A 22-year-old Russian man in the...
Craving steak?
Tiffany likes servants.
Yes, I've got a garden boy and a house girl. She's living on the premises. They each got their own room. And they seem to be quite happy.
Are you paying them monthly fee or?
Yes, they get paid monthly and then every week they get food, meat and lemons, soap and sugar and
For this one, I'm going to pay 2 months.
To make sense of what this is.
You said at least 10 months. Are you satisfied? Yeah, satisfied. Where are you living now?
Now you can't make sense of reality. Yeah. What you think is what is in fact going on. So it's just the logic and the case that you're just not having an experience.
Yes. So you're living here alone now?
Yes. Why not a project
So I say I'm peaceful right now because I like the stage I like.
Do
you think you'll ever reach it? Yeah, reach it.
We've built up our home in this country and we like it. It's an absolutely wonderful country. And why should we just hand it over to the black Africans when we've worked so hard to accomplish everything that we have?
Something that can't be denied because I'm having it. And I'm just appealing to the thing that I can't deny that I'm having. There's no logic there. It's just experience. And maybe
My understanding when the search warrants were effective in your case, they did find an awful lot in the crawl space of your home, did they not?
Well, yeah, I was offered to sell them the house. I thought there was nothing down in the crawl space. I had never had any qualms about them going down in the crawl space.
Well, how many bodies were located on the property and where?
To my understanding, there was a total of 29 bodies, 28 bodies were found on the property. 26, 27 were under the house.
And the rest exists.
One was under the driveway, one was under the garage. So that makes a total of 29.
To sort of, if I was trying to gain the knowledge from the logic, I would probably agree with what you're saying. But because I'm not doing that, or not trying to do that, I'm just gaining the knowledge from my experience. I could use logic to describe what's happening. You know, describe the experience.
Oh,
motherfuckers volunteering to screw things up all by themselves. One loud dipshit at a time, doing the control work for free.
The experience isn't, but the experience itself, when you want to make sense of the experience, is based on logic. Because the world itself, 4500s, you think you have the typical experience of not something else.
Persian.
What is it?
A ver. Ah. We're going to show you a photograph of a 100-year-old fresco in Spain of Jesus.
Oh, how are you doing today? Good. You making any money today? Asking people for money?
Outside.
Very clear about the humanitarian for the United States. Get back to fatherland. Are you going to go back to the United States?
I don't have go back though.
You don't have the papers?
Yes, I don't have mother too.
What you got today?
That's my daughter, this is who
With Vietnam's approval, Miss Mines applied to go to the United States and search for her children's father.
Sue anyone for it.
For 41 years I've been coaching and have been out on 25 final games. And the protocol is before the game you meet the head court. Anybody ever seen that before? Two coaches meet the head court and they shake hands.
Are you British woman?
If logic is just a language which
Hello,
I take it to be just a language that is man-made, I don't need to presuppose language to do any of that. That's where I'm at. I mean, I think we at least agree that experiences are presupposed. I don't know.
That's not a point of contention.
No, I'm just going over the things that we experiences themselves are presupposed. They're presupposed.
We have experiences. Because it could be if we have experience, right?
Well, to ask that question is to ask if you exist.
Hey, can I talk to you about this?
He'll be with you in just 1 minute.
Right. At the same time, all right. Like intelligent.
Hello.
It's intelligent. The experience of existing in one existence without saying the words is not like a
Just changed. Out here, survival isn't a choice.
By coming here, you get the spirit of the chance to make responsibility on my stairs to Russia in 1994.
It's just built into the background for that experience to be intelligible to you.
And she told us that she is going to. That she's going to come in here to Chicago. You said you were cast to play the cable guys. That was a movie that every comedian wanted to do.
Yeah,
it's really good. It's good. Okay. Well,
Park out the liberals and then north side of Chicago, like the Union Train, all this location right here. This is our village.
Did you really want to charge to use toilets on my place? Yes or no? Yes. Not because I want the money. Give the money away to charity. I want to be able to serve you 3 toilets. I can be ready to 2 toilets at the back of the train. I can get 6 extra seats. 6 extra seats. I can lower everybody's airfare by another 5% all year round. Did you want to make some passengers stand on planes to fit more people in? How would you? Yes. How safe is that? Very safe. What we wanted to do is take over the last 10 rows of seats. Wait for it. Take over the last 10 rows of seats. Guaranteed it will stand, and we have a standing cabin and a sitting cabin. It's actually €25 to stand in the cabin. I guarantee you will stay in that standing cabin.
Experience
no. The experience itself, did you make sense of the experience? I suppose that's how you would think.
I can describe that in a way that could be logically coherent. The description
AI used to. That the information is required, are we agreed? At the very least, all of us. Information is required for you to make sense of an experience. However you want to phrase information, taking in of data in some way or other is required, yes?
That comes from the experiences which is not presupposed.
Correct, but that data has built into it something that you're both receiving that data, because otherwise you could say, well, I'm receiving it and I'm not receiving it. Well, this data is both data and, I don't know.
My wife's been missing for a week. Please tell me it's like something.
It's just like it appears to be seamlessly happening in the background when it cries for being hungry or whatever. There's some experience that's having there. No.
Isn't that just proving my point then? If a baby,
it's built in there. It's like it seems to be part of reality is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so then so the baby doesn't presuppose logic then, does it?
No, but logic is built in. The baby doesn't presuppose it because it's just built in. So we have to figure it out later on, but it's built into all of these things to make sense. Because otherwise the baby will be crying when it's hungry but not hungry at the same time.
So
what does that mean to us?
Do you think that logic is something that is invented or something that's discovered? I guess you say it's discovered, right?
Yeah. I think as far as I can tell, it's like built into the fabric of reality.
Okay, well, I think that's where we ultimately disagree, because I think that logic is something that's invented. If it's a language, then it's definitely invented.
So prior to humans, could the sun, a star be a star and not a star at the same time in the same way?
Before human beings.
Yeah, before humans quite invented language, the universe existed prior to human beings, yes? With stars and planets and whatever else.
So could the world exist without anything to describe it? Yes.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, could the sun, the physical entity at the center of our solar system, could that both exist and not exist at the same time in the same way prior to any humans ever existing?
So prior to any humans existing means to say that there are no descriptions.
Yes, but there's a reality, right?
Yeah, there's a reality.
Right. So we're just using language to describe the reality. I'm referring to the thing at the center of the universe. Could that thing both exist and not exist in the same way at the same time prior to any humans?
Well, obviously, there's a reality about the objects that exist in reality, sure, but the descriptions, obviously, humans would be required to make.
I understand that for the descriptions. I'm asking you about the thing to which the description refers.
Yeah, there's a reality about whether the sun
is that reality something where, one example, the sun exists but doesn't exist at the same time? Do you think that's the case in reality prior to humans?
Well, I think that there are some things in reality that can exist and not exist at the same time, like phenomena at the quantum scale.
Well, I'm asking about the sun, so I'm not even asking about trying to bring up other examples.
No, I get what you're saying, but it's just that, there is a reality. There are things
Are you in Disneyland?
Oh, it does exist. Okay, can it exist and not exist? That's a secondary
Are
question.
you in Disneyland this week?
These are ways to describe things, and we can describe things at the macro scale, and we can describe things at the quantum scale. And if you describe them at the quantum scale, then you ask me this secondary question: can a particle exist and not exist?
I'm not
once there is something that exists, and we can describe it in a way that it can't exist, not exist.
It's not just about description.
But there is a reality about the sun or whatever you're trying to pick out.
That
There is a
reality,
reality. It exists.
yes, it exists, but you agree that when it exists, it's not that it doesn't exist at the same time in the same way, yes?
Well, yeah, it was just saying, like, the use of the law of identity.
Yes, correct, but we don't have to make the utterance about it, is the point. That thing exists. That thing exists.
Things can exist without ways to describe it, yes.
Yeah, but it's the case that the thing that exists doesn't exist at the same time. That's not the case, is it? It's the fact that thing exists.
Yeah.
Right, if that thing exists, then there's going to be something that seems to make it the case that exists.
Reality.
Yeah, but there's something in reality that makes it exist, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it could exist and not exist, whatever that's supposed to be. I don't know how that would be, what that would look like. Unintelligible to me, at least.
Well, I mean, I think quantum mechanics is unintelligible, but it's the reality seems to make that happen just fine. And obviously, when we talk about things at the quantum level, and I know you think this is a complicated discussion, but I think that, like, if we try to apply classic logic to phenomena and observations at the quantum scale, classic logic isn't going to be sufficient. And then we need to come up with a new language where
That's debatable, apparently.
some kind of
Philosophers debate whether quantum mechanics in any way violates certainly the law of identity or non-contradiction, maybe the excluded middle. I mean, maybe there's
it's just like it's a parrot, it's just a form of parrot consistent logic where you can have some kind of contradiction, but it doesn't like collapse the whole thing, like explosion. Like
there is something like fundamental about identity and non-contradiction, regardless of whether it's quantum mechanics or the sun or anything else, whether humans exist or not.
It doesn't violate the law of excluded middle either.
I was just being charitable that it might do. I thought there was some debate about it.
So what do you mean, Keeper? It doesn't really violate the law of exclusion. What it does is it just comes up with a different ontology of things that exist, right? And with respect to that ontology, there's no proposition that violates the law of exclusion. I guess I wasn't trying to pick out the law of exclusion specifically. What I was saying is that the classic laws of logic don't apply as observations. That's the only possible candidate. Like the other two certainly apply. What I was saying.
Yeah, even though it moves around, it's measured in one space. So they'll say, yeah, it's here and there, but when they measure it, it doesn't violate the law of non-contradiction. So it's in one place when they measure it. Even though it's probably dancing everywhere, but when they measure it, it follows the laws.
Yeah, so you're saying when you like collapse the wave function, then you can describe it with classic logic, but to understand it before that, you can't use classic logic. No, you can.
No.
Well, no. Like, look, the idea is that like what the thing that exists isn't like the particle that you're imagining. The thing that exists is something called a wave function, right? Like it's just a field that like theoretically covers all of space and time, right? And so, that the wave function obeys all the three laws. No, the wave function, the thing that exists before the measurement, exists. I mean, it doesn't violate any of the laws, right? So, I mean, I thought that was the whole point of Schrodinger's cat, like the thought experiment. The cat's both alive and dead at the same time. Right. So yes, exactly. So well, it's not that it's both alive and dead at the same time. It exists in a state, right? That like it's in a state of superposition, right? Which isn't dead and isn't alive, right? It's in some sense a combination of the two states. Yeah, that's what I kind of meant. It's both alive and dead at the same time. Okay. Well, not quite. It's certainly not the case that it's both dead and not dead. Well, the reason it's relevant is because what you can't say is that it's both alive and not alive. That would just be wrong. That attempt to like formulate it as a contradiction is just wrong.
It's just in a state, right, that you can understand as a sort of combination of dead and alive. It's like, okay, look, there's no, look, if I have like chocolate ice cream and I have vanilla ice cream, and then I come up with a new flavor that's just like a swirl of chocolate and vanilla together, right? It's not, you can't just say, oh my god, I created a contradiction. It's both white and not white, right? No, it's the third kind of thing. It's it's a combination. That's roughly analogous to what happens in quantum mechanics.
Yeah. But like my understanding is that like it's like described by using like quantum logic. Quantum logic is something very novel. Is that right?
Right. So what's happening with quantum logic? I think, I don't know. I think this is just a misunderstanding of what. So quantum logic is just like an efficient, like, way to talk about quantum mechanics, right? So in other words, like, if you really want to like describe a system in terms of like particles and so on, right? Like, and not like describe it in terms of wave functions, then you can read it. But like, I think it's some kind of paradigm system logic. That's right. Yeah.
That was my point. It's a different system, whereas obviously classic logic doesn't use paradigms. It's not paradigms.
Right, but it's described. Okay, but it's a different system of logic that's describing the state of affairs in terms of entities that don't actually exist. Right. The only entities that exist in quantum in quantum mechanics are the wave functions, right? And so if you want to do the logic to describe the properties of the wave function, right, it roughly would obey the laws of classical logic. Quantum logic is just a sort of, you can think of it as a sort of approximation that you can use so that you can describe the system as if there's no wave functions, just particles.
Yeah, I mean there are other systems too that aren't like paraconsistent, like non-atheism, for instance.
Yeah, I think those kind of challenges are actually harder. Yeah, look, those are actually harder challenges to there actually might be reasons to think that at least one of the classical laws isn't like an absolute law, right? Like if you take the liar sentence, like, is it true or false? Some people want it, like, there's plausible reason to think that it's just neither, but yeah, I mean,
isn't that more of like a semantic thing? It's not clear that there's something in reality that we can point to that violates it, but like the liar sentence, if that's true, that's like a semantic, violation of a contradiction rather than something in reality.
I think that's actually not a terrible response. I mean, I kind of think something like that is. I haven't like thought enough about it to like know what my view is on this, but like, I think that's like something that you could say. Yeah. I think some like, but I think if you like in response to that, people have come up with like other examples that are kind of harder to dismiss in the same way. I forgot the exact example. If you're really interested, I can try to take it out. It's somewhere in the SCP article. Yeah, I don't know. Some examples that like it's harder to say that
maybe there is an example in reality something that violates the logic.
Do you guys ever seen eigenstates?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's like a macro level quantum system. So like you don't have to actually like use a microscope to see it. You can actually see it up close and personal, and it's like it's exhibiting superpositional properties. They're called eigenstates. I can look it up to get more precise.
What does that show?
Just that the classical world could exhibit like properties of the non-classical world.
Okay.
I don't think, from what I remember, Deepak, like, or Rob, I thought it was like some classical rule of communitarity or something, not like one of the big three.
I mean, yes, it's true that
Commutativity or something. Commutativity, is that something?
That's not like really a law of logic, right?
No, right, yeah.
It's like a law of classical physics that, like, quantum.
Liam, is that right?
You're talking about quantum logic?
Yes.
Yeah, so quantum logic doesn't have things like like in classical logic, you have associativity. So you have P and Q Q or S, like in parentheses, you can distribute. You have P and Q.
Let's get back to the point Rob was making. Go ahead, Rob. Get back to the point because
He is on point. CM is on point.
Okay, I'm saying,
believe me,
regarding what you guys were
I
talking
just want to get back to the conversation.
regarding what you guys were talking about, like quantum, like whether it's violating logic, I mean, we don't absolutely know for certain. Although most people think it doesn't. Like again, something like superposition is really it's epistemological. It's not that the particle or whatever is literally here and there at the same time. One, you can describe it two ways. It's either it's because it's not a particle, it's like a wave, or it's like you're just describing when you write it as a superposition of things. You're just describing like the possibilities it could be. It's not that it's literally both at the same time. It's like an epistemological barrier, not an ontological.
Well, this is actually partly the spirit.
It's some interpretations.
Right?
It's ontological.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
In Copenhagen, the questions even make sense. You can't even ask anything.
That's true.
Until the measurement's made. And then in all the other interpretations of quantum mechanics, except for not except for all the other ones, including many worlds, including Bohmian mechanics, for example, the particles do have positive, definite momentums and things. It's just again, it's in many worlds. It's in this state in one universe.
Many worlds, there's no collapse. That's the main.
Exactly. You don't know until you make a measurement, but it's not. The particle's never really in a bunch of different places at once. That's more further track
I think von Neumann's interpretation is ontological. It's not a lot of people believe it, but
it's conscious observations that make the collapse happen.
Yeah, exactly. You need an actual live observer.
Yeah,
that's ideal.
So theists love that one.
Yeah, we're way past Copenhagen. I mean, nobody believes Copenhagen.
I always looked at Copenhagen as like a good, formal scaffolding for a bunch of other interpretations.
All the other interpretations were invented to get around Copenhagen.
I heard Schrodinger's cat stuff was brought up as like a reductio initially.
Yeah, it is, and this is what I'm saying about if you accept all these things, if you're gonna accept that I don't know if you're trying to accept that reality has contradictions, literal contradictions. The cat is alive and not alive. That's just I don't know if you're gonna be able to understand anything at that point.
This is how our brains work, right?
And just again, to me, I agree with Rob. Logic is derived from reality. We don't invent logic. We can invent. It's like math. We can invent the notation, the language to express it, etc. But the actual logic, we get it from reality. If our reality was different, we might have different logic. But our reality is the one that we describe with our laws of logic. So I agree with Rob there. Which is what I thought Carlos was saying. But then, I don't know, he switched it up when he said, logic is invented or something.
Yeah, I think that's our open mind main disagreement is that logic is discovered or invented. They kind of hinges on that. Because obviously if it's invented, if it's just a language, then it is just invented, and then therefore I don't need to presuppose language. Because language kind of is a descriptor, and it comes after the fact. It's describing the state of affairs or something that's going on. I just looked up classic logic in SEP.
That's exactly what I was.
And it says typically a logic consists of a formal or informal language, together with a deductive system or a model of theoretic semantics.
Yep.
So it's in the first line.
No, okay, but there's the trivial sense in which logic is a language, logic again is invented.
A formal language. Formal.
Yeah, but I'm saying humans literally created it. And that's like separate from like, it's not the same question as like
I think it's just
are
built
the
in.
patterns of logic like observable in the world?
It's built in. It's built in. Like I think that's what Rob was trying to say before. That the logic is going to always be built into the language because sentences have to make sense, right?
I would say it's built into reality, which is what I.
Well, reality.
I kind of agree with Megatron.
Reality is going to say. Reality is just saying everything, and then Albino says this. I usually quote Albino when he says this, but he says, "Yeah, the logic is always built into the language."
Yeah, logic just extrapolates the formal structure of like messy, informal language.
Yeah, because we can create language like English, for instance. I can create a language where the English sentences only describe reality. So obviously, I could say, I'm sat on a plane on the way to China right now. I mean, those words are intelligible, but they don't describe reality. But maybe I come up with a formal system where I only make English sentences that only ever describe reality. I think that's what we're doing with logic, essentially.
We have a language when we read the Bible. If I tell MJ the firstborn, right? He's not going to think, oh, someone's, first child. He's going to understand that language in a specific way when we're reading the Bible, right? When we're out in the street, yeah, firstborn means your first child, probably, right? No, but in the context of the Bible, yeah, we're going to have our own little understanding, language, or metaphysical baggage, whatever you want to call it. I think everybody has that. Even when you guys talk in your rooms, you have a jargon that you guys talk about. When you guys people are friendly with each other and they talk for a long time, they kind of build their own jargon, right? It's everybody.
And see, it's the distributive law, by the way, that quantum logic denies. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, that's right.
DM has his own mathematical jargon also, right? That we don't understand.
I mean, I get the intuition to say that logic is discovered or is out there waiting for us to find it, and it's kind of embedded in kinds of intelligibility. Like, I get the intuition, but I think it's something that's debated.
Yeah, Carlos, look up on SCP the article by Thomas Hofweber. It's called Logic and Ontology.
Okay.
That's the most interesting one because he presents this taxonomy of 4 different ways to tie the relationship between logic and ontology. If you list them 1 to 4, you can go 1 to 4, 1 to 3, 1 to 2, 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 2, 2 to 3, 2 to 4. He does all the options. It's a really, really good article.
To be fair, Carlos, that statement that you said that we're trying to find it, I'm trying to be charitable towards you, so you're presupposing logic to discover logic. Like, it's like a weird sentence for me to think that we're discovering it, but then what are we using?
Well, I don't think it's discovered. I think logic is invented. I think it's a language, and I think language is invented. So obviously, I agree with you.
But Carlos, again, in a trivial sense, it's true.
Yes, the language itself, like how we pronounce things, like, yes, that is, right? But propositions itself still exist, whether if we know how to say the word proposition or not, right?
Yeah, we invented the sentence, there is a tree over there. But there was a tree over there before we invented the sentence.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes. And I think MJ is trying to round that up with the ontology of a tree and the substance of a tree, what makes a tree, the environment of the tree, all this other stuff. It plays in the ontology of certain things that we identify, beings, lands, land life, other planets, things like that. They have being, they have ontology, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can have a territory exist without a map to describe it.
Okay, so the moons going around Venus or Saturn are not named by that, but they hold some sort of ontology where the substances that
I would say logic is discovered. Logic existed prior to us, again, creating or inventing it as like a map of the territory we see. That's like how I would like to word it. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, so you want to say that the logic is the territory.
No.
And the map's the territory.
Logic, how you're using it as a language we invented. That's the map.
No, I tripped over my tongue. Sorry. Logic is the map. Now the logic could be wrong too, because if the territory has like a canyon and the logic in the map doesn't include the canyon, then the logic isn't serving the ontology properly.
Right.
Yeah, people don't understand that about logic, that if you put garbage in, you get garbage out. It doesn't create truth. So, like he said, you have a good map, your logic's going to work. You have a bad map, your logic is never going to, if it's the faulty map, then you're never going to be able to get,
Well, I think we are the maps, or our minds are the maps, like when we try to cognize things, that they're descriptions of things that are there. So we are great, like our minds are maps, and there's a territory that our thoughts are about, and the things that they're about.
So when we say we're made in the image of God, and that this logos, this logic that you're saying exists outside of everything else,
I'm not saying
right?
that.
It will remain.
I'm not saying that. Some of the other guys are saying that.
Well, I'm just saying that believing in God with this logic and system already set in place wouldn't be so far-fetched, right? I don't know how much more evidence a theist is supposed to give when they're saying the system is already created, the tree is older than me, and that tree, I know, was there for a long time. Because I'm looking at other trees while I was younger, and those trees already had picked something. Because tomorrow when I wake up, it's the same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're someone that thinks that logic is discovered, then they would be closer to what you're saying. Yes, I probably agree. I mean, I think Rob even said that he can just grant you that he's on the same plane as you, but he thinks that God doesn't help you. So he's like having like a different kind of argument.
No, you always understood logic, Carlos. You always understood logic. You just knew now what words to use to explain it. That's it. Like, we always understood the laws of logic even before you started having these conversations. We just didn't utilize them in that way. We used other words to describe what we're using now. That's it.
Well, I think in philosophy, this topic is highly debated. There's no like wrong or right answer. Some people think it's discovered and that it's already out there. It's great. It's like bigger than what we're doing in our minds, and then we're kind of discovering it. And then other people think that it isn't just purely a language, but it has a specific function that it describes reality.
So like, how old are you when you discover it?
I mean, that's about.
Carlos, but you say it's a descriptive language.
Sorry?
You say it's a descriptive language. You're describing what you see, for example.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, which is more prior, like, more a priori? The language or, like, reality itself?
Well, epistemically, the experience of reality comes before the language. Epistemically. So there is a reality. I'm having an experience, but I start from my experience of reality, and like I'm saying, in the experience of reality, like the descriptions or whatever come after having the experience. You have to have the experience first, and then you describe it with language, and then that's where I'm saying logic comes in. But you guys are saying when you're having the experience, it's somehow already in there. That's where the disagreement is.
No. Again, the patterns and stuff that we are deriving are already there. Because just saying, yes, logic is language. In a trivial sense, is true. Like, tricky. You don't get what I'm saying by that?
Well, I'm just going by the.
If we had invented different laws of logic, would that change anything in the world?
No, there's still a reality that is unaffected by our ways to describe it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so like,
that reality.
It could be like what we're talking about, stuff at the quantum level, different interpretations. They could be wrong, and the ontology of the situation is unaffected by how we're describing it. All of our descriptions
are still just descriptions that we're making up to try and describe the actual state of affairs. And I'm saying that the logic is in the language. The fact that we can come up with different systems of logic to describe reality should sort of lend towards what I'm saying is that it is just an invention. It's not out there to be discovered.
I don't see these different logics to describe reality. Are you talking about quantum stuff?
Yeah, so like quantum logic, fuzzy logic, diatheism. You know, these are different forms of logic, right?
You don't have to be committed to that kind of reality either. You could just be like, if reality were vague, what kind of logic would I need? Or something like that.
Those are axiomatic systems. Like they're just let's change the axioms and see what we get. I don't think none of these things actually exist.
Have a consistent logic, Carlos. Don't let it confuse you. Just think of something that trying to categorize a bunch of just think triangles, squares, and circles. They're all different colors. You get what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be completely uniform. Is all it's saying.
Very consistent logic is supposed to restrict explosions.
Yes, and it does, but well, that's what happens afterwards. Yeah.
It's like, okay, let me just tolerate this contradiction right here, and not let all of reality fall apart.
So many of them, and you're sorting them. I think of so many of them. I know that you know that part of it, but what I'm saying in computers, they use it to sort it, like defragging a computer. Just think of that, like everything's still working, just not in complete uniform. Like if it was uniform, it would work better. That's all it's saying.
I have a question for MJ. I think Megatron, you were also interested in that. The argument of MJ, so you still think the argument of the impossibility of traversing an actual infinite is a good one? You would say Sully killed it.
Yeah, I'm still dumb enough to be convinced by that argument.
I think I'm still convinced by it. Because MJ, I wanted to ask you this, right? You either have two options, right? Either it was traversed, either the past was traversed through a successive addition one by one, and that's logically impossible, right? Like to have an actual infinite traverse, or it was never formed, right? It was always there, right? It was always traversed.
It had to always, it had to either always be there or not at all, or always finite, right? Yeah, so like the beginningless past, like no matter where you're at, you always have an actual infinite prior to any past event.
But if it was always there, where's the successive addition component, right? Like this one by one process. If it was always there, right?
It applies to all the parts without applying to the whole.
Yeah, but
so no matter where you're at, it was constructed from.
Yeah, but these don't apply to the whole, right? So even if it applies to each part, it doesn't apply to the whole.
It doesn't apply to the whole, right? Exactly.
So you still think, MJ, that it's a successful argument in that regard, really?
Right, because I don't let the thought experiments just function as like an adjudicator there. Like I think there's a more formal kind of objection you can launch at beginningless paths.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I can make sense of like causal dependency series without it being well founded. Like that's my major complaint.
Per se causal series, and that was not what Thomas Aquinas is concerned, right?
No, I think it applies to accidental, because this time, but like accidental causal series, accidentally ordered causal series, I guess I should say. Yeah. I think they got to be well ordered. Otherwise, like the entire series is just inexplicable, like causally inexplicable, explanatorily inexplicable. And then the analogy I draw is I don't apply is CM still here? I was actually no, he's not. I think he thought that I just apply the foundation axiom from ZF set theory to the metaphysics of temporal construction. I am not doing that. I'm just saying there's a reason for why the foundation axiom was admitted. I think it was the latest axiom admitted
in order to make sense of constructing all the sets in a von Neumann set theoretic universe or whatever. And it's this well-foundedness concern. It's just like, if you were to apply set theory to the series of past events, like, and you put the negative integers in a one-to-one correspondence with all the past events, such that yesterday is -1, let's just say, if you were to understand that set, that series of negative integers set theoretically, you'd have to say that the set of numbers from -1 backwards includes the set which would be -2 and backwards, and that would include the set -3 and backwards. And I'm not going in the direction that the set of the negative integers was constructed. I'm not doing that. That's math. I'm going from the past to the future. I'm going from, if you were to understand the set of the temporal events that were constructed temporally, one after the other, from the past to the present, to the future, that way, and you understand that set theoretically, there's no foundation. It's not well founded. There's an infinite descending series of sets. So there's a dilemma there. There's a dilemma there. So what I can't make sense of is that the bullet you got to bite is, okay, you don't conceptualize the beginningless past set theoretically anymore. You don't go to set theory to understand how the temporal events were constructed. You can't do that because it violates the foundation axiom if you're set theoretically trying to conceptualize the way the past was formed. Not the series of negative integers. That's where people get hung up on. I'm not saying that negative integers were constructed that way. You had to start at 0, 1, and 2 and construct -1 from that, and then you keep doing that, but not set theoretically understanding the construction of the temporal intervals from the beginningless past to the day. That's where I get snagged. So it's a structural objection. It's a structural objection. It's just saying, assuming counterplausibly that this beginningless past did reach today via successive synthesis or addition. It's just assume that. Then it's going to have the systemic structural issue. It will be without foundation if you're going to conceptualize that set theoretically. And you're going to have to probably opt for some non-standard set theory. I would construe that as a bullet to bite too. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, one thing just to build another set theory, right? Ignore the foundational axiom. So that, you can still.
But the problem is that a lot of these non-standard set theories are only work in computer science. They don't have the tools to account for the construction of the set theoretic universe, which is supposed to be the foundation of mathematics. Which is why they always make fun of Craig when he appeals to intuitionism as an option. Even though he's not an intuitionist, he'll just put it on the table as an option because I think it just has Brouwer as a proponent. It's a minority view.
So the way you would argue for it is just to appeal to this, to set theory or the foundational axiom, right? But
as a dilemma.
Okay, yeah.
Are you understanding the beginningless past set theoretically or not? Sure, I will. Okay, if you do, then the set of past events was constructed from the past to the future, not from 0 back. Correct. So if you do that, and you conceptualize each step in that series, set theoretically, you're going to have an infinitely descending series of nested sets. And that's exactly why the foundation axiom was introduced. Because if you have that, you have sets of those sets that don't contain themselves, Russell paradoxes, all that stuff. And so, I don't want to understand the series of past events and the beginningless past set theoretically. Okay, well, then how are you understanding it then? How are you making sense of the fact that there's an infinite number of negative integers without bringing in set theory? I don't know how to do that because Cantor introduced set theory to provide a way to talk about it, the infinite, countable infinites, uncountable infinites, inaccessible cardinals, inaccessible ordinals, all that stuff. Now, when you go the other way, when you try to do what Morrison and Malpass do, when they're trying to do a symmetry breaker between beginningless past and endless futures, now it gets really interesting because I think they missed the point. I think that the successive addition argument, as it applies to endless futures, should be understood ordinally, not cardinally. And Morrison actually admits this in his 2022 essay, where he cites Stephen Purrier, where he just admits straight up you can't form omega by successive addition. It's impossible. Now you can have like Aleph Noble. You can have that. You can have an actually infinite number of finite numbers. That's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, that's what.
Right.
That's I think.
Because it's not metaphysically relevant. It's just not metaphysically relevant to me. Because if you are in the beginningless past, and I'm holding the edge, I'm holding the tape measure. This is where I get mixed up. I'm holding the tape measure. The tape measure extends out into the beginningless past or the endless future. And I look down, I'm going to see a finite number. So what that tells me is that there's a finite metaphysical structure there. And because we have this mathematical language metaphysically relevant to me. So I think it goes through.
Okay, yeah. So you this argument is successful. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
And all the other thought experiments just kind of like pull you if you already think there's a problem with it. But if you don't think there's a problem with it, there's always this pattern in the literature of each side accusing the other of making a question.
Erasmus's book, when I read that, was solely like each side is accusing each other of question begging, right? Where Erasmus claims that all what the infinite past theorists are saying is that the actual infinite can be traversed because it has been traversed, right? But they're not. They're just assuming.
Or non sequiturs. They'll say something like, if the beginningless past, if going into the endless future is impossible, like traversing actual infinite going that way, then a beginningless past is impossible. And there's a whole literature on why that's a non sequitur. I don't depend on any of that crap. I don't do that.
But actually, correct me if I'm wrong, right? With the future thing, right? There is going to be a distinction between like an actual and potential. Right? Makes that move, right?
I understand all that stuff ordinarily, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't really see why ordinarily you can't have like potential infinite.
It's an indeterminate. It's not a number. It's like an indeterminate quantity. You need a logic to describe the property of indefinite extendability. And there's a footnote in Malpass's essay, All the Time in the World, that cites, or I think it's Endless and Infinite with Morstan, that cites Lenibo and Shapiro's essay on giving like a more strict like formal semantics for potential infinites, which Craig doesn't even need. I didn't even learn anything from it. I don't even need it. It's fine. It just has to be indeterminate and, always extendable.
Yeah.
Always finite. No matter what. Going on forever.
Correct.
Now, with a potential infinite, like the kind of infinite that would take up all the time in the world, when he says you can't go from a simple future, a simple future to a future perfect, right? You can't say George will count out the numbers and therefore there is a time at which George will have counted all the numbers, right? Yeah. Okay, that part right there, that second part is what Craig is hinting at with the potential infinite. If there's never a time at which it will have been true that he counts all the numbers, that just means he's going to go on forever and never finish. Yeah. I don't know. That essay's never really, I've never struggled with that essay at all. It just seems like there's some verbal disputes to me.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. All right, so yeah, that's great. Actually, you believe that and this, like, I think, like, what did you say? It's like a minority position you and I are taking about this thing. What is like the vast majority of philosophers, including Christian philosophers, don't really agree with the possibility of traversing an actual infinite? Or you would say, like, Proust doesn't.
I've seen that the second argument is more persuasive than the first one to a lot of people. Because the Hilbert's Hotel stuff, it doesn't involve, like,
but I thought,
going through time.
But I thought, like, a lot of philosophers don't even aren't convinced by both arguments.
I think it's like half and half. I mean, like 2 videos ago on Malpass's channel, Thoughtology, he made it sound like, and I brought that up to you, he made it sound like on his video that there's just this like onslaught of philosophers that do agree with it, and he's doing this debate with Craig as a part of his book to push back against the majority view, and I'm like, I see it the other way. I see people constantly attacking it. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, you got Erasmus that likes some of it. You got Loke who likes some of it. Craig who likes some of it. I guess Proust is causal finitism, not temporal finitism. You got what's his name? I'm trying to think of other contributors to that.
Remember
book.
That Proust.
Oakland, maybe.
Yeah, but Proust argues for causal finitism in a different way, right? Like he doesn't appeal to these two arguments of Craig, right? I don't think he thinks that Craig's two arguments are successful.
The Grim Reaper stuff is causal finitism.
Yeah.
Principle deployment.
Veritative paradox is a little bit different from like.
Have you noticed what my stuff does? You see what my stuff does with those unsatisfiable diagnoses? You know what the second one is? Because the whole point behind those diagnoses is this: it's like saying that the scenario has built into it something that makes it inconsistent with a beginningless past. And so you dump the scenario. It gives you a reason to dump the scenario, not to think that the infinite past is possible. But my argument attacks the beginningless past structurally. So I don't even depend on the UPDs. It's in final draft mode. I'm getting people to read it now. This is a lot to remember with it. There's a lot of moving parts.
Do you have like is there a paper written actually about like this foundational axiom?
Oh, that's everywhere. Like everybody agrees with that axiom in math. Just when you start conceptualizing metaphysics theoretically is when it's kind of new.
No, I understand, but do you have like a philosophical film of religion paper that uses that as an argument for the beginning of the universe? Like,
there's a guy. No, I think that's my new thing. I think that's your bringing something new in. But there is a guy. There's an Italian guy named whose last name is Biglione, who's bringing up ordinality and foundation stuff. And so I'm quickly trying to get this out because I think philosophers are starting to catch on. I don't know.
Wait, you're like trying to publish a paper?
Yeah, I'll probably go to some low-tier journal just to get it out there because I can't wait a year for this to get accepted.
Okay. Can you like send it to me when it's published?
No, I'll just send you a draft. It's fine.
That'd be great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm still like trimming it down and changing the grammar and stuff. I'm concerned about it because Mark doesn't like it and solely said there might be something to it, so that like gave me a gleam of hope.
You all get to spell it.
Mark wasn't on it. Mark wasn't buying any of it. I was just like, oh crap, maybe I'm missing something here.
What if I send it to Ethan? Ethan Muse?
No, yeah, I'd send it anywhere. I just don't want anybody to steal my idea.
Oh yeah. But that's weird. That's part of it. Okay, so part of it. That's.
But maybe they'll all think it's a terrible idea and not run with it.
Yeah. Rob, you wanted to say something, Rob? I think I interrupted.
No, there's extra people here. I don't know if we want to bring up the topic now because I think this is a concept of the two of you.
I'll meet up.
Andrew's here. Hey, Andrew. Others, I don't know.
Sorry, MJ, just quickly. Where did you, on the SCP for classic logic, where were you pointing me towards?
It's called Logic and Ontology. It's by Thomas Hoffer.
Lovely, thank you. Out of interest, do you think that logic is discovered? Mathematics as well, for that matter. They're discovered.
Yeah, just because I think it's all structures. I think the structures are already in there waiting for us to formalize it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, good early morning for me. Good to see you guys. Yeah, Rob, how's it going? What have you guys been talking about?
Colin and I were chatting earlier about seemingly the laws of logic. It seems to be they kind of seem most things in reality. And Carlos wants to say no, but when he's having experience, there's no presupposition of the laws of logic in the background. And I think there are.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's where we're at. I think semantically, obviously, you need them to communicate, but I just think that they're in the background anyway. It's not like the sun is not the sun and the sun at the same time in the same way.
Yeah.
So it seems to be the case that it's not just a semantic thing, it's something that seems more kind of fundamental, I guess. But it would apply to God or anything in reality. It seems like, or just about anything. There might be odd exceptions, but I think for the most part it applies to just about everything. There's certainly experiences and anything that's intelligible to most humans, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Now the Elias centers might be a different idea. There's obviously been pushback on that as well. But I think for the most part, our experiences and everything else has this logic in the background that's just kind of transparent. It's not something that we have to think about. But when I tell you I'm having this experience of speaking to you, presupposed in that experience, whether I say it to you verbally or I just conceptualize it in my head, laws of logic are in the background. They're running, almost invisibly, it seems to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that 100%, Rob. Yeah, it's hard. Carlos, that seems kind of odd. You don't think that things are what they are, things can't be what they're not, and all that stuff. Like, that doesn't, your experience isn't that those are just, that just straightforwardly is the case?
Yes, my view is that the experience itself is not presupposed. It's something that you just have. It's like a self-evident truth. And you can, where I'm saying that there's something going on in the background or whatever, maybe I might find that the way our subconscious works, it just works that I recognize that I exist through my experience. I'm not doing any work or presupposing anything to do that, because my experience isn't something that's presupposed. So if I can get knowledge from something that's not presupposed, then I'm presupposing anything.
I mean, do you agree that the sun can't exist? You agree that it exists, right? You agree the sun exists. You think that is the case, and that's not, it's not topsy-turvy, or you don't think it's going to be shifting. It's got a high, we have a high inductive case to make that it's going to stay the same, right? Or that things are what they are, and they're not what they're not. They can't be otherwise, or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm not so much concerned with the content of the experience, like the sun or something else, and analysing whether it can exist or not exist. I'm referring to the experience of the thing, rather than the thing in and of itself. And obviously the experience is something that I have direct access to. And I have direct access to it. I would say it's like a self-evident truth in and of itself. And then after the fact that I can then construct a language, because I take logic to be a language, I then take it to be something that's out there waiting to be discovered. Yes, there are patterns or structures that exist out there already, but the language, if logic is just a language, then I don't need that to have the knowledge that these structures exist. I just know that there is experience from the fact I'm having the experience. And obviously the experience itself is not so we're not talking about the content, we're just talking about the experience of the content, and the experience is not something that's presupposed because I'm just having it. It's I have direct, immediate access to it. Yeah. I think what Rob was saying is that he grants that there is experience, but he says that for me to make sense of the experience is going to presuppose logic. At that point, that's where the jump is being made or something.
I also think it's in the background, that experience itself. Logic sort of underpins that experience in some way or other. Otherwise, that experience could be the experience and not the experience at the same time, in the same way. Something prevents that from happening somehow.
But if logic,
I don't know, like the metaphysics of it.
But if logic
logic underpins the experience, and that sort of seems to like me going back on what we're saying is that the experience itself is not presupposed because the experience is underpinned by some logic, and you're saying that the logic is presupposed. So it sounds like you're saying that the experience is not presupposed, but it's also presupposed because it's underpinned by logic.
Okay, so what does presuppose, the experience presupposed mean there?
Sorry, ask the question again.
What does it mean to say that the experience is presupposed in the way you're using it?
I assume it to be the case, like, before I refer to it, essentially.
So you're presupposing that you're going to have an experience that you've yet to have. Is that, am I understanding that right or not?
Well, I'm obviously saying that the experience isn't presupposed, it's just something that we have direct access to, it's something that's self-evident. So I'm just saying that there's no presupposing. What would it look like if I was presupposing that? It's kind of hard to say, because I need to exist to presuppose. So it's kind of like...
Well, the way you're using it, it's not clear to me how you're using it. I'm simply saying that when you have an experience, there's something in the background that's going on there that makes that experience intelligible to you, but also, like out in the world, makes things operate in a certain way, like the sun being there, but also simultaneously, it's not the case the sun is not there, so to speak. It's not like the sun is there and not there at the same time. The sun is out there at the center of the solar system. Something makes that the case. However, I don't know a better way to explain that part of it. But for you to make sense that there's a sun at the center of the universe, you go, oh, I'm experiencing the sun rays on my face. In the background, it's presupposing something, that's intelligible to you, that you're not experiencing not the sun rays at the same time, that you're only experiencing the sun rays. And for that to be the case, something's making that the case. It seems to me logic is somehow interwoven into that. Not just your experience, but just about everything in the universe.
Yeah, I think if we start referring to the contents of the experience, then it kind of gets away from what I'm saying, because like I could be wrong that the sun exists, right? Or there's ways for me to be wrong about the sun, but there's no way for me to be wrong about my experience itself of the sun. And obviously I'm just referring to the experience of the sun rather than the contents of the experience. So every time you keep bringing up these examples of the sun can exist or not exist, more so I want to have a discussion whether my experience can exist or not exist.
Okay.
I'm having an experience.
Yeah, but how do you know you're not having it at the same time?
Well, then that's like to say that I don't exist, or I could possibly not exist, is what I hear you saying when you ask that question.
Just the experience, not your existence.
Well, the experience is what sort of leads me to conclude that I exist. So to say that like I could be having an experience and also not having an experience, well, having an experience because I have direct access to it. So it can't be that.
Yeah, but when you say that presupposes like a law of identity, doesn't it?
No, it is just referring
or
to
at least
the experience
non-contradiction
itself.
or both at the same time.
I'm not referring to logic now, I'm referring to the experience, so it's not presupposing logic.
Yeah, that experience needs logic to organize and categorize it.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, Carlos. But just in the world, not just even for you to make sense of it, but I think it's just like, it seems to be inherent in the world, like the universe. In just about every case, there might be rare exceptions, but in just about every case.
Could you observe something without an identity? That doesn't make sense, right?
I don't know. You have to
How
ask
could you?
Carlos.
Well, if it didn't have an identity, what would you even be observing? Like, so logic comes prior. Logic is prior to observation.
You want to say it's not right, Carlos?
Yeah, obviously I think observation is the first thing that anything, before anything happens, you have to have observation.
That's impossible. I just laid out why that's impossible.
Explain it again.
Observation doesn't exist in a vacuum. You have to be observing something.
You couldn't observe something without an identity. Like, if it has no identity, what are you even observing? Does it make sense? And so you need like logic to organize and categorize your experiences.
Like you need unity. Like you're just taking for granted that your sense datas are all connected to. That involves unity. That's logic.
Well, I'm saying that there is observation. I am observing. And I'm going to sort of try to stay away from using I am observing because then you're going to say, oh, well, you're presupposing there's an identity or there's an I, blah, blah, blah. But there is observation. I have direct access to it. And that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah,
that has to, for me, that has to come first before anything.
Do you not understand? Do you understand, like, your sight is not the same thing as your taste? It's like those are two separate things. And so,
Yeah,
like,
I'm not referring to my senses. I'm referring to like experience itself.
What the fuck is that? How's that not senses? You experience without your senses? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I conclude later that there are senses that gives me.
Okay, this guy's nuts. This guy's.
So I can like try to ponder what the ontology of the experience is coming from. Oh, there are these senses that are giving me these observations, great. But I'm saying before any of that happens, there is an observation.
The fuck? You can observe something without your senses.
I think he's making the distinction between sensation and sense data.
He's just a retard.
Dude, people ask, can you do me a solid? Like, just make the point. You don't need all the extra.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
going to
can't,
say.
like,
You can't be disrespecting elders. Stop disrespecting elders.
Carlos, is that accurate? Are you making a distinction between sensation and sense data? I mean,
Yeah,
sense data is supposed to be like interpreted sensation or something.
yeah. If I'm interpreting
Blooming, buzzing confusion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with the sensation and sense data distinction, but it sounds like kind of saying what I'm saying is that.
So are you like retrospectively like looking back to when you were having the sensation without interpreting it, and then interpreting it like retrospectively like that?
Yeah. Like the first thing I can learn is that there's just experience being had, okay, and then I can later interpret that as that's coming to me through senses. So I agree that all of those experiences are coming to me.
I think all that would follow from that, from like the precepts case, is just that you weren't aware
We don't need
at the time
What about
that
the given?
the law of identity was applying like in the background or something. Like you kind of had to like reflect on that to see that it was working in the background the whole time or something.
You gotta look at the myth of the given.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're giving yourself things.
I've heard of the myth of the given, but I'm not fully familiar with that piece. So that might be a defeat.
Yeah, it crushes what you're saying.
MJ, you're kind of a genius, so I'm going to link something down below.
I did
You can write the pseudocode. We'll share the $2 million profit.
Kind
My
of laid out
secret is that I'm actually obtuse.
I laid out the argument, but then you ignored what I said. But you can look at the paper. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't think you explained it.
Well, the
No,
fuck?
Carlos,
I just did.
Carlos, when you say like
MJ, check that chat. Click on that.
Shut the fuck up. When you say I am observing, that's only half the story.
He's just saying in the paper that you need a conceptual scheme to.
That WP Genius is busy for a couple years. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone understands the myth of the given, like I said, I've heard of the view. I'm not familiar with it, and if it's a defeat of what I'm saying, then I'm happy to accept it.
Carlos, check out the link downtown there in the comment section. You're also a genius. You can write that pseudocode, right? You got that, bro. You're one of the geniuses of all geniuses. That's next to me. I gave you a challenge. It's a logic challenge. You should be able to easily destroy it. Actually, it's a $2 million logic challenge. Still up for grabs. We got these clubhouse philosophers, I think, that aren't tapping into their geniuses that could easily solve this.
I'm definitely no genius. I'm just a guy off the street that's interested in philosophy in my spare time when I have time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Hey, horrible. So stop changing the subject. When you say I am observing, Carlos, again, that's half the story. The other half is what you're observing. And now, I know you can do the radical skeptical thing forever, the cogito shit, which I feel like is all you're doing right now. And honestly, I mean, again, at like the most fundamental philosophical level, you can say you're correct, but just doing the skeptical thing forever gets really old. Like, if you can be, we know you can be mistaken about anything, but like, when Rob says...
It sounds like a foundationalist. Because he started with sensation.
Sun exists, like, you know, we can move forward with the world. We can agree that the sun exists, bro. Like, you don't have to like take this completely skeptical stance on every single thing. We're never gonna get anywhere in any conversation.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm saying that the experience is like come. Okay.
I mean, so no, you're doing it again. We know experience is like fundamental. Like, yeah, you can't be mistaken that you're having an experience, etc. Like, we know that. We're still trying to start somewhere, not that far back. You're never gonna make any progress on it. And again, I agree with you.
But you are a foundationalist, though, right, Carlos? You're starting that since. Yeah, me too. You don't believe me for some reason.
Yeah, because to be a foundationist, you just need to have some kind of true statement that,
Like you start with an ultimate.
doesn't have any justification.
A foundationalist, you start with like an ultimate authority. So you're saying like your ultimate authority is your senses or experience or whatever. I don't know. I would say senses, but I guess you're like want to quibble about that.
Yeah, what would be the point in doing that?
Well, you have a starting point. Like I start with God's word. You start with senses. Some people start with like a rationalist starts with like a self-evident truth, like Descartes. So
We're not into the senses.
what?
We're not into the senses.
Well, because God, He designs the way we think, right? So we just kind of like, due to being designed in the image of God, we sort of innately know God before your senses or anything. What do you mean? Well, the process, you're just not going to like what I said. So, like, I just read God's word, which makes metaphysical claims, and then I accept what He says. I'm not, but using senses doesn't mean that senses is the authority. Just because I use them, it doesn't mean they're the authority.
The starting process for making it about reality, like, I accept God. God told me X, like, that's fine. But it's the senses. You can't make any claim about anything absolutely.
Okay, you're just, but can you,
Process.
But you couldn't sense anything without logic, so logic would be prior to sense data. So what you're saying isn't even true.
A category error. You're saying like
a category error. What's the first, logic or sense data? What comes first? Sense data. How do you sense? Okay. Okay. What can you observe something without an identity? You can observe something without. What are you observing if it has no identity? What would that even be?
I agree with you that things have to exist in order for you to observe it.
Okay, so then logic comes first.
No, but that's
What do you mean no? How's that in there? So what's first, identity or observation? What is first? What's first? Is identity first or observation? What's first? Is identity first, yes or no? Is identity first, yes or no? Is identity first, yes or no? So you run away. What do you want to debate about?
Thank you, P-Mark.
Yeah, okay, obviously.
trying to explain what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm giving you,
Try to talk about something else.
I'm giving you a counter argument, and what you're doing is just repeating yourself dogmatically and ignoring what I'm saying. So, this is Proverbs 18:2, where a fool doesn't want to understand, they just want to express their opinion. This is Proverbs 18:2. All you're doing is
for us, please. Proverbs 18:2.
Proverbs 18:2. You're demonstrating the Bible. You're demonstrating the truth.
At the highest point along the way where the path meet, she takes her. That's 8:2. Sorry. Is it KJV? King James?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Fool hath no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself.
Yep.
God.
Amen. So they just want to. It says that they just want to tell us what they think. They don't want to understand anyone else. That's what
No, but I mean he's wrong. The wrong reason. The right reasons. So the correct aspect is logic itself is logical that human beings have to use. It refers to things existing, but logic itself doesn't exist out there. This would be more like a Platonist.
Logic doesn't exist. Platonists would say logic exists. What the fuck?
Like identity is this thing that we just see out there. Identity is a thing, but identity is a thought.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, you're right. You're right, but
What you're saying, you're just calling me a fool because the Bible says this.
no, you're not. Because you're not listening and you're just repeating yourself. So that's exactly what Proverbs 18:2 says fools do.
So you didn't even let me say my piece. What was I repeating?
All you're saying is that observation is prior to logic. And then you start saying like logic doesn't exist, and then you say you're a Platonist, which is the opposite of that. So it's like you're not making any sense. I can't really like.
He's the same as a Platonist.
Wait, that's what someone said.
He said he was a Platonist.
He's a Platonist. Yeah, I said that he was a Platonist.
No, you said I'm a Platonist.
hates Platonism, bro.
I thought Simon said he was a Platonist.
That's what I thought I heard.
He's calling you a Platonist.
I'm saying that you're a Platonist because you're saying I am logic.
I didn't say I observed.
You're saying I observe identity. Yes, I agree with you.
No, I'm saying things need identity to be observed. So logic is prior to observation.
Wait, can I help you? A sensor, an actuator doesn't undergo this logic function of view when it gets data, when it incorporates data.
Well, you need unity too, like uniformity of nature. Could you observe something without uniformity of nature? So would that be prior to the observation? You can observe something without uniformity of nature.
It might not make sense to you, but you can observe it.
How?
World is like intelligible, or That's exactly what I'm talking about.
What is noise to you, Mars? Is there something in the noise to you?
Well, like, light has to reflect off of objects to observe it. If there's no regularity, then light wouldn't regularly reflect off objects and, like, be able to go to your eyeball. It'd be like randomness.
Hey, we get what you're saying, but
That's exactly what you're stating is the case.
What? Let me just say that ontologically reality has to exist before anything, like rather than identity, and then epistemically observation from the first person subjective experience. The observation is the first thing. No, so you can't exist without identity.
I agree with this old homeless man. You have to have this environment to observe it in. The environment is encompassing.
That's why I always say, like, logic is uncreated and eternal, because like you can't exist without logic.
So you could. Where is it physically though? Can I dig up logic? Is it over there?
It's immaterial, but it's real.
What? It's not physical though, right?
It's a concrete, immaterial universal. It's a concrete universal.
Basically saying, like, an essential property of all of us is the property of self-identity, being self-identical to yourself. And then you get contradiction excludable from that. Then you get around that stuff, train that way.
Yeah, like,
Underagreed?
you need a metaphysical principle that explains, like, how objects or elements can relate to each other under stable rules. Because logic is structured relations between elements under stable rules.
Makes it stable, like the fact that things will act in accordance to what they are. That's why things are stable.
What's the stable reality, though? What reality would be stable?
The way they do because of identity. Because of their identity.
Okay, but you're not answering the question. If nothing is stable, like, there's nothing in reality that's stable, then you can't have a stable rule or a stable truth.
Act the way they do.
So, like, what is unchanging? What's the unchanging reality? What's the unchanging reality? I say it's God.
The environment.
Where in the environment? Where is this unchanging reality?
It is the environment. It's
It is.
That's
It
how
is
you
what
can
it is.
observe. You observe from the environment. Yeah.
I just stipulated.
The thing about the environment is that it's contingent. That's what it wouldn't work for me. It's not as reality. And identity is
No, the
necessary.
environment in an agent perspective, bro. The environment. What do you think I mean by when I say environment?
Just the contingent circumstances in which you find yourself, I guess.
Yeah, actually, that's actually a really good definition.
But my problem with that would be, like, if I'm trying to ground a necessary reality, the law of identity, what grounds it can't be contingent. Because otherwise you'd have worlds where identity holds, but you don't have the ground. It's contingent. So not happy with it anyway. I guess you could deny that a ground is necessary. The conversation would have to go in that direction, probably.
Yeah, but ground's arbitrary. Can I ask? This is arbitrary. Yes, it is. It's 1,000% arbitrary. 0 is arbitrary. We just picked this sort of origin.
That's the opposite of arbitrary.
It's no. Because origin is relative to whatever the fuck you decide it to be.
Right? Do you think identity is arbitrary?
Almost. Yeah.
My problem is the ground.
You don't need a grounding.
Ground is just another way to say non-arbitrary. It's like literally that's what it means.
ESP, zero fucking genius. That's what.
To avoid the word salad, I want to just ask a question.
Grumpy's immediately. transported.
Word salad. Never got off my mic. By the way, P. Mars, you're a fucking piece of shit. So just that's true. I wouldn't ever argue with that.
Yeah, the core stuff is pretty bad too.
John Reddit, debate religion. You're not allowed to say word salad. It's like too offensive to say word salad. They'll literally ban you for a week if you say word salad.
My apologies, sorry. I didn't know.
Well, I don't care. I'm just saying that Reddit is like...
No. I said it. Obviously, I was just saying it in jest, but there was a word that keeps being used that I understand the meaning of. People keep saying contingency or contingent, but contingency has to be contingent on something. So contingent on what? Like, what are you? You're saying contingent.
Contingent
means. But you're leaving. I know what contingent means, but contingent has to be contingent on something.
That's either cause or ground.
Well, it's like arbitrarily. It's optional. It would be optional as opposed to like it has to be that way. Like you can choose a different way. That's what contingent. The word MJ, is this a good way of describing contingency?
You know,
To dementia old folks?
Hold on a second. Stop being so rude. No, it's funny what P-Mar said before that was really good. I don't understand why you guys disregarded it like that. It has to be something consistent, right? Remains. It's not arbitrary. It can't be arbitrary.
It has to be contingent on something. There has to be. You can't just say contingency without something attached to what it is contingent upon.
Forget it out. I didn't say identity was contingent. I would say the identity is necessary. If it's necessary, the ground for that necessity can't be contingent.
No, I think you're mistaking what's called relative with absolute. And when I say something is, let's say, non-necessary, right? That I just mean relative. I mean the point
say that. Don't use the word contingent because that's confusing.
I'm not. I purposefully stay away from that word. Like, have you noticed?
Listen, all I'm saying is it's not arbitrary. It can't be arbitrary. It loses meaning by definition.
Mega, please. T plus 1 depends on T, but T is arbitrarily chosen. Whenever T is 0 could be arbitrarily chosen. Does that make sense? Please.
Say that again. I want to understand.
Okay. If something is contingent on something else, right? Something prior, let's just say T. So T plus 1 is contingent on T. T has to have happened for T plus 1 to happen, right? Does that make sense? Okay? But what is T when it's 0, whatever? That's the arbitrary point that we pick. That's the quote unquote identity. That's whatever.
Yeah, so does that in and of itself remain?
The causality. Yeah, for sure. That's what I agree with. That's the only thing.
So then, yeah, that's not arbitrary.
The fact that T precedes T plus 1 is not arbitrary, but it's relative. It's relative to the fact. The origin point, the identity, all the things that you guys think are necessary for contingency is arbitrary. And the story, like, am I insane?
So wait a second. You're saying the word necessary and then arbitrary right I'm trying to understand that sentence. That's what's throwing me off. Like when you say it a different way.
I'm being honestly like I don't know how to word it properly. So,
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. For maybe just like maybe try to find a different way to say it. That's what we find to be necessary. So there are necessary things for us to have the identity, so it remains, right? Like the ontology of things.
yeah.
That's not arbitrary. But we can't start from zero again tomorrow. These things must remain in order for other things to exist, just like facts. The fact leads to another fact.
I'm saying the zero itself, the point that you pick to be zero, is arbitrary. Does that make more sense? No.
You don't think it has always been? That's what we're trying to say.
Before you said it is.
Oh.
Before you said it is what it is. Now, before you said it is what it is. Right? And now you're saying, oh no, it's arbitrary. I'm trying to understand.
I get it now. Okay. No, Narja should probably explain, but I'm trying to say it better actually, because she merged the two.
If arbitrary means for no reason, that would be disastrous if it's grounding something necessary.
No, arbitrary doesn't mean that, like completely random or no reason. It's just, it means it doesn't matter. So the order matters, but it's like having order that matters within an arbitrarily picked starting point or ending point. Doesn't matter. So like, how do you explain this properly?
Give us an example. Just give us
It
an
has
example.
to matter because, like, if I think identity is necessary and I just say, I'm going to ground that in the desk, and then you say, like, no, you can't do that, then it seems like it matters then at that point.
Well,
Like you give it like Bob for everything, so
Give an example.
the necessity would be arbitrary.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Well, it would be, yeah, that's why you need a principle to explain how something is necessary.
Well, it's not arbitrary that something has to be necessary.
Well, then, like, you need, if there's no reason for why it's necessary, then the necessity would be arbitrary.
yeah, you don't need a reason. Like I don't know why putting that clause.
I was building in.
Well, if you don't have a reason, it's arbitrary.
I looked it up on Google. What does arbitrary mean again here? It says like for no reason.
Yeah, I was using that word because it seems so like, I don't know.
Atheists have a grounded being. They say it's the universe. The grounding of being for an atheist, they would say it's the universe. It exists within itself. It always existed, right? And that's what that's the starting.
Actually saying logic, believe it or not. Like this whole discussion has been like
Either way, how they put it, whatever, if you want to use it teleological or whatever, they're just going to say the thing that is eternal is the universe, or in a cyclical system for whatever reason. But the grounding of being is the universe. That's it. That's what I mean. They have to say that. They have to ground down somewhere.
And that seems not arbitrary.
That's why they use naturalism. Well, naturalism is a little arbitrary, but to say the universe is at least it's a starting point, right? It's a ground.
Yep. So the next step
Whether it's eternal or not.
Disqualify the universe.
Yeah.
Like impossible for grounding certain kinds of intelligibility that we would all agree with, or something like that.
Well, don't they go the naturalism route and say, well, since it's observable, we have evidence of it, so on and so forth.
yeah, but it's what grounding is it? Because it's everything, right? Like one cannot say the universe is forever.
No, science is consistent. The science is consistent. The world is consistent.
Things exist, I exist, there you go. I exist.
But doesn't the universe like depend on, like doesn't it show like dependency?
Just the sum of things existing.
Well, look at the fact.
People are using it
Once you say the sun.
Stop using the word universe. Stop it. Stop. Stop it.
What's wrong with you, bro? Who are you telling to stop?
Just stop using universe. Use environment.
You talking to Nargis, bro?
No, MJ, he keeps using the word universe incorrectly. He means environment. It's so
we're gonna use the words we want. Yeah, I brought it up.
Stop. Megatron,
I'm not gonna
stop.
stop using it. Alright, I'm gonna put you in the audience for a little bit then. If you don't stop that, you gotta chill out. So what else are they gonna say the grounding of being is? Quantum mechanics? Many worlds? Or like many worlds or something.
What's wrong with that, though? Please, brother.
Brother might say
What if that is the case?
Where's the circle? Yeah, tell me.
Okay, perfect. What universe are you referring to when you say universe? Like, this is the point of arbitrary. You guys stop.
Right? And we have galaxies, and within all of the galaxies, everything that could be observed is universe. What's the problem?
Everything that could be observed, right?
Is the universe.
Okay, is the environment.
The environment is local. Environment is
No, I'm thinking actually the environment encompasses.
You're not going to redefine words. I'm not going to.
That's what I thought you meant, like a neat environment or something.
No, I mean the environment. It could have multiple universes. That's what I mean by the word environment. That's why I keep trying to explain to you guys.
Any possible permutation that a universe could take?
Yes, that is what that word actually means.
Yeah, well, you don't know the legal language and the way normal people talk about property and the weather and so on and so forth. So I don't know what you mean by local.
One kind of universe would include intelligent God.
So then you don't believe in God locally, then, right? God universally.
He's outside. Well, you know what religion I am, Megatron. You know we believe, and well, you know that we believe God exists outside. Like, is God in heaven right now? He's outside of all.
So I know Muslims is like outside of, right? He's not saying there's a location to God. Like most philosophers don't understand it like that.
Where was God when Jesus was on the cross?
Yeah, exactly.
Was the Father in heaven?
No,
Come on, bro.
it just means that like he's not like creation or doesn't like have the need to partake in like creation or be like him. That's all we're saying when we say outside of. It doesn't mean literally like a space outside. God is not contingent on like spatial temporal.
How could he be outside time? I mean, I guess to say that there is no time within his succession.
Yeah, there is no time.
Exactly. But that's outside the. Okay, sorry. Let me say universe. Then does that make sense?
No, then you can also say there is no time here. We're just living as though we're living.
They say there's no time at the quantum level, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know why you're not giving that a chance. We experience time, but it's not like a real experience.
Is this guy a troll? What's wrong with this guy?
No, are you the troll? That's my question.
No, he's genuine.
I'm genuine.
Is it?
Yeah, and I don't
I like
know
where the conversation was going earlier with Carlos and Rob.
Why did you interrupt that? That was P-Mars.
Well, he had to come up and clean the mess anyway.
What is Carlos saying about logic? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
He says what did he say? It was invented.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard him say that before.
Yeah. I mean, my son crawling out of the playpen as a toddler, he has to understand the laws of logic. If he throws the toy outside the bin, it can't be in the bin and outside the bin at the same time. Right? And then if he has to make it out, he's got to make it back. throws the thing over into the pit, into the crypt, and then climbs back in.
Yeah, also like this could affect like intelligibility. It's like as though we're all born like retarded or something.
Well, we're born to think a certain way.
Yeah, exactly.
It's impossible not to. So that's God imprinting himself on your mind.
Actually, I don't want to complicate things, but things could be true and not true at the same time. So that thing,
That's
in that example,
contradiction.
I'll explain.
No. I'm meaning like that is a contradiction. I'm saying that is the explanation of a contradiction because a contradiction itself is true and false at the same time. Because it's true that it is false.
Yes, exactly. Or it oscillates between true and false. So it's always the opposite of. A great example of that contradiction there, where that oscillates, is this sentence is false. Right? Is that true or false? Right? It's always the opposite of what you think. If it's false, then it's true. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm just saying. Truth by contradiction shouldn't be a way to gain knowledge.
I want to complicate things, but there is not just true and not true. Does that make sense?
There needs to be true for something to be not true. There doesn't need to be false for something to be true. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say.
And there needs to be light for something to be dark. Or no light.
Yeah, false would be derivative of the truth. Or like evil would be derivative of the good. Like the good can exist without evil, but evil can't exist without good.
Correct.
Yeah, that was 50 Cent in Many Men. He famously said that. Said, heaven must be easy because life is hard. I'm the lyrics. Right, this is verse 2. So it's 50 Cent, Many Men, verses 2. Sunny days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. Death gotta be easy because life is hard. It'll leave you physically, mentally, and emotionally scarred. This is for my niggas on the block twisting trees and cigars.
That was deep, bro.
Amen.
Islam versus Christianity. Islam always wins. Let's go. Right now. I was listening to someone yesterday, Megatron. How do you explain this? He said, God talks to me. And you know what? He was having a psychotic episode. Right? He was jumping off trees, running up cliffs, running on rooftops. The cops had to ask him for his ID through his wallet on the ground. From the roof. You understand? This is what your religion leads to.
Let me ask you. You don't like religion?
No, I think there's a Gnostic interpretation of Christianity that's way more logical. And where do you get that Gnosticism? You gotta go to Arabia. Hello?
Hello?
So how is Christianity illogical or horrible?
Sure. Let's talk about
free will in the abstract sense. You're responsible.
Let's keep it simple. Let's go to the two natures.
Okay, so you know this well, Ega. So how was Adam created in Islam? And how did Jesus create life on earth? So you can sort of merge the two. And by the way, who's the only person to ascend higher than any heaven? Right? So there is a lot of comparisons to be made here.
Well, you
Who's
have
the
a
only
scriptural argument for a logical like why would you do that? Is that illogical? In what sense is it illogical? Like you're using a scriptural argument. That is first like provide evidence for the scripture.
Jesus being God makes
Then you have to
no
provide evidence
sense.
for both scriptures being true first. Then you're making like a scriptural argument like that.
I'm making a religious argument. I'm free.
So, into your question, he said create like this five.
They both blew. They both exactly.
He said the universe being created what would be and it is. That's 3:45.
Perfect.
Went to John 1:1. There you go. That's your answer.
What's John 1:1?
Reading 3:45.
Hold on.
3:45.
I'm drawing a picture of Muhammad right now. In Andrew's room yesterday, they were saying that the Bible doesn't make metaphysical claims. I'm like, what do you mean? In John chapter 1, it says Jesus, through him all things are made, and without him nothing is made. That's a metaphysical claim. They're like, no, it's not. Unbelievable.
It's not.
Who did say it wasn't?
Explain that. Compliment.
I don't know. Like, people in Andrew's room will just say anything. And then they bully you.
Poetically.
And then they like bully you into like pretending they're right or something. And then like if you stand up for what's true and right, you get called a troll and they get mad at you.
Or is that like literal understanding? Like how do you explain that through something that they came about? How is that understood? Like, are they saying something cannot come from nothing? Like, is that what
That's
they're saying?
saying that like he upholds and sustains everything that's created.
No, but what are they saying?
The difference is gonna be in what is being talked about. It says something.
Oh my gosh, I missed that.
Like, what is X?
What is X? This is the anthrax little thing. Backgrounds. Go back.
Like, as they're saying that something cannot come from nothing, something comes from something. So that would not, like, there's no need for like a metaphysical explanation for that.
No. I guess this guy left after I gave him the verses, Marcus. I guess
No, man, like, these are like, It will make a logical argument, I guess. So if he doesn't know, it's just what he's heard or something.
Well, good morning.
Without metaphysics, then it wouldn't be possible.
Where are you from?
Where are you going? Are you going to hell or heaven?
What verses did you give him? Anyway?
Life or the universe. So I gave him the two verses where he's creating life in the universe.
How is permission? Is you know it is Allah.
Are those verses from John? Or
So
well,
Nargis,
those are the Quran.
Nargis, the fact that he brought Lazarus back from the dead. So he was what? That was 4 days. His body started to decompose, right? Nargis. That's the story.
Yeah, because like if you're not dead for 3 days, then you're not officially dead, according to the Jewish tradition. Yeah, they didn't believe you were dead.
The body it lingers around for 3 days.
So if Jesus would have resurrected Lazarus like on the second day, it wouldn't be as impressive because he wasn't like officially dead till like the 4th day.
What if it was just a coma?
That's why they would wait.
No, the Quran agrees with this, Marcus. They don't know what they're agreeing to. Just saying.
What if it was
Making claims. Think about Jesus and the nature of Jesus, and it's in their book.
okay? Yeah. Then you don't define it. I mean, the way you define it.
Did you read the Quran? Did you read the whole thing?
What do you mean the way I define it? They're the ones that are putting the same information in the book.
Yeah, so there's
What's the claim?
everyone can have like the permission to create through the permission of God.
Okay.
Like, yeah. Although the same wording and verbiage is used for God, yet it is not free of like it's still dependent on that will or that agency to allow for it to even happen. That's how they
You just said it. You just said it. They have the same will. I mean, I didn't even have to say it.
No,
You said
they
it.
require that will. Yeah, I have no problem with
The
that.
permission.
Invitation from
us.
Yeah, the first
permission
intellect us
doesn't get them. It doesn't get them out of us. You repeat it 1,000 times. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Exactly, like for me, I
Still
don't
saying
have a
you have
problem
the
with
will
that,
of
right?
Christ. The language
Yeah,
still
yeah.
says the will of the Father.
Yeah, of course, because nothing happens without the will of Father. So, like as a new Platonist, I'll grant you that. Like the first intellect does create. It is the source of creating. You can call it Jesus or anything, but you can't like but he's not gonna give you like absolute creative power. He's gonna say it has to go through Father, right? Or the God that has our Savior.
You can use it however you want.
Which is, by the way, also what you're saying.
Hello, everyone. I'm actually new on the app, just trying to understand what the topic is all about.
We're
we're talking about, do you read the Bible? Do you read the Bible?
Yes, I do read the Bible. So this conversation is about religion and spirituality, right?
Do you know about Abraham? You know who Abraham is?
Yes.
Have you ever read Genesis 22?
I'm not sure.
Where he's goes to sacrifice Isaac?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. That first verse there. Can you read the first verse?
Guess I would have to open my Bible. Give me a second. Internet is slow as well. Okay, almost there. So Genesis 22, the first verse. Sometime later, God tested Abraham and he said to him, Abraham, here I am, he replied.
So it says God there, right? But if we go to a different version, it'll say, or the Hebrew, and it'll say Elohim. Elohim, right? The word God there is Elohim. If we go to the Greek or the Hebrew, right? So now, go to verse 11. Tell me what that one says. Right to it.
I don't see 11. I see it. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Yeah, I am, he replied. Now it says angel. Oh,
Same God. Gotta be the same God. The same God. Right?
maybe it's, I don't know.
Is it the same God? Yes or no? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is the same God.
Yeah, so what is it saying about God? Do you know from like verse 1 to 11, you know, he's taking him up to the mountain. A lot of stuff is happening, right?
Right. So you
But when he finally gets to 11, but now who is the authority? Was it the first one where he did and didn't ask questions? Or was it the second voice? That's the question.
It's still the same God. You understand the concept?
Just saying, which one has the more authority than the other?
Right?
Which one has more authority than the other? That's
No, it's basically the same. There's nothing like which has more authority. It's the same God. It's one God. It could be through his angels. It could be through Jesus Christ. To me, it's one God.
and it's the same God. But which mode of God more authority? The Elohim or the angel of the Lord? Because if we go to verse 16, read verse 16 for me.
And said, I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you show thee blessed, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son. That's 16.
I think Abraham knew about the Trinity.
I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic. Same here.
Just asking. Yeah, so then we're just challenging. Just asking.
So here's what I think. It's basically one God spoken of in different ways, different version, I would say. On the concept of trying to see, I don't know if you're trying to explain that there are different gods mentioned here, or different authorities. Or in my opinion, it's basically one.
I would say it's one in different authorities.
Yes. Actually, that's mostly correct. And my understanding of this is basically the test of his faith. As a believer, we all get tested.
But he had been wrong about the message he heard.
Sorry, say that again.
But Abraham had been wrong about the message from Elohim.
I don't think so, because he was stopped at the moment he obeyed the will of God. And he came to understand that it was all just a test of his faith. If he was wrong, maybe you say or implying that he heard the wrong voice or wrong authority. Is that what
Not
I'm saying?
wrong voice, not wrong authority. Understanding the authority.
Right. As opposed to him sacrificing his son is kind of extreme, right?
Exactly.
Well, according, you see the concept of the Bible is, I'll tell you, I've been in different groups, different chat rooms, and I hear people trying to dissect and their own understanding of the Bible, including myself to a point. But I would say, maybe out of the topic, it can be quite confusing because there are different versions of the Bible that challenges me to ask questions like, is this real? Who really wrote the Bible and what do they want us to believe? Can we truly trust every chapter, every word? Because just like this conversation, it creates some kind of argument towards different beliefs or understanding of it.
Well, there's no really right or wrong answer for what I'm asking you about, because it's kind of an opinion-based thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm kind of going out a little outside the story a little bit, right?
Yeah, but what I mean to say is, I'm not really into trying to
Oh, it's just a question, brother.
prove a point.
You could be, I know.
Yeah. I'm not really trying to prove a point because I have seen what this does, and that brings me to, the conversation I had with some folks in another group or another room about the Bible, about beliefs, about Christianity, about religion in general. I just feel we are all doing it wrong. Again, I'm a born Catholic, and I'm not trying to throw shades or anything, but being in different rooms and understanding everyone is trying to be right. At the end of the day, to me, we are not doing it right. We are still creating conflict, separation, based on our understanding. Practically, we are not doing anything. Theoretically, we are doing everything. I mean, to our belief that we want to understand, we want to preach the gospel. But what are we doing with our neighbors? What are we doing?
Well, I'm asking you about it first, and then you're telling me you don't want to argue, and then you talk about arguing.
No, bro, this is.
So let's talk about the first thing.
opinion. This is my opinion.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You just said we could move forward, right?
Yeah, let's move forward.
And then I said
this is basically my opinion in general about the concept of religion, right? So, again, I think it's creating separation. And I did mention.
Again?
I did mention.
That's why I said what?
What do you mean?
Sorry.
Okay. I did mention, what it is doing to us as people. Basically, we all have one God. It doesn't matter, Christian.
Change up the topic here. Yeah, and who's this Christian guy? Who's that? See, is he still here? Let's do a reset. Let's back up. If he's got something better. We'll give him a reset.
You're giving me a reset or what?
Yeah, we'll start over.
Okay. But I'll still be back to my conversation about, common criticism of scriptures and quoting what's not acting right. Do you guys understand what that means? As you talk about the scripture, my simple question is, what is the point? Where are you guys going with it? First of all, can anybody tell me that? What are you trying to achieve?
I was trying to have a conversation with you about Abraham. And how you would pop that off. I was trying to achieve some understanding. And you just cut it off. So, you want to go back to that conversation?
Not exactly, because that's counters my, what I was explaining.
To make you feel uncomfortable in the conversation?
Not exactly, but
well, God, you said it's God condemning you. Again, telling Abraham. You gotta make sense of that for me, even if you're gonna speak to somebody that doesn't believe in God. Can you explain?
It's an endless loop.
Well, it's an endless loop, so then there's no reason for you to be up here. And then you got into it. You yourself don't.
My reason for
being
being
up the problem.
is to understand.
Stops with you. Stops with you.
Is to understand what you guys are trying to register.
No, it's not.
I said maybe not.
It's the conversation.
Too many scriptures and arguments about the Bible, but I don't see anyone who truly has an answer, because everybody wants to be right. So my point from your question is, regardless of what I That's why I said it's an endless loop. That's not trolling. It's just me saying, guys, we're wasting time rather than acting what's in the Bible. We are here for.
What if people want to talk about this stuff and they don't find it to be a waste of time? What if there are friends on here that get together and discuss these things because they find it interesting?
Okay,
What if some people get schooled on here and they go, oh, I could have done better in that debate. I should go look up a little bit more, and it kind of rewards like studying and things like that. But, like you don't think it could be any of those things?
Okay, I got some rules. Can you look up the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, starting verse 1? I'm talking about you, the one who was just talking. Was Regal?
Yeah, I'm God here. Okay? The one that can break the rules. So Collins, so like what's going on, man? What's wrong with wasting our time exploring facets of reality? Is there something wrong with that?
No, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Again, the endless loop, common criticism of scripture, quote and whatnot, active, right?
According to who? Like, what do you say? This is your opinion?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. Well, I don't really care about your opinion. If you can see something meaningful, that would be great. Like when we discuss things up here, we discuss meaningful things. You know what I mean?
To what point? What do you really take out of the discussions, and what do you do?
Do you know what a meaningful thing is? Like,
Yeah.
could you? Yeah, something meaningful.
I do have a question for him, Rigo. Who's talking? Who's that? Collins. Yeah, Collins. So, Collins, what do you think people should be doing other than debating the Bible or philosophy? What do you think? What do you think they should be doing?
Thank you for asking that question. In my opinion, we should be helping one another.
Okay.
We've got people in this room. Let me finish. We've
Yeah.
got people in this room.
Yeah.
For one reason or another, they're not just here to hear the Bible. They're here to have something that could change them positively.
Okay.
Right? Or change their life positively.
Yeah.
And I believe, aside just reading the Bible, which isn't a bad thing, okay, however, what about the practical aspect of it? That's being totally ignored. This is my point.
Okay.
With all the theories in the Bible, right? We are still not acting right. As soon as this conversation ends, somebody goes somewhere to do something shitty again, right? And comes back here to listen again to a conversation. That's again the endless loop. What is the change? What is the positive change?
Well,
After listening to the gospel.
Yeah, let me say a couple things too, Collins. A couple things. So I've seen countless people change their minds on here from different positions that they've held to other positions. For example, Collins, when you say we should be out helping people, what does that mean? So, for example, Collins, if somebody comes up to you, I want you to tell me what you're going to do in this situation. If somebody comes up to you and says, hey, look, Collins, I want you to help me, okay? I need some advice here, and I want to abort my baby, okay? I'm a couple months along. Could I do that? Because I really want to. Now, you're going to help me, Collins. What are you going to tell me to help me? Should I abort my baby? Should I abort my baby because it's intruding on my body? Or should I not do that because that's murder? What should I do there?
Okay. First, I can go into theory of what I think, right? Well, personally, I may not be the right guy to help that person. Oh, again, it's not just about the theory. It's not just about talking to someone. It's about pointing them to the right direction.
Well, no, but who are you going to point them to? Somebody that's going to tell them that it's okay to have the abortion or not?
Someone will tell them not, if that's a valid answer. No.
Well, no, but you're saying you don't know the answer there?
I'm saying, if you want me to give you a direct answer, I will point them to someone who will definitely tell them not.
Not to. Right,
Yes.
not to. So the thing is, Collins, it sounds like you've come to a conclusion there that the abortion is bad and that's the way to help them. I agree with you, but guess what, Collins? Tons of people don't agree with you. And so there's people all around here that say, hey, that's a woman's right, that's an intruder, that's something in their body that is, it's an invader, it's a trespasser, it's a parasite, and you should remove it with deadly force. Well, guess what? The way people get convinced and stuff like that is by having conversations. And they have dialogue with other people. And so you saying to go help somebody, you're not going to know how to help them if you don't have the conclusions on how you should be living in the first place. You don't know what that means to help somebody unless you know what right and wrong actually is. And since we differ on that, people are not on the same page, it would do a world of good to kind of share a worldview with people that is going to change their minds. And I've seen plenty of people do it. I've seen people change their minds on abortion on this app. I've seen people change their minds from saying there's no God to believing in God. I've seen people leave this idea that God is only for a certain group of people, whether it be black people or the elect, and to say that God is for all people, which is correct. That's what the scripture teaches. That's how minds get changed, is by having dialogue. And so I don't really
totally agree with what you just said.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
So
again, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not against the preaching.
Did you try to change my mind? Did you try to bully me by
it's not preaching. Yeah, for example, P. Mars is a great example. So there's a woman in here named Cora who has cancer. Okay, she just had her breast cut off. Collins. Okay. And P. Mars, when she was leaving the room, P. Mars says, "You're going to hell." Okay, that's what he said to her. Okay.
Nice.
And then after she left, P. Mars said, "You wonder why she got cancer, or no wonder she got cancer." Okay. Now that's a terrible thing to say, right? P. Mars. Now we're almost done dumping it because he's being weird. But the point is that should be rebuked. That's a bad thing.
What?
Now I am trying to get P. Mars to stop acting that way. It's a terrible way to act, and you shouldn't say things like that. But that being said, he thinks that's a loving thing to do. Collins, people like P. Mars need to be rebuked, and they need to be told what is true. That is not correct. That is incorrect. That's unbiblical. It's ungodly. It's very wrong. Okay, yeah, for many reasons, P. Mars. I shouldn't even tell you. But here's the thing, Collins. That's through dialogue for the most part. People can have experiences that change their minds. That's true. And you can get out there and do things. And don't get me wrong, I do agree. If what you're saying is that people aren't helping their fellow man in basic things that we can all agree on, that's probably true. The problem is there's massive disagreements on what we should do, even basic. Should we?
Let me give you an example.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Aside, talking about this stuff, religion, the Bible, right? We've got lives, like our lives outside of this. As soon as we leave this application, we're facing our lives, maybe our daily jobs, the problems we've got, right? Now, those problems are not moving anywhere, even after you read the scripture, if you do not act on it, if you do not change your attitude, if you do not change your mindset, basically working on yourself. Is that right? That's my point.
Yeah, but don't you think that depends on the person, though? It's not going to depend, because you're like, well, hey, people around here, they're causing division and everything and all that. Collins, you are okay with division. You are quite okay with division. I know that you are. You are, in fact.
No, I am not.
You absolutely are.
I am not.
You absolutely are. I'll prove it. I'll prove it.
You don't know me.
No. I guarantee you are. I guarantee
I
you
am not.
Okay, let me ask you a couple
And I'll
questions.
tell you what.
Collins, you have a button right before you. If you hit this button, it is going to free every pedophile, murderer, and rapist in the jails. All of them are going to be free in the United States. It's going to open all the doors. They can walk right out and do whatever they want. Are you going to hit that button, Collins?
If I'm going to hit that button, do I have any preparation before hitting that button? No, it's just... Yeah.
Well, you're what? You got to put yourself in a bunker. The point is that you can do that, and what are you going to do? Prep yourself and be in a bunker, hide out?
Bro, you're making it subject. Anyone can, even you.
Collins.
Are you going to free the non-violent serial killers, for example? If you have a woman traveling with you?
Let me tell you what I would do. No, I would not hit that button. Now, what I'm going to ask you is, would you hit that button? And as soon as you say no, because you're going to be ridiculous if you say otherwise, you are all about, you ready? Division. You are okay with taking certain.
That's not division.
Oh, it absolutely is.
No, it's not.
Oh,
minds and say, hey, I want to be separated.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Why I asked, listen, why I asked about the preparation is, do we get to talk to these people? Do we get to see, like, make them see reason that they should change their path? And then if they decide, regardless of what you say, that they want to stay on that path, no, it's not separation to keep them away because that's what they want.
No, they say very clearly, look, I want to rape people and kill people, but I do not want to be in bars. Do not put me behind bars. I want to rape and kill and be a pedophile, but you do not put me behind bars. I want to socialize with everybody just like everybody else. Do not put me behind bars.
Clip that.
Hold on, Mars. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think it was being on.
What are you gonna do, Collins?
Of course I would heat the button, but again,
Yeah, of course you would hit the button.
yes.
You are being dishonest.
No, I mean, I would have.
Presidents and FYI.
Thank you for that, Argus. Okay, that's right. So you wouldn't hit the button. So what I'm saying is, Collins, when I said you are about division, you are about division. It's just the things that you are convicted of that you think are wrong, that you think are worth separating. You think that it's okay to put people behind bars to have those kind of conditions or whatever. But you know what? Let me tell you this, Collins. In other countries, they'll put people to death for being gay or doing a homosexual act or committing adultery. Here in the United States, that's celebrated in some cases, or at least permitted and completely acceptable. Now
It's
that's
glorified. It's
That's
worship.
interesting.
In Canada, it's worship.
Hold on.
Except you don't go to any gay pride, Andrew.
What's that?
Except you don't go to or attend any gay pride.
I don't, but that's not my point. Yeah, but that's not my point, though, right? So what I'm saying to you is, Collins, is that you, if somebody here in America said, hey, we're going to take these gay people, we're going to throw them off the roof for having gay sex, you're not going to say okay to that. You're going to be like, what? That's crazy. Because you think your moral, you live, and this is what's fascinating, you live according to your moral standard that you have, and you think it's so correct that you're willing to put people in jail, maybe even put them to death. I don't know where you're at on the death number, but you think it's okay to put them in jail, which I'm agreeing with you, right? But the point is there are other things that other people feel just as convicted about, and they want to act on those things, and you would want to stop them. So it seems like the conditions of your mind, what you think is correct or not correct,
Why are you living out where people, like kids, for example, right?
Yeah.
They grow up understanding whatever they do based on their environment.
Yeah.
Right? So that means someone was given the chance or should I say opportunity to brainwash these people. So now you are putting me in a position where I do not have the opportunity to let them understand that they have been brainwashed.
Okay,
Right?
but what's
And I have to just eat or not.
This would make a bad judge. Collins would make a bad.
Hold on. If the Muslims,
I am not a judge.
hold on, Collins. If the Muslims want to say to you, Collins, hey, Collins, you're brainwashed because you want to allow homosexuality in your country. You want to allow people to be trans in your country. You want to legalize drugs in certain states. You are brainwashed, and you have been conditioned to believe that. What are you going to say?
But that's not the truth, bro. I don't know where
Oh, it's not. Wait. What do you mean it's not the truth? How do you?
I believe, right? People are brainwashed, and belief is a strong word.
Yeah.
You can't
People get
just
taught things when they're kids.
Yeah. So when they grow up, you can't just see them departing from that all of a sudden.
Okay.
Right? Because it's been years of them learning.
Yeah. But Collins, my point is you grew up believing what you believe. They grew up believing what they believe. Who's righter?
Who's righter?
Yeah. Who's more right?
Neither of us is right.
Oh, neither of you.
The point is having to coexist.
Okay, so how do we coexist when somebody says, look, if I see some gay people, I'm going to kill them. And you say, don't do that or I'll kill you or put you in jail. How do we coexist now?
We have to take out systematically.
No. You are
the
no. Collins, if some Muslims came over here or some people that were radicalized in some way against homosexuality, you may think that's wrong for them to be that way, radicalized, right?
No, Christianity was dead by stoning until you guys reformed the laws. It's not like you guys are like so freaking like freeable.
Well, no,
you know,
exactly.
It's just like two
I'm not just to be clear. Just to be clear. Hold on, Collins. Nargis, just to be clear, if you think that I'm trying to run away from that no, I think that's probably a black mark. That's probably a mark on our eye of our history. That's not a good thing. But I will say, at least as it is right now around the world, there is no actual Christian government who carries out these kinds of punishments, as far as I know. Somebody can look that up, but I've done my study on this and I can't find one. I don't know.
Hold on.
It's not a Christian government. I don't know of any Christian government that is Christian-led that will carry out, based on biblical principles, stoning of homosexuals.
You don't have statehood in Christianity, bro. There are no laws or rules for statehood.
I don't know.
Teens left
My point is, there's no.
For 3 years.
I don't know.
You don't have laws or rules for statehood.
My point. Hold on, Collins. Just 1 second, brother. 1 second. I want to address.
They freaking kill the protestants.
I want to
Like laws
address what you're saying.
genocide them. Like
But-
it has to be streets free of any
Nargis,
kind of like
Nargis.
freaking hate and
Nargis.
genocide.
Nargis, I don't understand why you're telling me that. I'm aware that there are people who claim to be a Christian and do all kinds of things, okay? Now, whether it's according to the Bible or not, we can have that discussion, but if it is, I'm not against it, okay? So obviously, if God said, hey, you can stone these people for doing these things, I am A-okay. God was correct. Now, as far as today, the top 10, I think it's the top 10, I could be wrong, you can look this up, the top 10 terrorist organizations in the world are all Muslim, okay?
No.
Built by the USA. ISIS was built by the USA. All these terrorist organizations have a founder, a source, and a promoter and a supplier of funds.
Wait,
These come from no Christian countries.
But Nargis, no, you said from the Christian party. I'm sorry, but I don't just accept just because somebody claims to be a Christian, they're a Christian. That is a big
Then
problem.
who is this Christian country you're talking about?
There are no countries where the government is explicitly theocratic or theonomic, meaning ruled by Christian law. There aren't any. So my point is that people that are putting people to death are going to be primarily for gay sex, etc., are going to be Muslim countries or Muslim governments. But here's the point. I wasn't even condemning them, Nargis. You're missing my point. You took that.
Do you support jailing or do you support freaking?
Well, that's a larger discussion. It's kind of missing my point. It's a larger discussion.
Okay, then you should be consistent, right?
No, but that's missing my point. Actually, that's making my point, Nargis, because you're saying, which one of these should we do? Right? You're asking me. Well, that's where we have, guess what? Ready, Collins? A discussion about it, and we try to come to the truth. So we have these kinds of discussions. My point to Collins is there are people who feel just as adamant, just as strongly, just as committed about what they think is right and wrong and what they'll do to enact that. They'll mightily enact it, right? They'll use their might to enact it, just like he will. So when you have them butt heads, now what? Is it just might makes right? I don't think we want to live that way. So my point is, my overall point is, Collins, is we probably should figure out what's true. That's what we should probably do. We should probably figure out what's true and then live according to that. Because the issue is what you're saying, well, people shouldn't really be getting on here because then they all discuss and dispute. You'd be disputing. You would be disputing. If the Muslims came over here, or people came... No, but
It seems like you've got to have words with people.
No, I guarantee you.
We're here, Andrew. We're here. We are here now.
Horrible. You got to quit saying these comments, brother. Collins, you definitely made yourself clear. I heard what you said. You said that people get on here and nothing really goes anywhere. They go in circles. You literally said that. You said it causes division. You said it causes division, and we should be united. The problem is,
never let me finish my statement.
I'll let you do
You never made me or let me land.
Well, actually, I listened to you for a while.
And then you made a conclusion of what I meant to say.
You literally said there are people down the street, there are neighbors, there are people here.
Right. Let me finish the statement so you can get a better
Okay, I'll
be interrupted. My point is, yes, we get on here, we talk about these things, and I said, after the conversation, what happens? Practically, we are not doing anything because as soon as we leave, we're hating on each other. Let me finish, okay? As soon as we leave here, we have reasons to basically still hate on another, our brother. So I also mentioned, we've got life outside of this app. This app might just be, okay, to understand one another, to understand, like you said, to get answers, right, towards whatever you are concerned or not having a clear understanding about. But after that, what is the solution after we learn? And that was the point I was coming to. You have a job. Some of us want to start a business. When people are not being, should I say, helped, when people are not being given opportunities, we are basically coming back here towards the same conversation, and that's when I said it's a loop. We keep going back round and round in circles, right? So my point is, after you learn the word of God, the scripture, to your understanding, because at the end of the day, it's not just about the theoretical aspect of it. It's not just about filling your head with so much theories and at the end of the day creating confusion. It's about the practical aspect of it. People change when they are being treated good, when they have a better understanding of what love is. Because all I see in the world right now is everyone wants it to be smart. Everyone wants it to be right. Everyone wants to show how intelligent they are. But are we really intelligent in a godly way? In a way where we see our
Like you're talking to a lot of women. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, Collins? What does it mean?
Telling you to live like Jesus.
Narcus, what does that mean? What is that? What is that? Narcus. Is living, yeah, Collins.
The point is,
yeah.
after I understand you're a smart guy, and so is many other people here.
That's fine.
My
That's not even
question,
the point.
no, my question at the end of the day, what are you doing to make the world you're living or complaining about a better place?
What does that mean? What does that mean? What is that?
You just heard.
Straight up, Collins, like, it doesn't mean that you have to go out and make the world a better place, you know? Like get that place start with yourself, you know?
Yeah, well, even larger than that, Regal, is what does it even mean to say better?
Well, I told
Collins, please.
He just gave an answer. He said,
Collins. Is stopping abortion a better place?
bro, stop bringing up something you
No, I'm not going to stop.
Right? You're framing.
Because the point, no, because you're being, you know what you're afraid. No, Collins, you're speaking in generality. First of all, let me just say this. You don't know how people are living on here after you get off here. You don't know what effect the app has on people. I know a lot of
generally,
you're saying generally you do know, and you do. Hold on. When you're in a room, when you're in the room with people here, there are a fraction of the people that you engage with that you actually know what they do at IRL. Okay, it's a fraction. So you're claiming something that I don't even think you have access to. You don't know how they're living in their lives, and you don't know the chain reaction that the thoughts that they get pumped with when they're on this app. You don't know what it affects. You don't know that. You're just making a claim. You're just making a claim.
Generalizing it because it's the everyday human behavior that makes it.
Yeah, but
at the end of the day, we all need to pay a bill. At the end of the
I
day,
agree with that. Nobody argues with that.
At the end of the day, there are people right here, right now, who are probably tired of their 9-to-5 jobs, right?
Yeah.
They want to start something for
Sure.
themselves.
Yeah, that's fine.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
So that's a common problem.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. Some people think,
That's why I'm generalizing.
Collins. Some people think we shouldn't even be doing these jobs. We shouldn't even have capitalism. We shouldn't be making money. But I have a friend on here named Piper. Piper will argue that we have capitalism and it needs to go away. We should have communism. We shouldn't have people doing what they're doing. We shouldn't have people working to own things. We shouldn't have people to...
Yeah, that's a transgender fucking freak, Andrew. And you allow on your fucking stick.
I don't want to look you down, Robert. Hang tight. We shouldn't have people working to own things. Ownership is a problem. Uh-oh.
Now
Let me
your
go
idea-
straight to the
now
point.
your
Because the
idea-
conversation is getting long. I'll go straight to the point in 2 seconds.
Collins, you're not going to be able to say any point unless you can determine that it's objective. Because what you're going to be saying to me, I'll just say there's other people who disagree with that. And what are you going to say? And here's what you're going to have to say.
What you're saying right now, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, the question is, the question is, I agree ultimately it doesn't matter because really, I think what you should be saying and what I should be saying, and you tell me if you disagree with this.
I mean, Andrew, what if people want to get away from their fucking bills and their kids and their fucking
Well, that's another
house?
great point too.
And then get
Obviously,
fucking
right.
on.
Right.
Exactly. Everywhere.
How about that?
That's another point too.
What the fuck?
I know it's really weird, but I mean, if people want to go to church and fellowship with other people, and then they debate the Bible there, or they have like a debate Bible club or something, is that a problem? I mean, obviously, people want to fellowship, people want to hang out with their friends. There's all kinds of reasons. They want to vent. Some people want to get on here just so they have anonymity, so they can use it like a brown paper bag and scream at somebody. Some people want to get on here.
What has Andrew fired up today?
Collins.
You didn't know that the decision on the actual
Wait, but Colin, what are you saying that's getting Andrew so animated?
Yeah, so look,
I'm so dramatic, Piper. Like,
No, because I think that the passivity is actually a problem, Nargis, and you are saying things that are not helping. You added on to
he's
the
not
problem.
saying be passive. He's saying
You
you're
don't-
not
you're not
being passive. You're not understanding. You're not giving him the
information. All right. I'll tell you what, Collins, because Nargis is doing Captain Save-A-Ho. Nargis, how about this?
I am
Go ahead and
bold.
Nargis, how about you give me the summary, okay?
He's not saying be a passive.
I didn't say be a pacifist. I didn't say be a pacifist. I said be passive. Now, can you go ahead?
He's not saying don't be active. All he's saying is unify. He's saying all these discussions don't lead us anywhere.
Okay, he's saying wait a second. He said discussions don't lead us anywhere.
Finally,
He's saying the discussion eventually lead in like some kind of dispute, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, inevitably, I find this bizarre. So because there's dispute, because there's potential division over what we think is correct, that's a problem. What is really being said here?
It is a problem because again, it's a
Right, so let's go back to the Abraham. Let's go to Genesis 22.
endless.
Oh boy,
Verse 1.
is that where you're going?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going, bro? You just derailing.
No, this is what we were talking about before you came on.
Well, that's a
Again,
derail.
and I asked him, and he said he doesn't want dispute. So I was like, well, I'm just asking him how he understands the verse. Spark up conversation. And he shut that down. So that's why I was weird.
Can we leave the scripture out of it just for 1 second and understand this point? Because again, you're going back to the loop. Tomorrow you're coming back here to have the same conversation about.
Hey, the loop is ended.
Bro is a dopamine hit, bro. Same stuff every day.
There's the end of the loop.
So, Nargis, it's like weird because you're like agreeing with him, but in action you aren't actually doing things different. I mean, you're fine with being on
It is just like smoking a cigarette in the morning. Like,
Yeah,
when you get up, you're gonna do
I get what he's saying. He's saying being Christ-like, worry about important things. Like, this is arbitrary. Like, you're not doing anything really important in the world. But it's like, people go out and be the change that they want to see. I mean, everybody encourages everybody out here to be like better at debate or better at something or explaining something. Whatever the case is.
And
It leaves a lot of room for improvement. So
no, I hear you there, Rico. But like I was crashing out the other day on, beliefs have consequences. And so if people want to get on here and express their beliefs, and there's things I'm passionate about. As Piper knows, what is Andrew crashing out on today? Nargis is like dial back the Adderall.
Bro, today your Dave deemed all of us to hell. See Megatron for being Catholic and all else in the group except for what he held to in the Christian view. Your Dave. All of us were deemed to hell.
Wait. I don't know. You're saying Dave did that? Dave said
No.
Dave
Let's
said
go
you're
to
going to
hell.
hell.
Go to hell. I said, when you go in the room, bro.
No, Nargis. Did Dave tell you you were going to hell?
They asked him, like, would someone who does not hold his view, whatever it is, some
Okay,
street
so he
Baptist
wasn't
or
like,
something that
he
he
wasn't
is,
personally.
would you go to hell?
Yeah, and Nargis, if
That
that's
would be
true.
Yeah.
hyper.
But Nargis,
Megatron.
Did say that.
if that's true, Nargis, then that's just the way it is. So obviously having the discussion about that's fine. We can do that. Like, look, I may or may not agree with Dave. I don't know exactly what he said, but that's fine, right? And you're just trying to make that seem
But I mean, these are beliefs, right? That have consequences. That's exactly what
have
you're
consequences. That's my point. And if you think that there's something wrong with that, then let's get in the marketplace and see what happens. Because the issue is if you think, well, like, hey, let's just go do our own thing and go out and do what is better? What do you mean better? Let's go out and do better. What is better? Hyper wants to make the world better by making it a communist country or a socialist country or whatever.
So basically, you're saying force people, right? That's also a
No, I'm not saying, well, actually, there's several people on your Nargis. You are all about force. Don't try to act like you aren't about force.
I'm not about force.
Yeah, you absolutely are.
I'm not about force, bro.
There you go again.
Hold on, Collins. Let me crash out a minute if I can. Nargis, if a button's before you, you can hit it to free these people. Because you're not about force, right? You can let all the rapists, pedophiles, murderers out of all the prisons everywhere. All of them.
False equivalence. You talk about punishment.
No, don't say false
equivalence.
I'm sorry. That is not a false equivalence. I'm sorry. You said I'm not about force. I'm not about force. I don't want to do that. It's just that you have what you think is correct, and it's just the untouchable. It's just the rapists need to be put away. Murderers need to be put away. Pedophiles need to be put away. Those are the untouchables. Those are the people that
Hyper needs to be put away. Hyper needs to be. Fuck you, Andrew. You're.
Okay. But the point is, Nargis, is that you just think, well, the ones that I think are okay to go to prison, those are okay, and we can agree on those. But once you start picking on any of these other things, you start talking about maybe somebody committing adultery. Oh, but no. That's not okay. Those people are bad. The people that want to condemn that. And so I find it to be very odd, unless you want to say, Nargis, there's an objectivity there. There's some objectivity there. And if people have got it wrong, they got it wrong, and have them, right? But then you need to argue for that. You can't just claiming that and going out and doing what's good for the world. Well, what is that? What is good for the world?
Where do you stand?
Collins, you're talking about feeding the homeless. You're talking about feeding the homeless or helping the people.
So Collins said some relativist stuff, and that's what got Andrew going.
Basically, you're talking about feeding the homeless. Collins, some people think the homeless need to be deported. And depending on who they are, get them really deported, right? Some people think that the homeless don't need to be. Some people think the homeless. Got you, bro. Some people think the homeless shouldn't be having EBT. They shouldn't be having these kind of safety nets and welfare, et cetera, et cetera. So really, we probably should figure that out. Maybe.
Maybe
part of the way to figure that out, Collins, is having conversations with other people.
Of course.
Oh, okay. And maybe even intense discussions with other people. Maybe even divisive ones. What do you think about that?
Listen to this, Andrew.
Yeah.
Again, I'll come back to the point where everyone has a problem, and sometimes it's a common problem around, like amongst us right here. We maybe all have a 9-to-5 job. Some of us, we got into that level. We've got into that level where we want to build something for ourselves because we understand what inflation is all about. I've got a skill. Andrew should probably have a skill. Now,
it's crashing out.
What does it have to do with what Andrew said? I'm talking about a solution.
You like that, Nargis?
All right? I'm talking about a solution rather than the endless conversation we have.
So I fucking hate people from Africa.
Well,
I don't think that's how Andrew, you've got a skill, and I have a skill.
I'm a crash.
I'm a solution. Yeah. And I say, Andrew, I haven't
mind. I want to start something for myself.
So you want to go into business, you evil capitalist? Is that what you want to do?
Finish. Let
Oh,
me finish.
sorry. God.
Because at the end of the day, someone like me or someone in your street is probably thinking about going to rob somebody right now.
Is there something wrong with that? Wait,
Yes, of course, there's something wrong with
Wait, what's wrong with that?
Because again, the unity isn't there to support that person.
Why do we need unity? What's unity? What are you talking about?
Because that's the solution, motherfucker.
What is? Wait. Why is unity a solution? Let's go unify with the pedophiles.
Bro, it's not about the pedophiles. It's not just about the people who did wrong because everyone is doing wrong. And to my understanding, you don't even know where you stand in this matter. You bringing up
Brother, trust me, I'm quite
just to
opinionated.
create a kind of
No, I do know where I stand. My
Where
point
do you
is to
stand?
you is it sounds like you have this nebulous idea of let's do better, let's go out and let's spread a band-aid over all the badness out there. But and then you kind of want to say that people on here that are having biblical debates and having discussions about what a verse says, which is what Megatron was trying to get. Megatron was trying to get you to give your take on a passage. You're like, well, I don't really want to get into that because that's going to be doing the very thing that is going to be what I'm condemning or what I'm saying is bad, right? And I'm saying, I think that's actually probably a good thing. You probably should, as Piper says, play a little D&D, right? Cast a couple Genesis spells, a couple Matthew and John spells on another person, right? Maybe it's a good idea. Maybe that's good to try to figure out what we're doing here. And I think that people are asking some big questions on this app. And you sound like you're saying we should just all get together and smoke the hookah and all join arms together. But that's not going to.
No, thank you for moving Andrew down. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
What's Andrew down though?
Holy shit.
Not me. He's gonna blame it on me.
Isn't it probably dropped out his fat
Yes, this is Bob.
power or something?
Yeah, it's a
He's
shot.
a really bad opinionated guy. Oh man. Well, guys, I'll believe it now, but I just want to make this statement. Okay, for a second, let's just leave out the scripture and talk about us as people and the solution we are looking for to better our lives. And I don't think it's impossible. And what I mean by that is coming together like we are here already. We are already, let me say, 50% creating a solution for someone. And again, what do I mean by that? There might be someone right now here who is just depressed, tired of the kind of life they're living, and they want a change. My point is, it's not only about speaking about the scripture. I'm not saying don't speak about the scripture or argue about Bible or things like that. I'm saying at the end point, what is the solution to this person who is right here, right now, being depressed, who needs help? And I'm not talking about giving them money. No, I'm talking about creating a kind of community, right? Where people find solution other than just conversation, endless loop of conversation. That's my point. And what again I mean by that is, I have a skill. If I am part of your community, for example, and I come in here and someone says, we just had this conversation about the Bible, but your problem is not going anywhere. It's like going to the church, telling your pastor, I need money to do this and do that, and he say, go down on your knees, let me pray for you. God doesn't solve problems like that, right? You need to create a kind of solution for this person. What do you know as a skill? Let's try to see how you can monetize your skill. Let's connect it with the right people. Can you really do this? Can you do that? That's my point. And as a community, there's already a flow of money because everybody spends money one way or another. And it doesn't stop the scripture, the argument, or whatever debate you guys are having. It doesn't stop it. But then at the end of the day, it creates a solution and it creates a stronger community. This is my point exactly.
Did anyone understand what the fuck he said?
Hallelujah. Yes.
What did he say? What did he say? Can you
Translate, please.
Yeah, translate. Yeah, no one knows.
P-Mars, now you know how it feels when you start talking about the fucking concrete one that unifies and diversifies all the particulars of the foundational necessary level.
Who was asking that question about the one knows what I said?
We all understood. Mars just being a racist.
Yeah, it's a
No, I don't. What did he say, Nargis? I don't believe Nargis.
You can understand what
What did he say?
we keep sitting in like classic scripture. Why do you know the scripture? Why don't we like discuss like real life problems? Like I just unify within families and we can like settle this. You don't even listen to me. I'm telling you what you said.
P-Mars, what do you do for a living?
I'm racist for a living.
Okay, that ain't gonna be like that. No wonder you were here, spending your life, I guess, on endless loop of
He
conversation.
discusses like Christian arguments all the time.
Well, it's good. Again, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but if it's every day at a point,
How are you like
you guys
Jesus
can-
like when you're being racist, bro? Jesus is not a racist.
He's not Jesus like. He's an antichrist.
Well, but Jesus
P-Mars
wanted,
is really insane.
Jesus wanted to submit to like the morality of the world, right? And this idea of like political correctness, that's a worldly morality. That is not the Bible. So why would I follow some like satanic moral system, you know?
And that's why we suffer. Lack of empathy, compassion
Well,
is why we all suffer.
don't conform to the
You're making
world.
us suffer right now.
Don't
You have a
conform to
reason
the
to hate
world.
on somebody,
Be transformed by the renewal of
but
your
then
mind.
when that comes
Political
back,
correctness is about
you're
conformity.
wondering what you've done wrong.
I'm not a conformist. I'm a radical. I'm not a conformist. You guys can go all conform together, whatever.
Okay, how about you get that radicalness back? Everyone here being radical to you as a way to serve you, what you serve others. How do you think your life will be? You'll be depressed as fuck, bro.
No,
You'll probably kill yourself or something.
I used to be.
Suicide.
I wasn't depressed.
You and to the audience for that.
I got saved and I haven't been depressed since I was saved.
Why it's not a break. Might need a reset. That's what happened last time. So, Piper, can you go to Colossians 1, 15 through 18? Do you think there's any metaphysical claims in these verses? That's just the question. It's not a trick question. I think it's just your opinion.
I would say so.
Yeah, I would say so too, but I want to see. Well, I have to go look it up, I guess. Yeah, Colossians chapter 1, 15 to 18.
Doesn't it say he like sustains all of reality or something like that?
Yeah, it kind of, that's what I mean. There's a lot being said there about the nature of Christ. So I just want to know if he sees everything.
All the treasures of knowledge and wisdom are in him. That's kind of metaphysical. Yeah, they were telling me that the Bible doesn't. Was that in Andrew's room? They were telling me the Bible doesn't make metaphysical claims. I'm like, what? What? Like,
Yeah, there's also Hebrews 1.
because they want to.
I can read it if you want.
They want to ignore metaphysics.
Yeah, read it for us. Thank you.
The Son is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. For in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. And he is the head of the body of the church. I don't know. Do you want me to read
No,
it?
that's perfect. That's perfect. Now, just from that little bit, what did you get some metaphysical claims that Christians are making?
Does it sound like
Yeah, I mean, it's saying Jesus is divine. Yeah.
Didn't you hear like it sounds like a unifying principle, like some sort of single concrete unifying principle?
I don't know about all that, but it is saying
It just says he holds all things together. He unifies all of reality. It's saying that right there. That's exactly what I'm always talking about.
Well, when I take the holds all things together to being is that like God in some way sustains the rest of
Let him answer, P. Mars. I want to listen. I want to hear his. I don't want to refute anything he's saying. I want to actually learn from what he's saying. So, can you start over, Mike?
I'm just saying that I take the holds everything together to just mean that God sustains everything else in existence.
Yeah, but don't you think it's making Jesus the first cause? Should I say the logos?
Yeah, I mean, it's identifying Jesus with the divine, so in some way,
Now, divine not being created, correct? Divine coming from what? From
like being like in some way equal to God, or at the level of power of God, or something like.
Yeah, and the firstborn. That's usually because David was the firstborn. Israel's the firstborn. It's a title. So even though David had a father, he's saying he's the firstborn, and this is like the prophecy. He fulfills that prophecy of David. That's why it falls in line with that. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because people do say there is no metaphysics of the Trinity or things like that. It's also Hebrews 1. The interesting one we've been going over is Genesis 22.
Come out.
Changing the names of God. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't help but to think about the law of sustainment, which, although that's psychology, I mean,
Not psychology.
The law of psychology. It's a psychological term. No, that's not. Oh, please describe why it's not, because that's how I learned.
Because we're talking
A
about
psychological term.
talking about physics.
I know, but that's what I was bringing up, sir.
Okay, so
I was sorry. No,
We're not going to go to psychology. We don't talk about psychology.
No, you're not.
We don't talk about psychology. We talk about philosophy.
Like, if these people they don't want to do metaphysics, then why do they talk about God?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like God is a metaphysical issue, but then they get mad when we bring up metaphysics.
Why are you talking about metaphysics?
Why are you talking about God?
I love metaphysics. I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all jump to it.
Exactly. You don't know what we're talking about.
No, I do, and I agree. I agree with what y'all talking about. If you just waited, but you just kicked me off, and y'all jump to conclusions. Listen, sir, please.
Oh my God.
Please, I appreciate it. Yeah, and I'm just glad that I come up here with my things I already had free.
No, don't kick him out of the room. Just I'm like,
section. He keeps spurring it out.
Yeah. So, Muhammad, we're going to continue the conversation we had yesterday with Genesis 22. We're going to start at verse 1, right? So, we went through yesterday, well, it can't be another God, right? That's out of the question. It's not another God. It's the same God.
Conversation of about Ibrahim.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll follow.
Yeah. Remember, it was verse 1, then 11, then 16, right? Where the names change. But first, it's Elohim. It's just this divine command, no explanation. He prepares his son, he takes him up to the mountain. Whatever narrative you want to say, whether if he knew or didn't know, right? Depending on the tradition. And then in verse 11, it says, the angel of the Lord stopped him. So we're seeing that these are two different aspects of God, right? Just say, because it's the same God. You understand what he's saying there?
I actually don't have a problem with that at all. Probably you do have some problem when God asked, like, Ibrahim to kill his son.
No.
Story...
I'm talking about the two different names, right? Not so much that whether if you killed the son or not, right? Let's try to stay away from that because it's even deeper than that. But we have three different names. being said here, we have Elohim, we have angel of the Lord, and we have Lord. So then, it's what I'm trying to say is the authority of each name has a different purpose. So Elohim is telling him without explanation, okay, son. And then the angel of the Lord stops him and gives him and presents the covenant, right? And then he actually does the covenant with the Lord.
What do you mean the authority?
Still one God.
Yeah, no problem. But what do you mean the authority?
So, if we see on the first verse, we don't really get explanation, right? Just the command.
Okay.
So he went to go kill his son.
Yeah,
And then when he went to go kill his son, he was stopped and he was given a different command.
Okay.
So I'm saying, what was different from the first command and the second command?
Is God required to give an explanation for any command that he do?
There's two different names giving two different commands.
Okay, no problem for any names. Like, is God, I'm speaking in general, is God required to give explanation for his action?
Yeah, it's the point of discussing it. It's the point of writing it down.
So he required to give explanation for his action?
Well, we discuss it, right?
No, we can discuss it. Like, he can give a reason. But I'm asking, is he required?
Is he required?
I mean, is it necessary to give a reason for his action?
Well, I think that it continues to play out this way throughout the Bible.
I know that it plays out this way because he appealed to the logic of the human. I understand it. But is it required for God to give explanation for his action?
Jump in for 2 seconds, Megatron, because then I got to get in the shower. I don't think that it's split that. Thank you, sir. And good morning, y'all. I don't
Make sure
think
the camera doesn't fog up this time, right?
I don't think that it's explicit that we give God the Almighty a question as to whether or not He has ultimate authority and omniscience. But I think the overarching driving point that my friend Megatron is trying to say, which I read along with him last night, I find very interesting, is that God has titles that are very distinct to His actions. So there's God the Almighty. There's Jehovah Jireh, God will provide. There is a time when God is sovereign. God is. So I think the overarching thing that he's trying to drive home is that, yeah, God can give a command. Like, this is what I want you to do. Take your son on a 3-day hike up to the hillside and kill him. But he will provide. And the faith that Abraham had, that God would provide, was enough to allow for God to offer a sacrifice. So I could be wrong on that. Maybe I'm missing the mark. Good morning, y'all. That's just what I wanted to add as my 2 cents.
Don't smoke crack.
Yeah, Mars, man, you got some serious problems, brother. Get sober.
That's my 2 cents. Don't smoke crack.
All right, let's be nice here. Some to the women nice here. Viper. So, yeah, good point there. So that's what I mean. Like Muhammad, when they say like, is there Trinity in the Old Testament, right? Or is there this belief early on? Right? And the story is Moses wrote about this stuff. So, he knew about this stuff. He went to the mountaintop with the 70 and saw God. So it says in Exodus 24. You know, he heard the voice looking from the Father, right? But then the angel of the Lord presented himself. It's the same thing in Exodus. So that logos that we talk about, that's what we see. That's the difference between us and you.
logos to us is the eternal word of God, but this spoke to the prophets.
Well,
The whole Old Testament. The whole Old Testament is Jesus.
the Jews have the beginning of the story, but they don't have the end of the story. So it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, so almost like Muhammad, we don't even say that they believe in a different God. We just say they don't understand. Because we use the same book.
No, I'm listening, but I have like a few comments, but I don't think it helps the conversation anyway because they make the claim of them too. So it goes to interpretation, how you interpret the book, and if the freedom of interpretation and going outside sources, they are right as much as you are right, and if they have stronger sources, like they could be right more than you're right. So if you allow the interpretation to be like open in the Bible, then there is no way to figuring out the verse really mean, or who's Elohim really mean, or is it Jesus or not. It become open, like anyone can interpret it however you want. Interpretation based on like facts, other facts that are confirmed, like that's a good discussion you have. But if the interpretation based on the understanding, just the understanding, they have understanding also. So it's like my understanding against yours.
No, well, Jesus gives us the way to interpret Scripture because Jesus debates the Pharisees in the New Testament. So we would use the same method Jesus uses to interpret Scripture. So we know how to interpret it.
Megatron, I think that it's awesome you're bringing up the different logos of God and how Jesus is riddled in the Old Testament. But I think Emmanuel is one that we haven't brought up.
Yeah, like I didn't get there yet. That has to have like a whole thing to it, you know. You know what I mean? Yeah, so because we're saying to Muhammad we share his same story.
I don't get why people act like interpretation is such a big problem. It's like we just do hermeneutics. It's not like a big mystery what it says or something.
Because every translation
Well,
is an interpretation and it could be different.
no, there's a correct way to interpret. We have proper hermeneutical methods.
Yeah, you're saying out of so many different people.
We're gonna keep that bottom stack on there, right? Put the eggs on top of that, right? Yeah.
So what? Just because people are...
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that there's no absolute.
Okay, but no. Human weakness doesn't mean there's no objective way to interpret the Bible. That's like saying, this thermometer is broken, therefore there's no objective temperature in the room.
You're saying there is.
That's a good point.
Yes.
We can reach an objective understanding. So my question would be this. The usage of the word Elohim in the Bible, when it is used alone, it refers to what exactly? Is it referencing to Jesus? Is it referencing
Many different
the
things.
Father?
Many different things. The words Elohim and El Shaddai are from a different language. It's not originated in Hebrew. So the name was kind of inherited into the language.
Yeah, okay. So that's now you have the conversation. You understand my question.
No, hold on. P-Mars, let him talk, man. I'm trying to get some mid-rush.
Not stopping him from talking.
I'm asking P-Mars. P-Mars, do you think that the same thing?
I don't know. God, I haven't done a deep dive on it.
So it is open to interpretation if you don't.
That doesn't follow.
It does.
How does that follow?
Because you don't know for sure. Those being used.
Doesn't mean there's not an objective. That doesn't mean it's open to interpretation. The author has an intent. So we do hermeneutics too. Like we go, what is the author intent first?
So you can't objectively know what the author means by
Yes, you can. Well, not by one word. context, grammar, and then you use reason. We use context, grammar, and reason.
But usually, I said usually, I can understand it could change the meaning if we use it in different contexts, like saying the Elohim of Ra, it be F. I understand that. But usually when it's not any specified, so what usually Elohim mean?
See,
It can
when we
mean,
do,
it can mean like avatar. It can mean hierarchy. It can mean patriarch.
well, without context, it wouldn't mean anything without context. Like,
messenger.
when we do hermeneutics, context is king. We can't divorce the meaning and the context. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let me ask you part of the question. If you ask a Muslim, for example, and you said to him what Allah means, and he told you he doesn't know, it could mean anything. What's your opinion on that?
Rahman, Rahim, is that what you guys say?
No, that's another name, but I'm asking what Allah.
But when do you say the other name?
Yeah, you can ask him about the other name, but when you ask him what Allah means, and he told you he doesn't know.
So how many different ways can you say you say various different ways to say his name?
No, I'm just switching the position. I'm not questioning what part.
Oh,
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I think that word is trapped in the language, but
There is a similar conversation in Islam, and I wanna do a branch of faith for you. So, but that conversation is not about the name of God; it's about the heaven. So, the word heaven being used many times in the Quran, but sometimes it references a heaven on earth. Sometimes it's reference a heaven that you're gonna enter in the afterlife, and sometimes it references a heaven that being between the sky or something like that. Heaven that means the skies. So there is like an old debate in Islam. Where was Adam? Which heaven where was he? Is it the heaven that God mentioned on earth, or the heaven that is in the sky? So this is a long debate, a long conversation. But there is something that we can build, and it is the linguistic part of it. So in the Quran, when the heaven used alone, without adding anything to it, like without adding a context to it, only mean only one heaven, and this is the heaven of the afterlife. But if you add a context to it, and you reference it or attach it to other things like earth or the skies or something like that, then this is not the heaven of the end life. So from the linguistic alone, we can have a way to know what the words mean. So that's why I asked you, Elohim, you use that word alone. What is usually reference to without adding context to it?
yeah, I described council of God, oligarch, patriarch. That's what it means. The unity of God. God plural.
But do you think like the plural is a royalty, just a royalty for mentioning God, Elohim? Because without the him, it's become Elohim.
Well, so there are things that come forth from God. So that's where we're going to say those things are also God. Like this language here with the angel of the Lord. When the angel of the Lord is presented, that doesn't mean it's automatically God right away, but when he speaks in authority, it's God. And that's the context.
That angel.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So it's like an intermediary, right? Depending on how it's going, what it says in the storyline. Like if you read the beginning of Zechariah, chapter 1 and chapter 4, you'll see that the angel of the Lord it switches roles while it's talking. It's very interesting, and this is consistent throughout the Bible.
Why you don't
Like
think
Istighatha.
what?
Like Istighatha.
Istighatha? No, that's
Yeah.
not it.
They use it
It's
like
a
that.
shit conversation. But why do you think that God cannot ask like Jesus or the Father or the Holy Spirit cannot ask Abraham to kill his son? Why do you think?
Why couldn't I ask a question again?
Why don't you think that Jesus or the Father or the Holy Spirit, this is what you reference as God, either one of them can't ask Abraham to kill their son? His son, sorry.
I think they all three asked them, right? According to how we understand it.
So you
It
believe
wouldn't really matter, right?
So they can't ask him that question.
I don't understand. What's the question? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Do you think is it possible for God to ask Abraham to kill his son?
Yes. Of course. Yes.
Yeah. So there is no problem, however you interpret it.
Well, the more thing that I want to go to the power or who is telling him to do it, and when he's telling him not to do it. And that's the names and the authorities that I really wanted to touch on. I mean, whether if he was mistaken. See, that's what I mean. I'm not sure if person is being used here. That would be me, like, reading it into the text. But if we want to do, like, a true reading of the text, it's not, I don't think that's what it's Lord himself. Though it is interesting.
So my question would be, is it possible that the same person asked him to kill his son, then save his son?
Same being.
Yeah, same being, same person, same being, same everything.
Yeah.
Then there is no problem also.
But when God is in this way, he says it like that. But when he's in this form or way, he says it like that. Do you get where I'm going?
No, I understand where you're going, but you didn't deny that it couldn't be the other possibility. Like, I understand that both possibility can be true. Being different person, one of them asked this and the other asked this, then that like will have some problem. But there is also no problem having the same person asking both questions. So you didn't deny any one of them. You accepted both of them.
Correct. And the question I'm kind of torn with, right? If I want to put this where I would understand it, is what power has the more authority? The initial one that just gave the command with no explanation, or the one that stops and then gives the explanation?
That's problematic in your religion if you ask that question, because you don't believe there is authority between the person in the Trinity, like they share the same authority. But if you make the difference, if you make the difference, will make other problem in your worldview.
Yeah, I that's just a question that I'm asking myself. Maybe I'm over embellishing on the point, but it's the question that
is interesting. I mean, which one would you think is, even if we put those rules to the side?
Like, if you go to that road, then you have to deal that one God have more authority than the other God. And
No, we just agreed it's one God. Just agreed. You said
not one person.
One has more authority than another, than you're making a distinction between. There are two gods, though. One is
No, there's no distinction. I'm talking about the medium and how it's being revealed.
That's what I said. These the gods are right. Why are not like really? It comes down to that.
It's the God that you have to pronounce that it is not God.
But here, yeah, correct. But here, it is God. Because there
Yes. So there is no Ostina. If you believe that it's God itself, there is no Ostina.
But it's still saying like through another. But the minute you like give it distinction in authority, you've already made it like another God. A more powerful and that's not.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I thought.
I'm not saying that's how we see it. I'm just giving, just looking at the text, it seems like.
No, I'm saying if you think about that, then you will have a problem in your worldview. Like if you make a different of authority, then you will have a problem because it's not consistent with your previous view that all the three persons in the Trinity have the same authority.
Well,
so you say
it actually does. Instead we have, right? Because we have Father, he is the judge, the Redeemer.
Okay, I can accept
is the one redeeming, giving land, right?
But I could accept different authority. Okay, there is no problem to that concept. I could accept different authority. But when you put authority above another one, that will make the problem.
But you see how I just kind of answered, right? If there is a command with no explanation, but we think it's more powerful than the one with explanation.
That's a kind of mercy. Like if you think about the explanation, that's a kind of mercy. It's not like required from God.
The story is written that way for a reason.
Yeah, like I said, it fits into the logic of the human.
So it does make sense. Very good. Yeah, this thing's like this all over the place. To say that it would be translated better in the Greek and it would spring off of what the especially saying, you know what, I'm not gonna write that word. I'm gonna write the word to say it uses the metaphysics of stuff. We understand. Roman influence. Of course, it's historical. It doesn't make it false.
At least you're honest. That's good.
I think this is upstairs that's doing the lights. I put his door in. The other guy from upstairs.
whole community just bullies people relentlessly. It's like, what the fuck, dude? As if you have some principles or something. Albedo, I tried to look up how an explanation could not be a relation between facts. And the AI said, well, then it would be, the explanation would be arbitrary in that case. So it's like, are you...
I heard you the last time, P. Mars, like you mentioned that in order for everything not to be arbitrary, you have to ground it on Jesus.
Yes.
So how could you say it's not arbitrary to ground it on Jesus?
Because it's what it means. So if something's not grounded, it's arbitrary. And if it's grounded, it's not arbitrary. So it's just...
I understand. But the grounding that you put in, how you figure it's not arbitrary?
Because it's grounded.
I understand it's grounded. But the grounding, you put the grounding, how do you know it's not arbitrary?
Because it's the ground.
So if someone else say Buddha, for example...
Just explain to him first for primary and secondary goals. That's probably what he's asking.
I don't know what he's... He's asking, like, it's like, what's the Supreme Court of the Supreme Court? Well, there isn't a Supreme Court of the Supreme Court.
With the first clause, with your second clause, which ultimately still is the first clause.
It's like, who's the president? The President Trump. Well, he is the president. There's no... It's like,
so you're saying it depends on the definition?
I don't understand the fact.
So
God,
because God
is, look, asking what grounds God, it's a nonsense question, because God is the ground. So it's like, what's the president of President Trump? Well, there is no president, because he is the president, right?
Yeah, I have no problem with that understanding, but how you could say it's not arbitrary? Like, for example, someone else and say, I know God to be, I don't know, Buddha. So how your God not arbitrary and Buddha God?
Yeah, because like Buddha can't ground logic, so only Jesus can ground logic.
Yeah, that's a claim.
That's a claim. Exactly.
Right. That's true.
So the claim is arbitrary.
No, it's not arbitrary. If you don't like the claim, what alternative claim can ground logic?
Let's say God without putting any Jesus to it. Do you accept that?
Well, no. It's a... Oh my God, dude.
Logic's grounded in reality.
Yeah,
and you could do that.
First clause, right? First clause, and then there's the second clause.
Right? You can't ground something in an abstraction.
Why?
Because an abstraction can't account for concrete reality.
What if I grab my father?
Yeah, that's an abstraction.
A concrete reality is not a thing. It's a concept. It's an
abstract. Make it what it is.
Still very bold claims in that substance.
Well, I'm making bold claims. Wow, you want to debate me? All right, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna make you a moderator. Let's go, tough guy.
Yeah, okay, make an argument that you can't have any claims or assertions. Go ahead.
What?
Make an argument, but you can't have any claims and you can't assert anything. Go.
No, you make an argument with premises.
That's a claim.
Yeah, very clever.
Yeah.
That's what you're reduced to.
You're asserting that.
That's what you're reduced to. So
Another claim.
What is your claim?
And what's the prior for that? What's the prior for that? Listen, what are the priors for that claim?
Yeah, what's your inference rule?
Yeah.
It's pretty reductio, right?
Have you run that?
Great.
Did you run that claim? Did you put it on a truth table? What were
I grounded it in the book Beast of Trial. If you don't believe it, the book Beast of Trial, we can't ground it.
The block universe.
And the non-existence of the book Beast of Trial is absurd. So there you go, checkmate theist.
If we take your claim to the metaphysical bank, we can't cash it without committing absolute identity theft.
So have you got anything of substance, or is it just the usual garbage?
Well, substance, that's metaphysics. So
is it? Oh dear. Well, thanks for categorizing everything. Have you got an argument?
Can you make arguments?
Not have one.
Okay. I don't have an argument because.
Alright, so saying that the universe is grounded in itself. You can't say the universe is grounded in itself. Because then you're accusing us of doing that, right? Oh,
Why?
because it's grounded.
Where's the rule that says you can't?
I can't do that. Okay, so then don't complain about
Hey,
the
we can't
rules.
ground anything on. There you go. Now you've lost. I said you can't.
So then there we go. Okay, so what do we mean? Like there has to be we have to meet in the middle somewhere, right?
We can't make an argument because LSF said so.
Yeah, that's about the level of your argumentation. You can't do this, you can't do that. You've got to do everything the way I said. It's my button, it's my ball. If you don't play by my rules, I'm going to take my ball away.
Okay, well, let's do
Well, you're just saying it is what it is, and then giving no explanation for it, but then telling everyone else they're wrong. No, you got to pick one. What is that you're saying it is?
Yeah. Or don't make authoritative claims.
Yeah, it's rubbish. You are correct.
So, or an argument on abstract, what do you mean by that?
What did he say?
You said you can't make, claim, or I don't know, how did you say, about something abstract?
No, I said an abstraction can't account for like a concrete universe.
And what do you mean by abstraction?
A concept.
So metaphysical. But you can make on the physical. And the universe is physical. It's not an abstract.
Okay, but what is the word universe? That's not
Everything that we consider material.
Yeah, that's an abstraction. Where do you observe? Yeah, where do you observe the universe? Where did you see that?
You think material objects are an abstraction?
Where can
Exactly.
Where can I go? Where's the particular universe?
Yeah, so you know, like your body.
How do I observe the particular?
Body?
Yeah, Piper, where's that particular universe? Where can I see that? Can you give me the directions?
I mean, so it's sort of silly to be like, where is all of space?
So it's an abstraction. So it's an abstraction.
No, space is
No,
not
okay,
space.
so where's the particular universe? Where can I go look and observe that particular?
No, but space is involved in causal relation, so it is concrete. It's not an abstract.
Where's the particular universe?
Again, saying where is all of space is
The aboutness isn't
Yes,
what
you're not
it
getting
is.
this.
The
You're not
aboutness
getting
isn't
this.
the being.
It's
He's not getting it.
getting them mixed up, the universal and the actual. It's a sort of the likeness of something isn't a sort of.
Yeah, you're getting this confused, Viper.
Says the guy who just asked, where is all space?
Well, dude, is it a particular or is it a universal?
Yeah, where is the universe?
Is the universe a particular or is it a universal?
It's going to be a particular.
The universe is not universal.
Well, yeah, so you just. I mean, it's just like amazing that you do something so stupid as like equivocate on universe and universal, and then you laugh when somebody points out that you're being an idiot.
I mean, how is it not an abstraction? Like, how could you know the universe?
Wait a second. How will you
Not
make
an
a difference?
abstraction because it's a
How do you-
concrete entity, right?
That doesn't. Well, like a crowd is an abstraction.
No, you're mixing the two. He's mixing the
Crowds
two.
are involved in causal relations.
But a crowd can't cause anything. The concrete particular.
Crowds don't cause things. Have you ever
No.
seen a riot? Like,
Yeah,
why
but
do you think stuff?
the crowd doesn't cause it. The particular concrete humans that would be the part of
That's
the
a bunch
set.
of particular concrete humans that form.
Because all of the understanding of everything in the universe, all that together, is not a concrete one. It is a unified abstraction of many different things. So it follows an underlying principle, even though there is many within it. So you can't say all those things cannot be concretely proven with physics. So it has to be an abstraction. No. How do you get out of that? You don't demonstrate universe in any conversation. You use language that might describe something
You're representing.
associating to a physical. Yeah.
You're abstracting to represent like this this thing that like you can't point to the universe, dude.
Yeah, say pointing, like, I don't know. Why do you think, like, this idea that you can point to all of space is like, what do you think that confusion amounts to?
Think of what science is telling us. The observable universe, and we have a picture of it. It puts us in the center. Is that the case?
Hasn't
So
been
what
the case
message is
since
NASA
Galileo.
sending out to everybody that is what? Geocentric, heliocentric? Looks like a geocentric model of some sort. But in the sense of us viewing it from this vantage point, right? So it's not really saying this is the universe in and of itself, or we're the center. But it's how it's measured, right? So what is abstract? Because that can't be the concrete, that picture, that representation.
But how are you making the difference between God as an abstract and the universe?
Okay, so then we're in the center of the universe. Are you cool with that?
But God,
That makes
I'm
sense.
saying concrete person.
Makes sense to me. I mean, it goes with my Catholic view.
Jesus is a particular person. God's a particular. It's not really. He's not like a group. Like, what are you talking about?
So how are you making a difference then? Why don't you accept that?
Yeah, one is a group. One is the singular thing. Right? That's the difference. That goes straight there. Holy shit.
So you're saying it have to be singular?
Yeah.
You can pick up a rock and build idea on it, so that make it concrete then.
Yes, the rock is concrete.
Okay, the rock is concrete and God is concrete. How choosing the rock or God, how you choosing God is not arbitrary than someone else choosing
Because of
the
the
rock.
properties, the rock isn't self-contained and absolute. Only God is
So no. And it's not being concrete, it's wait a second, so it's not being concrete, it's like the attribute.
Well, the concrete, it's an attribute set, right? Like, you can't, you're trying to isolate the attribute set, but it's a set of attributes that would be a necessary
experience.
I need you. Anyway, I gotta go. See you later, guys.
Asamala Malekala. Bro, Piper, I'm surprised you made that blunder. That's like really basic philosophy.
Is this where like, is this like the thing where like some idiot says something dumb, and he calls out for saying something dumb,
Just
and they like pretend
that was an incredible blunder by
the
you.
other person said something dumb?
It was an incredible blunder.
It is that, okay.
Well, you did blunder like hard. That's hard.
Whatever you say, like.
We just expect like the highest level from you every time. Like even in joking situations,
Yeah, no,
we expect you to be on top.
Because you present yourself as like, you know, this
The standard means standard.
Isn't good the standard?
Oh God, another afternoon.
It's about humorous because it just makes everybody feel uncomfortable. Stop. What is there not to understand about the concrete universal? Because there is no potentiality in conversation. I mean, that's so silly. You say the highest potential is what it is, right? But that would be that underlying principle that unifies everything. The underlining unifier is you're gonna say it's concrete one, that's God. That's it. Like that's why we're saying to you, if the concrete one is the universe. Since you want to say grounding and being, it's fine. You're begging the question. Just like you're gonna blame us for doing.
What exactly is a concrete one, Megatron?
It's actual. Concrete means actual.
Yeah. And the one part means?
The thing that you say you are and alive today. The thing that remains consistent whether if you are alive or not.
One meaning unified, like.
How is it that the science is always changing, but then logic itself remains eternal? What contains the logic that makes it unchanging?
Well, I don't think logic is eternal.
Why not?
Well, I mean, you'll need to disaggregate exactly what sense of logic you're employing, but I mean, I think the way people reason changes obviously according to socio-historical context, and then the actual development of logic as a formal system has a history to it, right? So over time, different formal systems have been developed. So.
Right. But they still rely on stable. They operate under stable rules. So people would say those stable rules are necessary truths, which would say eternal. You don't think they're necessary?
I mean, if what you mean to say is that there are necessary truths which always obtain, sure.
That's what he means by eternal. That's basically what he's saying.
Okay, but then I don't know, what does that have to do with science changing?
Well, I'm not sure what Barbara.
Is science provisional?
Yeah.
Okay. Is logic provisional?
I mean, it just depends on what you mean by logic.
Logic is structured relations between elements under stable rules.
science, which you can describe that way.
Where do you get stable rules?
Realize what happens when we discover things that don't fit into our existing sense of logic.
Do we ever discover something that contradicts itself?
Oh yeah.
Like what?
We have like quantum logic.
It doesn't contradict itself.
Fuzzy logic.
Those don't contradict.
Those are the limits of language you're describing yourself.
No,
I mean, how many times are we gonna have this conversation? Come on, like, get it together.
No, but even because you couldn't without the law of non-contradiction, there'd be no difference between reason and non-reason. So any reasoning assumes the law of non-contradiction. It's impossible to reason without it.
Yes, trivial.
Trivially.
It is trivial, yeah.
It's necessary. I wouldn't say it's trivial. I'd say it's necessary. I mean, isn't it so obvious? So, like, if we look at a bridge, it is constrained by mathematical principles. Well, mathematical principles are eternal and uncreated. Well, what's eternal and uncreated? It's God, right?
Mathematical principles.
Mathematical rules.
What did you say is constrained by mathematical principles?
The bridge, like we would say, based on any bridge.
Oh, like a physical bridge.
Yeah.
Alright. It's constrained by laws of physics.
Which are mathematical principles. Yeah. Which are abstract. So for those, there has to be something real that they map onto. So
are they universal?
Yeah. So
they how can they change when God does miracles?
They don't change.
Oh, okay. What laws of physics allow the Red Sea to be split?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well, that's a leap. You're saying that he needs to abide by the laws of physics. I mean, what kind of God are you describing here, Melissa?
If I drop
He needs to follow the laws of physics.
What are you changing the laws of physics? The people has just said the universal. Obviously not.
If I drop a pen and you grab the pen, you didn't change gravity. You just intervened. So God just intervenes. He doesn't like change the laws.
When I chop off someone's oxygen supply for 3 days and their brain dies, they don't come back to life.
Well, Jesus is not going to do that. So.
Jesus didn't come back to life.
No, he did, but he's not here to bring somebody else back to life. What he left.
Unless we break the laws of physics now.
Laws of physics? I don't know why you're saying.
I mean, I think if you keep changing the laws of physics, then that would affect the uniformity of nature and the laws of logic and the universality of those as well. So how can you know anything is true?
How could you say that?
You're sending a ripple effect. He's saying it's sending a ripple effect.
Wait. If there's
being one electron. Yeah, go ahead.
If there's no uniformity of nature, what is there to change? Just think about that, smart guy.
What did you say?
If there's no uniformity of nature, what would it even change? What is changing if there's no uniformity? Oh my fucking god. Do you get what I mean, Bart?
I think you gotta just be more. You gotta use more colorful language. If they blame you for not using, I don't know why they complain. You try to keep it simple, and they.
Yeah, I don't understand.
The uniformity of nature is what keeps all your logic in order.
You said God. You said God can change the uniformity, right? So therefore, there's no uniformity. Oh my God. What the fuck?
If God changes the laws of physics halfway through me dropping a pen and it goes in the direction you call up, then yeah, how can I know anything is true?
How can he change it if there's no uniformity?
I don't know. How do you do anything? How do you create the universe from?
What are you talking about? What does it mean to change something that's not
You don't answer a how question, do you? Because you can't answer a how question. Because you don't know the answer to how question.
Your question is stupid because
You're shouting.
The fact that he's changing something. Yeah, you're fucking so stupid.
You said it is uniform. There is uniformity that is changing something.
You can't change anything unless there's uniformity in the beginning. So to go, because he changes it, therefore it's not uniform. You couldn't even talk about change without uniformity, you fucking retard. You didn't do drugs all your life. You spent his whole life fucking doing gay sex and drugs. Now you want to come on here and be a philosopher? No! You ruined your brain. You can't even think.
Yeah. Let's just show you up for what you really are. You get caught showing your dick to a girl.
Does having sex with hookers hurt my brain?
If they have something in mind.
I was on good response, but I guess he doesn't want to answer.
When did having sex with that? When did that happen? I wasn't aware of being part of this conversation. Because if that's the case, then I'm fucked. Anyway, maybe I.
Yeah, I think he's been
Nigga, you are more than black. Nigga, you are more.
This is several ago. If you bottomed out though, LSF, stop pretending like you got bottomed out. Bottomed out. There's no explanation. You're not explaining anything. You're just rebutting every single point that we make. And then you get some sidelines coming in and saying shit off the cuff.
Doing anything.
I'm gonna tell you that. I'm proving to you that you're all another universe is falling
You can't do this. You can't do that.
You're not begging the question. Am I stating the universe is eternal?
No, shit.
If you're not gonna say it, then I take quantum. Quantum grounds it. Quantum grounds everything. I mean, that can't be arbitrary. That has to be set in stone. Because one fact is going to lead to the next fact. It's going to lead to the next fact. There has to be at least one fact that is true.
He didn't say it. He said uniform. But
Well, I made that choice because if not, they don't make an argument. So I have to posit a hypothetical to have the conversation. I don't know how much more charitable you want to be. LSF, if God be an axiom under the atheist worldview, is atheist. If it's just some sort of like X equals this,
since people are agnostic, why can't they say X is this? Not knowing exactly what X is.
Give me a caveat consensus.
Okay, all right. P1, you know what I'm asking?
I guess you're saying God's like a brute fact or something.
Or just give it a property set within your worldview. If it's not existing, if it's something else, give it a value. You have to give it a value because you have the conversation. It has to have some kind of value. What value would you give it? I mean, you gotta make these conversations make sense, right? I mean, you want me to do the ChatGPT thing? I'm gonna pull up ChatGPT thing for you guys. I gotta get to.
Well, I've got a question for you, P1.
Yeah.
Where did Noah get to pull the vessel?
I don't know.
So do you think Noah's Ark ended up on Mount Ararat? After the
I don't know.
That's all you knew. I thought you were like the god man.
No, I just know that you're worthless.
You just do like priests of philosophy and actually the justice.
Yeah.
Silliness.
Yeah, I'm not good enough for you. Maybe you can find the perfect person someday. You'll be happy.
Just wonder where all the kangaroo skeletons are between Mount Ararat and Australia. Surely there should be like a trail of kangaroo skeletons.
Well, he drowned all the fish except the ones that he wanted, right? So, I mean, say that too. Now, if you're gonna think that literal, then you're just gonna bump into so many absurdities, like about birds and sex. And it goes on and on and on. So, the story is supposed to be taken out. What happened?
Is the Noah's Ark story literal or metaphorical?
It's literal.
Is it? Uh-oh.
Makes me want to say that too.
Boaty but boat face thing.
How the hell do you drive
Please, that wasn't for you to respond, all right? Please. The fish got drowned.
God just likes to help everybody.
No, I noticed that. You can't drown fish. That's what I'm trying to explain to him. And it go into this sort of by asking about all the animal life that's on that boat is gonna, yeah, it makes a big issue. That's why I'm supposed to be thinking that way. To be honest, I don't even like the explanation of like Jesus being in the belly of the beast. I personally don't even like that. Why not?
To challenge the drone.
I don't even like the whole nose story. I like it. You like the nose story?
Yeah, it's proud. It's such a like significant story. It's a myth, actually. But it's so liked by the human psyche. Like you see it exist ages before the Abrahamics even adopted it. It's somehow very appealing to the human mind as a story. Yeah, I like it. As a story, yeah.
As a true story, I guess.
It's a myth.
As long as you're the one on the boat, that makes it a lot better. So when you see yourself Marcus on the boat, or you see yourself,
It's nice. I mean,
it is a great story.
Not as good of a
like
story.
one man, I guess, so lost with like creation. It's all flooded. He just, I don't know, on his arm, he's super false. So cute.
It's a cute bow. And a cute rainy day.
It's a cute story.
A cute rainy day.
Bro, Hindus have it too, man. The Russians have it too. This is such an appealing story to the human mind.
It can't be true, though, I guess.
No, it's a myth and a legend.
Right.
But the moral from it is true.
Right.
What you learn from it holds true. The story doesn't have to have action.
The Noah's Ark story helps.
That it's not like quite the arrogant. He thought he could just shoot a mother, right?
Noah's Ark.
Then isn't that the story you hold also?
What?
You realize Noah invites them to the feast and then one God, but they are so arrogant. They just keep climbing up that mountain and thinking that they would reach the highest peak, and he keeps warning them of a flood if they don't kind of follow him.
That sounds like
It is a Quran. I don't know.
got the Islamic spin.
Yeah, that's the one I thought. What's the Christian one?
That sounds like a combination of the Christian Noah's flood and the Christian Tower of Babel.
What is it? What is the
climbing up the mountain business, and like if they keep doing that, then God's gonna judge. No, it's that they're wicked. The people are wicked, and Noah and his family were the only righteous ones. And God's like, hey, get on this boat, and we're gonna the rest of the earth is gonna go bye bye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it wasn't about climbing a mountain or being arrogant in that way. Like they were just wicked. Yeah. That sounds like you're saying that they were climbing a mountain trying to get to God or something. Well, that's what the Tower of Babel was.
No, they were just climbing up the mountain to seek refuge from the flood. They thought that if they hit the highest peak, the sun and the wife, like trouble, so eventually, like, it hit them and they couldn't, highest peak couldn't save them or something. And then he takes, like, because it's like a universal freak and it's a worldwide flood, he takes, like, each pair of, I don't know, each animal pair and plant pair and stuff, goes on that ark, and he's building the ark and stuff. And they think he's gone mad. But then eventually he just embarks on it. It must be quite painful for them.
Well, they've never seen rain before because they didn't have like rain storms and rain before that.
Why do you believe that, Mars?
That's what the Bible says.
The Bible says there was never rain before that.
Yeah. Where does it say that?
Where?
Talks about like a canopy of mist. That's the firmament.
Right. Why would that mean there's never been water that's
What had happened after we just don't have any evidence? Either do
Andrew, this is my pastor taught this, right? He said that the flood changed the world. That there was the firmament, which was like a canopy of like water above the earth, and then that went away. And he said before the flood, there was no rain. That it would collect water by like mist and dew. There'd be like mist and fog. There would be no rain. So that's why everyone thought Noah was crazy.
That's what your pastor told you?
Andrew chose his accusers.
Yeah.
Not having read that book.
Read what book? Oh, any book?
Yeah, he's saying you never read a book in your entire life.
Oh, well.
AK.
Yeah, look, Jane has backed me up with the scripture. See, I'm right. Do you want to admit I'm right, Andrew?
No, I don't. I want you to find the scripture.
Jane put it in the chat. Genesis 2:5-6. The Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth.
Yeah, the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth. Yeah, sure. That doesn't mean the water didn't happen in natural cycles.
It's saying what I just said. Okay, so Andrew can't admit to being wrong.
No, do you want me to just say that that's correct?
Look, Andrew, I get it. You can never admit to being wrong. I get it.
Okay, do you want me to just say you're right?
Okay, Andrew.
Do you want me to
You can never admit you're wrong.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
He's introspecting it. He's just dissecting it. Okay.
Do you want me to just say that you're right?
Look, Andrew.
Yeah, that's what he wants me to say.
What I want you to do is to just say it. Just never believe anything I say. Never believe anything I say. Anytime I say something, never believe it. Just keep doing that.
You're forcing him.
It's a good rule of thumb, Andrew. You probably actually do want to follow that.
Such an asshole. Like,
It's what he does. It's what he does.
He just dismisses anything I say like I'm trash, and then he acts like his shit don't stink.
Yeah, and not for nothing, but Darth hasn't been around for a long time. Like, if he's still butthurt about the Darth stuff, then he's just clearly being
He can't get over it.
purposely, yeah, like a spiteful person for no reason. Like, literally no reason. Yeah, he's still upset about this. As if we have control over what he does
So what are you talking
and
about?
stuff. It's honestly, it's ridiculous.
He hates Darth.
But we accept it about him, right?
Well, that's good.
We don't really have a choice, right?
Mars, why would I accept that? That means that there was never any rain before. I don't understand that. So the Lord had not caused rain to hit the earth. Do you think God is the one that's causing everything that happens, precipitate all the natural cycles on the earth? Do you think God is behind those?
It's all. I think it's all.
No. But do you think God guides each hurricane and every single thing that occurs? Do you think He guides them? So when the Haiti earthquake happens, you think God did that?
Yeah.
Oh God, here he's doing the atheist argument shit again. You're gonna go right back to the Bambi.
That's
Go right back to Bambi.
That's not.
Right back to Bambi. I guarantee this is going right to Bambi.
I don't know what that means. But anyway, go ahead, Mars.
You say that it's going to go to animal suffering. Like the scope of the common speech was going there.
Yeah. Well, no, it's either going to be that God is
Bambi.
behind all. It's you're saying, Pete Mars. I mean, the scripture doesn't say that. It just says God did not cause it to rain. That's fine.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, it's not really interacting with the text, Pete Mars.
Okay. I mean, it said.
Andrew, what did you think about that Genesis 22, the one I was going over with the guy there about Abraham's? If I see Isaac.
You thought the Trinity
What you
was.
think about it?
You thought the Trinity was.
Well, I didn't think the Trinity was there, but I'm thinking that there is something about God that's
Well, it's definitely, no, it's definitely supposed to be a type and a shadow, like of Christ and the Son, in 3 days and sacrifice, carrying his own instrument.
Yes. You see, now you get me.
Oh, well, thank you.
Very good. But there is a lot there, don't you think? Even with the different names.
There's a lot there, even with the different needs.
The different names of how God is presenting himself to Abraham.
Yeah, like
He's the Elohim, and then he does it on purpose. He's just automatic. He doesn't want to actually have a conversation. Even when you try.
Well, because you're having a conversation. I think you're trolling most of the time. P-Mars.
You see how he's not tracking? He's doing it on purpose.
Dude,
you asked me, like, where is that in the Bible? I provide the verse, and then now you move the goalpost.
You said,
well, it says God didn't cause it
here's
to
what your
rain.
claim was.
If I was gonna
You said these people
you
have never.
dismiss
These people have never.
so unless you're a transgender, Andrew doesn't care what you have to say. He only listens. It's like transgenders know the Bible.
You putting this back on?
That's weird.
Why did you remove him?
Can you just? No, I did. I'm just saying, like, dude, can we all play nice in the sandbox together, or you're gonna have to pack up your toys and bring them home, you know?
Yeah, that's what P-Mars does.
Like, I want to have everybody here in the conversation. Like, I'm not opposed to that. Well, I mean, we can have a little fun. Even God has a little bit of a sense of humor. I mean, let's just try to get along, that type of thing.
You're really jealous, aren't you?
Yes, dude. Whatever it is you're thinking I am, that's what I am. I think that's what it is. Okay.
I'm getting jealous.
I don't want to hear about it anymore. Just make a point, dude. Make a point. Just make the point you want to make. Okay. Like you can be here, dude. I want you to be here, dude. But just chill out, man.
Regal is jealous of me. So, do you think God created Adam? Yeah, I believe what the Bible says. Right, okay. Well, so why do men have nipples? So I can suck on them.
Dude, like really? you want to seriously represent Christianity?
If your question is why did Adam have nipples? No, he didn't. He only has nipples in the movie.
Yeah, they wouldn't have like belly buttons or nipples or like shit like that because they were like the first humans. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he's joking.
One thing I think of them, they do have nipples are very good.
Yeah, they have a problem, right? There's some kind of chicken and egg problem. That's why there wasn't like an instantaneous like fan and woman. Because the features people have are because of relationships with other animals. That's why.
They could take a page out of Rob's book and then like apply it to P-Mars and be like, hey, dude, I mean, I'm not really fucking saying anything important.
So wait a second. So you're saying that he needed a mate to procreate? This procreating wasn't really a thing there, Chris. It's just the animals were made in their full form. Idea.
That relationship. I'm thinking about Adam having nipples kind of thing, or not having nipples, because logically, the reason why both male and female have nipples, even though like it's like more fully functional in females, is like when it's still at the embryo stage, like really young, right? There's no differentiation yet. Everything is kind of like in a generic form that can go either way. And then at later stages, you know, later stages, hormones or whatever kick in and then differentiates. And the thing is that way because, you know, just it's genetic, right? So the female one can be catered for. So like the breast can grow when it's time to grow. If you were making things instantaneously, you probably could just make males without nipples, right? If it didn't come from an evolutionary process, I think it's very likely would look different because there's no need for that commonality. That's why I said that. If there wasn't the first man and the first woman, we would have like transitioned from other animals, you know, who had male and female and had this thing going on. You know, that's just what I mean. That looks more explained under like there wasn't a first man and woman than this other alternative theory about.
No, it's interesting because I've had these conversations with some other like the Jewish people and other Christians, and everyone kind of comes to those conclusions from the text, but it's not that it doesn't imply it in some sense, because we know the end of the story, but in the beginning there, it doesn't really. You know, it does make that point that it could go either way, right? Whether they have both sexes, in a sense, it makes it have that feel, right? But they have both, and that when Adam, the rib, that's the nature of the woman, but it would be from Adam, right?
Yeah,
which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, even that's totally true. It looks like it was constructed. It doesn't even within the confines of the story, you know, the god was already making the animals in twos. He knew that he would have to mate. So, mating the female for humans, you know, doesn't look natural. It looks like someone was trying to like.
Well, that's the thing, right? So that's the assumption that we think that because they were created in twos, right? And then it gives that assumption after to say he doesn't have a suitable, one suitable for him.
Yeah.
It kind of makes it like, oh, well, then, you know, it gives the need, I don't know, it just presupposes procreation in some sense. Because if we go to the text, it doesn't say it.
Yeah, it doesn't say procreation, but, you know, animals are like, that's their means of like continuing, right? So, yeah, the thing is like, you know, if you just look at it from the outside and see like what's likely to be going on, it looks like someone's trying to construct some kind of order of male being ahead of females, and then in terms of humans, and then made this story to make a point, almost like a polemic. Like, oh, the man is the head of the wife. Even God created him first. You know, looks like someone might have been trying to do that, and that's why the story came out that way. I think, because otherwise it would just be like men and female created them. You know, Adam and Eve were created at the same time. There won't be this rape dependency thing, which it does look to me like somebody was just trying to work in.
Yeah, but then in Genesis 3:15, it would be the seed of a woman, not of a man.
Yeah, all embryos start female. It's not until 7 weeks testosterone turns them male. By the stage they've already got nipples.
Yeah.
What about the other people in the world after they get out of the Garden of Eden? That's the Tower of Babel.
No. Like with Cain and Abel, and it's just one of the two, and somehow this dude just ends up with a wife, and then there's like cities and other people all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, I was going to think that. It's missing a big chunk of the story. Gotta have to keep it simple. People won't be lost. So what did they used to argue? So when did Hubble discover the universe was bigger than just its galaxy? 1925? What did they argue before that?
Steady state theory. Steady state theory.
Yeah, I know. What was the religious argument for the creation of the universe? When steady state theory was.
Oh, there was so many ideas. Shit. Ones that we probably are embarrassed to talk about. I thought we realized that we always knew. It was one of those things.
Urban discussion. Isn't this a good time to talk about Easter and the resurrection? Yeah, gather around. So Aquinas used to argue that even though the universe was external, it still depended on a God at every moment.
BLT Swiss roll with extra mayonnaise. That's what we're doing too. Keep it official, guys. I don't know why
Dave was in here yesterday talking about the resurrection or back. That was crazy.
Yeah, that annoyed you. You don't like that method of argumentation. You prefer Christians just take it on faith.
No, but it's our faith. It doesn't have to be yours.
Yeah, yes. I think based on the kind of evidence that's available, I think that might be the best route. It's just that some apologists aren't satisfied with that.
So he was also trying to argue that the Gospels were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah, he needs that for his argument to work. Because if these were just written by whomever, then certain pieces of his argument doesn't really work anymore.
I mean, even all Christian scholars accept that they're anonymous. I don't know why. He's arguing that.
Oh yeah, he thinks that they say it's anonymous on kind of like bad evidence that they found no good reasons for that, so he can like push back against it. He can get into the weeds, and sometimes that does happen in scholarship where some people are just lazy, they don't look at stuff, and they just agree on something based on tradition that is entirely supported, and then you can argue your way and even overturn it. For example, like this Josephus thing, right? It's changed status. But there was a time when they were thinking certain passages there were like genuine, right? After a while, consensus shifted to like more forgery and stuff.
So there is a way. So I know what you're describing. So Josephus' writings, they say that through the years it got more and more detailed, right? And that if you rip apart some of the language from Christians, that you can get what the text is truly saying, right? Because obviously it's been through many hands. So I mean, yeah, that is an argument. It's interesting. It is an interesting argument. I think that could be the case. If we look at a lot of the manuscripts, we see things added. People trying to redact those interpretations and then putting it back. You're right about that. Definitely right about that.
It looks plausible that maybe Josephus just wrote one or two lines, right? And then maybe some Christians went in there and tried to make it more robust and added more to it.
The thing here is that the Josh, and how that's written, they're talking about like 20 different Jesuses, right? And then they have to narrow that 20 down to 12. And then from that 12, identify who is it that they're speaking of, who's the high priest, so on and so forth. There's a lot there. So it's not just narrowing it down to that, because there's a lot of history there. And he's writing about 62 when James was right. That's what he's talking. They're the same people that were on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Those distributions were made by Irenaeus in 180.
Sorry, what did you say Irenaeus did in 180?
That's the first time that we have a record of them being attributed as Irenaeus.
Oh, yeah, something like that. It's really late. But then they claim that, people have been attributing it to them. They just didn't, make it internal. And then Irenaeus, whoever he said, actually then kind of formalized it. But unfortunately, that looks really late. 108.
I mean, do you do
know that there were people that were just as interested in knowing about these religions, even if they weren't part of them, right? So the manuscript history and all that stuff, that doesn't always have to be guided by those believers. There's other people that are also observant and guided. So it's not just the Jews, it's not just the Christians. It's the historians of Rome and so on and so forth, or about neighboring areas. Did they know it was going to be such a movement in the beginning to save it? That's the point.
I used to think as well, like at the mental level, what's the purpose of the resurrection? Because I think we could have had Christianity without a physical resurrection. Maybe if Jesus, before he died, was going around promising that he will be killed and he will be raised in the spirit realm, that could have been the prediction. And I don't think it should have made Christianity any less, provided those were true. So it seems to me that this idea of the physical resurrection, maybe the motivation is just to maybe outdo the other religions that we have a resurrection that it's not almost like some kind of show off thing, you know? Because otherwise, why do you need that? I don't see the purpose of it. But I know there were rationalizations later in the epistles about if Christ is not raised from his dead, our hope is in vain. But that's only really because he promised it. So if he promised to do it, I couldn't do it, and of course it's like a faith prophet, but there's nothing wrong in it being, I'm going to be killed and I'm going to be raised in the spirit realm. If it's not just for trying to outdo the other religions with a miracle, with a really big miracle, which I don't think there's a sense in which a true religion probably doesn't need to be doing that. Although sometimes I argue for the converse. But as long as we had other reasons to believe that the story was true, we didn't need a razzle dazzle miracle. See I can outdo other religions, other people can resurrect. And I think that does a true religion really need that? But that's really mental level.
Like your term, as a miracle.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, don't you see what I'm saying? It does seem like the purpose of that thing is just almost like to outdo other religions. We've got some we can point to, and then it even serves as a cornerstone for many apologists arguing for the truth of Christianity today.
Yeah.
And then if God thought that was the purpose, you might as well just have finished the job properly. Maybe when he resurrected, go to China first, go to make it so concrete and make it achieve its purpose. Because if it turns out 10, 20 years later, it wasn't easy to establish that it really happened, then it's achieving its purpose properly. People still need to end up believing that he resurrected by faith, right? Because he was just telling everybody, just trust it, just believe it. I was actually castigating Thomas, who was saying, well, Thomas didn't believe in it. He was saying, no, I don't believe it unless he shows me the wounds in his hands. I won't believe it. And he was actually castigated, oh, the other disciples believed it, better than those who believed without seeing it. Like the purpose is the miracle to one of like good instrument and make it such that future generations don't really need to take your faith.
Yeah, some people say it does too many miracles and like overwhelmed your free will, which seems to be hard.
Yeah. But yeah, I know that argument is the background, so that's why I didn't say like the resurrection every day or resurrection every year. But like, you could make it such that the 2,000 year ago resurrection, even if it was the last resurrection, was very well evidenced. You know, and that consists of not just showing yourself to your disciples, because it basically just shows himself to the disciples alone and then ascended. You know, he could have gone to the Romans, he could have gone to China, he could have, so like cement the evidence, and even if there never was.
Well, the Romans do. The Romans do.
No,
Look it up.
Well, he didn't go and appear in front of the Romans. The Romans know that the Christians were claiming a resurrection, not that Jesus went to the Romans and said, well, you killed me the other day, here am I. So basically, the rhetoric given is just showed itself to his friends and then ascended. That's what he did. Okay, later, Corinthians, we have like showed himself to 500, we don't know who they were. But as per the Gospels, because that 500 thing isn't in the Gospels, as per the Gospels, he was really only just showing himself to the disciples.
Yeah, everybody else has to take it up less than eyewitness testimony.
Remember that motif as well, that often the disciples didn't recognize, like the passages like the Luke passage where Jesus was walking with them all day, from morning to evening. It's only in the evening when they were about to eat, they suddenly realized that it was Jesus. You know, it was strange motif.
Maybe he was shape-shifting or something.
Yeah.
Did they have better evidence than we have today? If so, were they privileged other people today? Or are people that today are less privileged but therefore would like Muslims getting greater rewards for this evidence or something?
Somebody made a theory about why we have these like non-recognition motifs, right? Because I do think some of these theological texts, polemics in there, try to like anticipate that maybe sometimes they were arguing against others who saying, but if Jesus resurrected, right, how come nobody saw him? You know, the rebuttal to that is just happens to be a story that, yeah, he was walking around town, but he looked unrecognizable, even his disciples didn't recognize him, so that's the answer.
You mean before or after this whole resurrection?
So after the resurrection, right, that's when this unrecognition motif started happening.
Apparently lots of people recognize him afterwards as well, so I don't know. Yeah. I think David Pullman, that's his wheelhouse, so we can ask him next time he's on.
Oh no, in the Bible actually, it was just the disciples in the Gospels. And then we hear about another 500 later in Corinthians. Corinthians say that there's an early creed that says 500 people saw him. Maybe that's what it is. But what we have in the text is just a report of 500 people seeing him, like an indirect report. We don't have those 500 people that running around saying they saw Jesus. That's not there. If you look at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it's actually really just his disciples. I'm really sure of that. And there's no like, oh, something the dark.
You're not better than me. I haven't been reading the Bible for years, so I don't really remember one way or the other.
Because that way, if he was seen, we might have been able to get some other documentation early, apart from the Christians themselves. You know, like that would, yeah. You see that, oh, then we saw this guy walking around. it's claimed that, I'm leaning towards not even claimed that that's so, but like other people knew that he had resurrected, because this non-recognition motif, right? It answers it. Because Jesus could be walking around all day and not even the disciples knew he was. That would explain why the ones like running after him like 3 days. When he appeared, lots of people appeared around him, the crews, he gave them bread and fish and all that, but there was nothing like that after he died. We don't have stories of but then the reason Jesus was appeared found walking and then people stormed around him saying, preach to us, and then he preached to them. As soon as he got resurrected, everything became spooky, right? He appeared inside the upper room without opening the door. That's what we used to say, that he walked through walls and was just like appearing and disappearing, and that's what we have. And really just having discussions with his disciples, and then he left.
I'm not familiar with it, but sounds improbable to me. Andrew was about said with a fellow earlier on, was basically saying, why do people come in here, just talk to each other, why do they go out into the bigger world and go do this, that, and the other thing? I don't know if I got that right, Andrew. I know. And also something about arguing objectivity or something or other. I was half listening, so I think Andrew was quite animated about it.
I actually missed that.
I think he was a Christian as well, actually, or claimed to be at least.
Jesus did. I wonder what role evangelism should play in the modern world, because everyone has life issues, everyone has TVs. Like, should you really be going out of the street and knocking on people's doors anymore, given that it's widely available?
Presumably, God wants you to use the most effective method. Sometimes you can have a combination of those, like in person and online. You can reach more people online. Maybe the in person has better results or something. I don't know. I mean, it's different to us all chatting here. Imagine we were all standing in Speaker's Corner in London. It would just be a different experience then. Now you can see the other people. It's just, it is different to this for sure.
The Speaker's Corner is already people who want to talk about that gathering. The difference from like knocking on people's doors like Jehovah's Witness style.
Oh, you mean actually knocking? Yeah, like. What do they call it? The high tower? Whatever, to hide the true intentions now. Watchtower, thank you. There you go. Let's talk about, don't tell us about, because I think Jehovah's Witnesses got, it's like a swear word, right? It's like if you support the Conservatives and a Labour party, it comes to your door, or vice versa. It's kind of like that. Right? I think they're seen a bit like atheists are, or used to be, or maybe still are in America. At least here in the UK. Somebody comes in and says, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. You probably close the door on them straight away.
I think what goes mainstream about them is some of the practices, like not taking blood transfusion and even trying to force it on the children as well, and ostracizing people that leave the family is part of Jehovah's Witness and leave. They'll tell them not to speak to you anymore.
I think the good thing is, if they themselves don't take a blood transfusion, they die eventually. Maybe that religion will die out. But to deny to children, I think that's not really wicked. They should be locked up. Or the children should be taken away. Or just not your parents. But if they want to do it to themselves, it's just one less lunatic. The world will be better off with less lunatics. So, we don't do it to the children. Who's that?
Jehovah's Witness comes in. What's the situation? Do they respect parents' wishes and not give them blood transfusion?
know what the thing is. Chris was just saying there that, from what he's understanding, that they don't do blood transfusions, and presumably they wouldn't allow the child. But I don't know what the law is and whether the hospital can just override their decisions in this country. I'm not sure. I have to look it up.
Yeah.
I don't know what's like in America either, actually.
It might be varying country by country. But I know that the parents do try to do that. Maybe some countries then say no.
Well, I do know in this country though, when the hospital gets to a state where the child, there's been second opinions and stuff, and the child can no longer be sick, the hospital can make a decision to withdraw life support, and the parents can challenge it in court, and then ultimately the judge decides it. We've had a few cases like that here, where the judges most often sided with the hospital and say, look, all possible medical treatments that we're aware of today aren't going to work, are not effective, or whatever it is, and the judge.
speaking my phone doesn't work, and usually it's like 5 people talking over each other. With many people.
What's a rare moment of quiet in house from Charles?
Is it safe to say that I'd rather believe in the ridiculousness of the Bible than believe in nothing?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Well, first, I don't think you can believe. Probably could believe in nothing, but if you could, it might be better than not believing ridiculous things. They should think nothing is ridiculous.
No, I think that the Bible is making some claims there that are questionable to know every day.
Well, there you go.
At the same time, it gives us an understanding of purpose.
Yeah, but you can get that from something else. You don't need the Bible for it.
Sure. I mean, I just don't think it's going to be making the same type of claims as the Bible.
No, but isn't that a good thing? Because the Bible's claims are not good ones. So if it makes different claims, then
well, that's what I'm saying. Probably there was a better story out there. Like,
oh, there's a better story out there, of course. At least by my lights, there's a better story. Not even atheism, but there's a better story. This story could be one. Yeah, Conversations with God. That's a better story than a Christian story. Go read the book. It's questions and answers. It does a better job. I mean, I'd say it's perfect already. The stretch will. So it'd be better than Christianity and stuff.
Right? You can only ask this one thing, and this is what all different belief systems are going to have a hard time with. How many different belief systems have an empty tomb?
So what he's trying to say there, right? Let me clean that up a little bit. Is that throughout all the religions in the world, the only one that has this contemporary writers is Jesus. Compared to all the others. So,
is that what he was trying to ask with the empty tomb? Is that what you interpreted his question to me? Yeah, the Christianity is special because it's got an empty tomb.
Well, the empty tomb is showing you that there was a point in history where something happened, right? And
there's always something that happens.
There's contemporary writers. Yeah, there's contemporary writers at that time.
Yeah, but things happen in history. Call me crazy, but that's like blindingly obvious.
The metaphysical claims that are being made are usually hundreds and hundreds of years apart. Also, look in the past in other religions, nothing really comes close to what Christianity is.
Oh, you got an empty tomb, and
well, the empty tomb
works up the same part of it.
That's just one of the stories. But yeah, empty tomb.
Even the Muslims say we have empty tomb.
Well, I'll raise you the story of platform 9 3/4 and Hogwarts. Can you see me or raise me? Since we're talking about fiction, we can all give stories. I think Harry Potter's a better story. At least you had an actual villain. And you can even go to King's Cross Station in London. You could see where the trolley stuck halfway in the wall.
But was there 1,000-year-old prophecies that saying that there's going to be some type of Harry Potter?
There was the prophecy in the Harry Potter book that he who cannot be named didn't die. And it turned out it was true.
book that
The
says
soul
same
was
exact book?
clustered in all clusters.
Was it the same exact book? Because if that's the case, then the Mormons are correct.
Every book is story. All of these books have stories, and that's the point.
But was there a book outside of Harry Potter that's a couple thousand years old that gave credit to a prophecy that's going to come?
No. So the older it is, does it make it better or something?
Because it makes it interesting. How come there's a book that's more than 1,000 years old? But then you got Harry Potter, which is a one book and it's circular, and then they add Harry Potter book later on.
I think it's 7, isn't it? I keep reading them, I think. There's 7 of them, anyway. It's a better book. I told you, Conversation with God, go read that. That'll give you better insights, at least into some things in this world, than the Bible of all books. Goodness. I think we've got to go to the Bible.
So would you take eyewitness testimony or would you take actor testimony?
No, I'm not taking eyewitness testimony of miracles.
Interesting.
I'm not going to listen to vision. I need somebody else.
If you go to court and they ask for any witnesses to come to the stand, are they going to say, are you a paid actor? Were you there?
Hey, do courts accept eyewitness accounts of miracles? Tell me which court accepts that.
I see the courts of the Pharisees.
Oh, you mean ancient, superstitious courts? I thought you meant like a modern judicial system.
If there's evidence, then yeah.
I mean, which court accepts it? They don't in the US, they don't in the UK. But if they do in some other superstitious court in the world.
Even have those situations where, let's say, someone's house or someone's car gets damaged due to nature, and they'll say it's an act of God.
Yeah, that's just a term, my friend. It doesn't actually mean that God did anything. It's just a term a phrase.
Then who invented nature? Who created it?
That's a question that seems to be begged on your part because I don't accept the who part there.
Well, you didn't accept God, so I'm asking why is it not nature?
Well, I think it is nature, obviously.
Then why didn't you state it in the first place?
Why didn't who state what?
Why didn't you state it in the first place and make it clear?
I was pointing out the fictitious nature of the Bible. Now, Harry Potter, or the Conversation with God at least, is a better story. And if that was true, if it was true, it would be better.
No, that goes to the way original question. But you're doing the deflection, you're doing the atheist shuffle.
Oh my God, you know what a shuffle is, buddy. Maybe you need to look it up.
So he's going to say at the same time that some religious book cannot give a claim, but at the same time go to Harry Potter and that one book and say that there was a prophecy in the same Harry Potter book later on. That's circular reasoning. How come you can accept it in that, but let's say not accept the Mormons or Muslims? That's what
you're not following, are you? You're definitely not following. You got lost in the trail a long time ago.
Circular reasoning.
You just have a GPS to come back on track and then continue.
What do you use to calibrate your GPS? What's the standards?
Yeah, looking at what I think is likely to be true. And what do you use? An old book?
How do you determine what is true? What is the...
Yeah, I'm going to use my senses and my reasoning. Like most other humans, by the way, as far as I can tell. Well, I won't say most other, that might not be fair. Some other humans. A lot of humans would be, some humans don't use it particularly effectively, or at all, seemingly.
And you're going to come to the same conclusion as those other human beings? Or are they only going to be correct if they agree with you?
What a ridiculous, stupid question. You want to rephrase that better?
Why is it not to your liking? I think I won against Rob.
This is a dry well. You're pumping a dry well.
Yes. Low-hanging fruit. Once I realize it's low-hanging fruit, then it's not much. It's not particularly interesting. Silence is better in some cases.
You're also welcome to speak to Mark with the Holy Lord.
quiet in here. So, who's still here?
Atheists don't have an empty tomb. And if they did, they wouldn't be atheists.
Well, atheists are the Walking Dead. They don't believe in souls. They don't have, it's the Walking Dead. Instead of aliens sent by the government to fucking heckle the shit out of the conspiracy theorists, these are like fucking demons sent from God to fucking test us. I don't fucking know.
I think when it comes to the total resurrection, it's not like versus atheists, it's versus non-Christians. Because you, like, the arguments directed towards, like, even the Muslim.
You're a Christian by proxy. Get over it.
Because if it's just about Christian and non-Christian, then you could see the empty tomb, you could see all that, and still not be Christian. You just like know that okay, there's good evidence for what they're saying, but
all your values are shaped by Christianity. I mean, even all the way down to like searching for truth and the value of truth itself.
No, that's just you guys laying claim to it. I know it's ours. Reasoning. That's what's happening.
I find that sort of like what exactly does that get in Christianity?
It gets nothing, as though the pursuit of truth just started happening 2,000
Well, like, look, so let's say we concede to the rather silly sounding proposition that, like, okay, nobody thought that truth was valuable before Christianity, right? That's something Christianity invented. All right. Does that change, like, my reasons for not believing in God, for example, or not believing that Jesus is God?
Your reasoning is completely influenced by Christianity. I mean, you got to submit to that at least.
Yeah, but what is it that I'm submitting to? Like,
and now Islam too.
Now it seems even more tenuous, right? Because you don't think Islam is true, right? So what does that remark get?
It's just a true.
Like, it's like, yeah, sure, like, I mean, look, I'm willing to, like, obviously, there was, like, the search for truth before Christianity existed, right? But, like, there are ways in which Christianity is influential in my thinking. For example, I'll concede that. But I don't see what that gets Christians in terms of, like, the affirmation of their worldview, right? They still think their worldview is false.
This argument is usually made by people who like given up when they found they couldn't demonstrate the truth of it. They've now gone to like pragmatic stuff, right? Oh, at least it's useful. At least it got us this, it got us science. They will claim that we got science through Christianity and
My Sir Francis Bacon, a Christian, did coin the term or the scientific method.
yeah, I have what Piper is saying now, where I think as well is that even if that's true, right? And so what? We didn't know about.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bacon and Newton and Galileo, they all believed in God. They were all Christians. Does that make me think God exists? No. Right? Does that make me think Christianity is true? No. Like, I don't know.
It's a funny thing. I mean, I think that's cool, Get Catholic physicists that coined the term Big Bang Theory. It's got Einstein fucking sweating bullets over here.
Yeah, Lemaitre was also a famous Christian scientist. I mean, okay.
Wait until they find out.
Does that make me think Christianity is true? No.
That's okay. You don't have to think Christianity is true, but there's some entailment of like morals being true or objective in some sense. Well, why do we even care about that? Unless it's just a fucking illusion.
What do we care about? What exactly?
The truth or what's true.
mechanism is survival. That's what's propagating species. You know, and that's unreliable. It's just we really don't care about truth at all. The value, the real meaning of it, or any of that. It's just, you know, what we can conventionally come together and democratically agree on and propose what is a truth or what is a greater good or whatever the case may be. And that's just an illusion.
I mean, doesn't seem to me it seems like that's straightforwardly false, right? Because we can question the conventions.
To say that truth or what we care about or what's moral as far as that's just garbage nonsense. It's just made up woo-woo stuff that we all democratically agree on. So, you know, therefore
that's a strange view to have, but if that's the view you're gonna have, I guess I can't stop.
I thought that's kind of like standard atheistic view on the basis of all the contention things that morality falls under.
So why that would be the standard atheist view?
Usually reduced like I hate to put words in somebody's mouth, but like atheism is just this umbrella term for like naturalism or materialism or like all these different definitions and semantics of how they view it. There's no from you know like especially the discussion from yesterday. Rob was like grilling this fucking dude. It's like, where the fuck are these people? There they are, you know? It's like this big fucking umbrella term of like what atheism is. And usually it reduces to like some kind of naturalism or materialism.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what just like theism isn't Christianity. That's not what atheism is, right? Atheism is the view God doesn't exist, right? Theism is the view God does exist, right? Neither of them say very much. Both of them are only propositions about whether. Both of them are only propositions about whether God exists, right? So they don't get you very much in terms of the worldview besides that, right? Now, if like the idea is like, okay, we're not just comparing theism to atheism, we're comparing, Christianity to some more comprehensive view of the world. And yeah, I think naturalism or materialism would be the best way to go. Throw humanism in there too, but like, that clearly on those views, it's not the case that like nothing matters and there's no morality or whatever. Like, that's certainly not the standard of naturalist or materialist view, right? Humanism, in fact, contradicts that. So, like,
Dude, usually like when somebody is like an atheist, naturalist or materialist, it's usually well, are you talking about humanism on like the secular humanist manifesto, or is there some other term for humanism?
Well, I'm just using humanism is like a broad philosophical label that refers to a sort of ethical centering of human beings, right? So human beings are seen as being, particularly valuable, right? Morally, right? That's the basic humanist thesis.
What decides that?
Besides that,
I don't know. So this is just a democratic convention. This is what we agree on.
Well, I mean, I think part of the reason, people have come up with humanist ideas throughout history is that, we are human beings, so we want to do what's good for us. Like, it seems pretty simple.
Yeah, if it involves survival and propagating the next generation of species, because we're literally pump and dump baby making machines.
Oh no, but we aren't, right? We have all kinds of like cultural and like personal pursuits besides that.
Let me tell you how you can get there. You can say, we have these truths to be self-evident. Humans are valuable. And leave the God part out.
I can sit here for hours explaining things, right? Just as long as I don't invoke the term God, but the second I do, it's like I overstep the boundary now. I'm automatically wrong.
Well, I mean, it's not like there's some boundary. It's just like there's a question about whether, we need to bring in God or not. Right? The atheists say no, right?
it's just a debate. I mean, it's not like there's someone's overstepping a boundary.
The God part of it.
If I think the sum of all the arguments that I've heard on here, just kind of combined it all that up, it's like, I'm willing to bite the bullet that maybe it's not the God of the Bible. Maybe there's a greater God. That's divine inspiration right there. I can bite the bullet on that, because usually, like, I've gotten atheists to kind of be like, well, if this is the case, then it's definitely not the God of the Bible. So I at least have that. But it's like the second that it's the God of the Bible, and you get a little accurate and specific to that, it's like it could never be the God of the Bible. But
I don't care if it's the God of the Bible, right? It's the evidence that if it was clear to me that it's God of the Bible, then I'd accept it. It doesn't look true, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. It's not like I have like resistance against it. If that was the fact, right? Even if I didn't like it, I would still have to acknowledge that that's what's there. But I can't even get to that point where I can even acknowledge that that's what's there.
So Rico, let's steal man. Let's steal being natural, the natural disposition. What takes this?
I don't know if I can do it, man, to be honest.
I'm gonna try. Listen, I'm gonna try. I have a little friend here that I can type things into, see what we come up with.
All right, man, go for it.
So when in atheists, that is naturalism. What are they really saying?
Everything's reduced.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to ask you ridiculous questions like naturalism answers questions of the nature of being and stuff like that. I don't think that's going to go there. So, I mean, I'll be asking you the silly question that I know. But I think I'm going to put that in there anyway. This way it goes in that direction, right?
Naturalism is just the thesis that all that exists would fit into an ideal or complete scientific theory.
By the way, just on a separate note, because Riegel brought it up, and a quick look at the scientific method goes back to Aristotle, who was pre-Christian. It then goes to people like Ibn al-Haytham, which was the earliest recognized Christian that sort of used the scientific method. Apparently was around Roger Bacon, about 1214. So Christianity didn't have anything to do with science. It's not right.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting that Riegel said the pursuit of truth, because that's like, I mean, arguably that's as old as mankind, and Christianity only goes back to like the first century at the best. So, you know, but certainly, like, you know, if you want to say that, like, you know, even hunter-gatherers weren't after the truth in some way, right? Like, you know, there's still obviously like the Greek philosophers, you know, like that's a pretty big overstatement.
Yeah, I'm just pointing to the scientific method here, or at least some version that's recognizable. Aristotle seems to be just looking at the online here, and have promoted empiricism and the method of, you know, observation and so forth.
When you say like, when you say alchemy, are you going to say that's chemistry?
I don't think so. Well, I mean, depends what you mean by chemistry.
I mean, well, it sounds like right? Just because there's a proto form of something doesn't mean it's what it is in its entirety.
Well, I mean, depends what you mean by entirety.
Well, I mean, it's going to take time to actually get to like the scientific method, right? Like maybe there's like proto forms of it, but I don't think it's an official thing until you get to like Sir Francis Bacon.
Why would you deny the Aristotle or even al-Haytham?
I never invoked any such language like I'm denying it. I'm just saying like, if somebody studied like a proto form or something, does the original form make the perfected form what it is?
Well, I mean, if you.
I mean, I'm not sure if you look at like the Islamic Golden Age. I'm not sure you can call that proto. It seems like science, in at least a fully fledged sense, or maybe not modern science. But it would be weird to call that proto science. Sorry.
Yeah, we call it proto science.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like they were doing like advanced mathematics and astronomy, and then like to kickstart like basically any form of intellectual discovery that wasn't just like subservient to the church.
You only got that with
In the later Middle Ages, they had to like basically rely on the scholars of the Islamic Golden Ages.
Even you admit that, like in the modern sense, they're not practicing science.
Yes, because they didn't live in the modern world. Yes, but we're to call it proto science. It is science.
Yeah, you have to make advancements in its infancy before you get to like what it is in modernity.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's not in its infancy in the Islamic Golden Age. It was that basically like that was the height of science in the Middle Ages.
The example that I'm giving, I mean, refute it. Like if you want to call alchemy chemistry, then by all means, it's not the same thing.
I'm just saying it's a false analogy. Like I don't think advanced astronomy and mathematics is the same thing as alchemy.
It's a good analogy. I don't know why it's
okay.
Because of the
What you can say is that.
Okay, let's read here.
By that metric, like everybody's doing science because they're all doing astronomy, and that's been something we've been doing.
We're not all doing astronomy. That's not true.
The Egyptians did. The Mesopotamians did. They all did.
Yeah, that's cosmology.
They all did it to some degree, but in the Islamic Golden Age, it was like a big institutional practice.
There's some overlap though. You have to admit.
The fucking pyramid, like on the 0 point of the equator of the Earth, perfectly right there. Before the Islamic Golden Age, great demonstration of mathematics right there.
I don't think literally anybody is going to say that Egyptian astronomy like accomplished what astronomy in the Islamic Golden Age accomplished. That's like I don't know. Find me a science historian that's going to testify to that.
Look at their building constructions. You can see the difference.
Okay, you just pivoted to something completely unrelated. So all right.
Mathematics, dude, and demonstrating science and engineering, dude.
The mathematics was also something that was developed in the Islamic Golden Age to heights that it wasn't developed before.
Okay, so what buildings did they make that were better or furthermore improved?
Yeah, well, you can just look. You understand that there's more to the mathematical knowledge of a civilization than just the stuff they do.
Yeah, sure, but let's do
right. So this building thing is a sort of red
comparison of the stuff they built. It demonstrates.
Why? You just admitted that was a red herring.
No, it's not a red herring. I'm not admitting that. So even
yeah, but you just said that the building stuff is not like a precise measure of their mathematical knowledge, right? So it is a red herring.
It is a demonstration of their precise mathematical knowledge. What else would they do?
Do you not just agree that there's more to the mathematical knowledge of a civilization than just moving?
Okay, and then I'm using your
right. So
example,
if the fact that you agree
and astronomy. Okay, so you're using red herrings then because I'm using your examples and I'm giving you other examples based on your examples. You're the one that brought up mathematics from the Islamic Golden Age and the advancements.
You were the one who just tried to like say that the Egyptian mathematics was better.
Yeah, the Egyptian mathematics precede or come before like Islamic understanding of what mathematics is.
Better or more refined, obviously.
Okay, well, what building constructions did they make that were more refined and better than what the Egyptians had?
I'm once again going to point out to you that you agreed that wasn't the like measure of all mathematical knowledge.
I'm not making a claim of measurable all mathematical knowledge.
Okay, then I don't know why you keep bringing this up.
I'm comparing civilizations and talking about the pursuit of truth.
Yes, but there's more to mathematical knowledge of civilizations than just.
Yeah, well, this is based on your red herring when you're talking about.
I didn't bring up building stuff.
Let me round this.
My God.
Here. Yeah, I'm going to round the circle here and say that the building construction of the hospitals of anything before the 1800s. We lost those sort of knowledge. There was stone setters that were built all around the world, and it kept us some sort of principles. We see that the building construction changed, the way they built hospitals, and the acoustics, or even bells being in the hospitals. They say that we lost something there too. There was a shift, there was a change for whatever reasons. And they say that people did feel like they did interview people before in those facilities. They said there was some sort of healing power, but it seemed to be that we lost that generation or a few generations. I was watching a video on this the other day. It was really interesting, really interesting. Because how is the building construction throughout the world this consistent thing, even from Germany to France to even in America? Like, there was this communication of some sort, or an understanding of how things were built. Now we have nothing but glass, glass risers. There was no real acoustics. There's no airflow or natural light coming in. They just built the buildings. I'm gonna post a video. It's really interesting show. And I think the video has AI.
I mean, you're gonna see architecture keep going through shifts. I don't know what this is.
That's the builders kept to some sort of principles that
I mean, they were also maximizing the kinds of materials they had to work with, and using those materials in certain ways was just more consistent with the building structure. So I still don't. I mean, they were building huts, mud huts, in a part of the world. They still do in a part of the world. So I just don't know what this shit.
I just like bickering back and forth with Viper because it's quiet now.
Started off with naturalism versus theatre, got onto the scientific methods, and somehow we're into mathematics.
I know, it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it would get to math, because we have these facts that there were like many Arab maths people who originated a lot of research, and we don't hear the Christians saying, oh look, that's where we get math from and stuff like that.
All of the advancements led to longer life expectancy. People actually making it through childbirth, children surviving. All of those advancements came from naturalism.
case like Christians deploying methodological naturalism to make breakthroughs in medicine.
Nice.
I mean, Christianity just being a part of continuing human cultural evolution. It's like saying that the Egyptian culture and religious thought were just as influential on humanity at the time. I don't know what it's getting them by saying that.
Saying without us, you can't do nothing.
Humans couldn't do shit until 2,000 years ago. Okay.
You hear all these crazy medical stories about, certain cancers going into remission and you don't know why. Maybe it's because there's a large majority of Christians in the medical field and they're always praying for these people.
And then you go to children's hospital and watch children die en masse from all these
About, I
conditions.
think, 60 or 75%.
Yeah, and then go to a children's hospital and watch them all die.
I apologize. I'm just trying to spark conversation. What did you say?
I mean, I know, I was actually curious. You're gonna cry wolf too many times, Regal.
No, that's a real thing.
It is a real thing,
of Christians in the medical field. That is true. That is true.
Yeah, I asked for the statistics. I was curious. I wasn't trying to debate.
I can go get them. No problem. Give me a second.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the statistics don't work in children's hospitals, though, unfortunately.
I really don't understand the studies, because it's up to God to answer the prayer, right? So there's no tight connection between a prayer, a petitionary prayer, and a particular healing. It could just be on God's end, He just for whatever reason answer as many prayers, or you could have just a handful of people praying, and you'd have more people have the petitions answered than hundreds. So it's just hard to know exactly how to test that. And you can't do blind studies on an omniscient being on the other end.
So you only do blind studies.
Yeah, I got the link up top. Get into the website.
About 9 years old. Wonder if it's changed at all.
Prayer is usually cited as more as a meditative type benefit. There's consistent studies going on now that show there's just no link that can be made between outcomes and being improved, actual health outcomes, specific conditions and all that, being improved by prayer. There's no study that shows that. But as in general mental health, which can affect physical health, which is the same as meditation, it can be promoted that.
In other words, prayer is a good placebo.
there's no study where you have sort of like 100 people with cancer, 50 of them get chemotherapy, and 50 of them don't get anything apart from being praying.
I mean,
They all get.
yeah, you think right now we would have definitive, studies showing that, this stuff doesn't make a difference.
There's a defense mechanism from the Bible saying, "Thou shalt not test the Lord thy God." So it's not working because you actually not testing it.
It's kind of a perverse context because it's here. But then I guess you could I don't know. What I've read is you corner some room that doesn't know they're being tested from the outside by the scientists or whatever. They don't know, but God knows that they're being sabotaged. I guess I'm
Excuse me, can I say something?
No.
10 seconds and you're automatically wrong after you say it. Okay, so I have many friends who doctors say the chemotherapy is not believe this person.
Sorry, I was a joke. You said you have no friends. I was just a joke.
All right. So, and these people are, although they were told that they don't have much longer to live, it has been years and years, and the cancer is gone, and they look good, and the doctors, they don't have any answer for it. And actually, the Bible says very clearly that faith shows the reality of what we hope for. It is the evidence of things we cannot see. So I have seen lots of different cases of people who are taking chemotherapy, and during those treatments, they have seen someone with a white shirt, white dress, looking in white tones, approaches them, talks to them, and then they start get well. And the doctors, they don't have answer how this happened, but they're happy that it happened.
It feels like a bit of a situation where we don't need explanations of why. We're just glad that it happened.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm gonna believe that.
It is okay. I didn't came to convince you, but I am saying this is actual something is happening, whether it's a natural birth.
I mean, there was this girl who was paralyzed from the waist down, and she was microdosing on MDMA, and her legs were moving, twitching, and she was almost had feeling in that. It's really weird, and it's not even just that. It wasn't just an isolated case. I should be doing a lot of studies on it. So, yeah, do I believe things like that could happen? Yeah. But you're going to have to need more explanation than seeing somebody in a white shirt. Now, if everybody took the same medication and they're seeing somebody with a white shirt, then that's the fucking high, man. The high is you're going to see somebody with a white shirt. That's it.
Well, not everybody take the same medication, see someone with high shirt. I want
Have you
to
ever heard of
emphasize
one, the even crazier one, about the psych wards? So they have I can't remember who it was, but they were interviewing this guy, and he was a psychiatrist, and he said the two people that he prescribes medication to the most, and they're in the psych ward, all this other thing, the two people that are most resistant to it, because obviously you want the relief, are the bipolar people and the schizophrenic people. and it's like they're being controlled or compelled by like some kind of external force or being fucking tormented to like that degree. And it's like every time this dude was prescribing them medication, they would find their medication hidden, spit out, and they're just going like, why for the fucking hell of me is like these are the main cases where like these people do not want to receive like any kind of treatment at all or any kind of like relief whatsoever for like the issues that they're having. And this dude doesn't like believe in any of that stuff, but you know, he was just kind of like speculating on it. I think like a priest was like interviewing this dude or whatever. I just, you know, like I don't remember the names, but I remember briefly watching something like that and going, huh, you know, what if?
So just as a quick Googling, you know Lourdes in France, where people go and drink water for miraculous cures. Well, it's been on the go since 1858. They have 4 million people visit every year, and in total it's more than 72 recorded miracles. Oh, way. Seriously, no way, like really? I never heard of that. Statistically insignificant.
Statistically insignificant.
Yeah, it's a right number of people. If you didn't go to those, there would probably more people would have been cured.
But I want. I studied advanced physics when I was in university, and actually you can see the existence of God in physics laws. The very basic laws. You can see that there is the concept of God in some people.
Who is this guy?
No, let him play.
You know the concept of God for it's an old guy with a long beard. No, but when I say the creator, it means the source of the energy, the main energy, because the physics says you can neither create or destroy energy. You can just convert it to material or to another energy. And when I look at that, I say, I see a creator here.
It's the Batman argument, LSF. How do you understand time, space, and matter? This is what this is. Like, yes, brother, we've heard this before. If you want to be in a room with people and have these conversations, you can't repeat the same shit you've been saying for the last 20 years, Al. So you gotta come with something a little better.
It's my first time here. I have never been here, never spoke with you guys.
How do you know you're not a pedophile?
Yeah, we've heard the argument.
Excuse me, if you don't like me, my ideas, I don't think it gives you the right to insult me.
No, I didn't insult you yet, but now since you accused me of it, I might as well insult you now. Shit. You see God in physics. Where do you think you're gonna go with that?
What's wrong?
You think it's designed for us to see God in physics?
Sure, why not?
Oh yeah, what's the message?
The message is, I believe it doesn't matter where you live, what culture, no matter where you are, God is pure love. It's love. Now, some people call it karma, some people call it fate. I don't know.
Show me the love in physics. Do you have the, can you give me the experiment, please?
The experiment about to see the
love in physics, yeah.
Physics?
Yeah.
Well,
then don't introduce me like a really smart person who loves physics. I don't want that. Don't show me someone who loves physics.
No,
love in physics.
Well, love is not something you can. It's a feeling that comes with hormones. I mean, it's in biology, not in physics. But what I find and I enjoy in physics is the system that we have in everything. There is a system. There is an organization, and I really enjoy it. An order, and I enjoy watching this order. Everybody is different than each other, but I really do enjoy when I see these orders. And
you
this
can't
system.
say complexity, therefore God.
There is no complexity. No, it's very simple. There is no complexity. And that's what I love. No, it's so system. When you go deep, you see it's actually what you think is very complex. It's very simple. It's just the way you look at it. And it's same with God. There is no do and don'ts. There is no pray this way or that way.
God forbid something happens to my family or my friends' families or anybody in this room. I don't want to go to the doctor or the emergency room and then start doing these chants and smoke machines and all this other bullshit. I want somebody who's a professional that's going to keep their personal, understanding of religion, their personal views on it, and I want those people to leave it at the door. So this way, when they're at work, they're performing at the highest level. That's why we pay them good money, right?
Absolutely, you're right.
So that's it.
Absolutely, you're right. What I am saying does not, you should distinguish. I am not saying a person who has a faith should leave everything to the creator or whatever. No, you should do there is a system, and in this system, you have to do your part. Like, I question the intelligence. I don't question the level, but I question the existence of intelligence in people who say, oh, I have faith, so let the God solve this, let the God solve that. No, you have to do your own things. Yes, you go to a professional doctor, you pay for the knowledge, not the faith of the doctor. This I 100% agree. But in your heart, you can also have the faith that God would put in that doctor's heart
way of someone who's going to think like this. I told you that. I said that before, but then now you're going back to it again. It's not a smart thing. I'm not sure if you have children or if you had a wife that was pregnant and she's in a vulnerable state. You're not taking her to the witch doctor, my man. You're going where they got all the fancy stuff and they can keep track of her heartbeat, the baby's heartbeat, the oxygen that's going into her blood, all this good stuff, right? The witch doctor stuff is like out the window, man. It's like no one's gonna be convinced of that stuff.
I never said anything like that.
Okay.
I was just saying that I agree. Well, you didn't listen to me.
Who cares what the faith of the doctor is? What if you're Christian and he's a Jew? He's not supposed to, or the other way around. He's a Muslim doctor treating a Jew, or a Jew treating a Muslim, or vice versa, or an Indian doctor treating the Jew, Christian, or Muslim. It doesn't matter. You have to uphold some sort of integrity for your job, just like the firemen, right?
That was the same thing I was saying.
Good.
I think, I am not saying that we have to leave everything to God, or we have to distinguish between people by their faith or anything. I agree with you. If I go to a professional doctor, I go for his faith opinions. That I 100% agree with you. But I was saying, in my heart, I can have my faith that something is gonna work.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
So what if a Hindu person saved your life? Would you be Hindu?
No, but I will.
Why?
Why should I?
Prayed because he said he prayed, and he prayed to whatever God he believes in, right? I don't know too much about Hindu stuff, so I don't want to say the wrong thing.
I don't go to a doctor to pray for me.
No. We're going with your understanding, the faith part. And what if he told you that he saw something in you, and he had this message from God, and he got this revelation of something, but it wasn't the God that we believe in? Are you gonna say that? Are you gonna look at him in his eyes after he just saved your life, knowing the condition that you were in before, and tell him his God doesn't exist but he doesn't believe in Jesus? Just ask yourself, since you want to bring this up,
No,
are you gonna say that it was Jesus who spoke to him? Which one are you gonna say?
I would
Are you gonna say the Hindu God is real, or are you gonna say
my
Jesus?
life. I would say, I would believe that if I would do that, God is in everyone.
Would you believe it's his God? Can you answer the question, please? Because if you're not gonna answer the question and engage, then just
No, I don't. I am saying no. I wouldn't believe that
it was his God.
It's his. No,
Then you don't believe in God. You don't believe in God, then?
I do believe in God, and
No,
I
you
believe
don't.
God. Sir.
No, you don't.
Why not?
I just said the condition. You said it was about the faith, and it was about the person, and this guy, you can just tell he's Hindu. I mean, look. You can tell. You can't even deny him being Indian and him having this culture, right? You can see the color of his skin, his hair, his complexion, everything, right? He's Indian.
All right.
Pure Hindu. But the top scholar of his class.
All right.
And then he made it to the U.S. or wherever you are, and he was treating you.
Okay.
And he said he got a revelation from God and it saved your life. You're gonna say his God doesn't exist, so then what happened there?
Yes, I believe. Well, my God who loves me has done a miracle.
So your God supersedes his God.
I don't believe there is different gods. I believe there is only one creator.
Then why are you telling him his God doesn't exist if you believe in God?
Well, lots of people, to be honest, I don't believe that Muslims believe to a true God. I don't believe. I don't believe lots of faiths are connected to real God.
Do you think there's other gods?
No, I don't.
So what if that man doesn't know anything about Jesus?
Believe in what they believe is God, but maybe it's not.
So you mean to tell me, Al, throughout all human history,
reconciled to prophets in the Bible and Jesus. Is that what you're telling me? I hope that's not what you're saying.
No, I believe God has been in lots of people's life, and I can give you even examples from Bible. Cyrus, the Persian Empire.
I'm in India right now. They have almost 2 billion people.
Well, they can have 5 billion people. Does not mean that they are right.
Well, then you don't believe in God.
I do believe in God.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You believe in an idea.
No, I do believe in a creator. I do believe. Well, I know what I believe, sir. But the point is,
just because your man saved your life, that's the opposite religion.
It doesn't mean that his religion is the right one because he saved me. No, it doesn't. He didn't save me through his faith.
But you both can use the same metric and arrive at different conclusions. Is what Megatron's trying to do.
No.
And both be just as justified. He can be just as justified. If you're using this to say that you believe it's your God that did it, then the Hindu guy can say the exact same thing. There's really no way you can just.
You know, that guy can believe to anything he wants. He can believe. We have people who think cows are holy. We have people who believe monkeys are holy. You can have a person who thinks a pencil is holy. Anybody can believe to anything they want. I don't have the right to tell you what you should believe. What I am saying is, I believe I am the right person. I am in the right personal experience with God. And I do. Yes, that's what I believe.
That's cool.
And I feel God's existence in my heart. I do believe it. And it's okay. Not everybody has to believe to the same thing. I don't think we have to. But I think the people who don't see, they miss a lot.
You know God. Sure. You know what God said?
What?
No, I'm saying, do you know what he said? Can you distinguish one from the other?
He says love each other. Love God and love each other. That's
God
it.
is a man of war. Did he not say that?
God is what?
A man of war.
No, he is not. He is not.
Say
God
that?
is love. God is love. He is not a man of war.
How long you been a Christian?
I don't know, 30 years.
I doubt it.
Probably more, 35 years.
No.
Actually, once I was planning to be a priest, so I went to university.
This is the same story. Everybody's like, I was going to be a priest. Everybody says this.
And I studied theology, but then in Catholic Church, I saw lots of corruptions and decided not to continue. So I had my own facts. I had my own way to see God.
Trinity?
I do believe in Trinity. And I think that's the best example of pure love. It's a perfect love. To be united.
So if God came to you tomorrow and said that you need to kill your only son, your firstborn son, would you say? Would you do it?
You know, let me first tell you this. I believe
you want to run away? That's fine.
No.
was complete silence before. It's not like I cut you off.
I don't think God would ask anyone to do this. And I believe most of the stories you read in Old Testament, there is a high chance that they are just stories. Just the way that we had the parables of
I was doing this
Jesus.
yesterday, and they didn't get me anywhere. I was losing every argument when I said this.
No, just like the parables of Jesus, when he is talking about the lost son, or the farm, or any of them, you don't start thinking, which century did they live? Who was the king at that time? You're
Just answer one question for me. Did God tell Abraham to sacrifice Isaac?
That's what the story says.
Is that what the story says in the faith that you believe?
To be honest, as I told you, this is like a story for me more than the reality. And I wouldn't lose my faith if they believe the creation of the earth did not happen that way, because I don't see.
You're talking about Abraham, not the creation.
I know.
I'm asking you about Abraham. We're going to
what I am saying is, maybe this happened.
Will you do it? I'm asking you.
I wouldn't do it. Because there you go. I don't think God will.
What do you think about the people that say they would do it? What do you think about those people?
I believe they don't understand God. God does not want you to harm anyone. Whoever believes that God has told him to harm someone, I don't believe that's a God.
Then you believe that none of the Old Testament can be taken literally, which that's going to be a very problematic thing.
Why? I don't believe the Old Testament as a history book. I read it as a book from God to learn some stories, and I see it like that.
Directly telling the Israelites to go kill specific groups of people. That's just what does that story show? If that is some kind of metaphor, what does that show?
So let me tell you. Old Testament is written by people. Maybe God has put in their hearts to write something.
Are we really doing this?
It is written.
I'd rather sit in silence. Let's just take a break out.
Yeah,
let's take a 30-second break.
This is not a Christian position he's holding. To say that being directed to go directly kill a group of people is some kind of metaphorical story. What would be the purpose of the metaphor?
Guys, if you silence me, I cannot finish my sentence. Okay? Now here's the thing. There is more and more people who believe to what I believe. And there are actually experts of Bible who are started saying the same thing. And that there is a high chance when the person was writing some of the books in the Old Testament, they added some stuff from themselves. For example, God told me go and kill the goats and the sheep and their animals and their babies. I think this was more for Israelis to scare the other tribes living around them, some kind of a defense to prevent them to attack them. And it's possible.
Yeah, but that's assuming that these other people were somehow going to have access to these stories, or there's some gaps in there that doesn't make it.
No, I put him in the audience because I just.
It feels like a lark. Is really.
Yeah. So they're saying the Genesis story, the 700s. That's when it was added. It's funny theory.
Do you think that Herod ordered the murder of all the children when Jesus was born?
Probably a story.
No, that has actually happened.
That's attached to some kind of census, maybe.
But it didn't happen because God told him. Let's say a drunk person drinks alcohol and makes an accident and kills someone. Should God be blamed for this? Just asking.
Well, in the sense that God would be responsible for creating such a world, knowing that it would happen, yeah, he's going to have some culpability there.
I give you a gun for your birthday. If you go and kill someone, am I the guilty one?
If you have knowledge of what's going to occur, yes, there's going to be culpability.
In your case, does he not sound like the speaking spell?
It sounds like a fake. I mean, this accent is so fake. It
sounds like a speaking spell.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Look, I give you a gun, and I tell you, you have to be careful. If you pull the trigger,
Dude, Megatron, put him in the fucking bathroom. Yeah, this guy. Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him the fuck out of here. I don't want to see his fucking icon up here. Put him in the fucking bathroom.
It's bad luck. It's bad luck.
I'll finish it for it. Okay, so if I give you a gun.
Ah, man. That's really weird when somebody speaks that evenly and that pace and never deviates from it. That's what that's about it. This is bizarre. I mean, I'm an atheist and I'm telling you he's full of shit.
back, P. Mars.
You're going to hell.
Thank you.
That's actually my favorite inter-Christian dialogue, is when they tell each other they're going to hell. It's my favorite.
Who's a Christian?
You're not a Christian.
Well, people that call themselves Christians, let's put it that way, people that call themselves Christian, when they bicker amongst themselves and condemn each other to hell, it's
You're going to hell too. You're going with them.
What about when atheists do that?
what it can, if I tell you you're going to hell, I'm going to have a very different context, very different meaning. Like, go to hell is like a slightly less prickly way of saying fuck you.
Have you ever told somebody to go to hell before?
You know, my dad used to say that a lot. I think that was a previous generation thing. I'm trying to think if that's not something, no, if I could really, that's not something that I think of to say to someone, for whatever reason, but my dad.
Well, you must really believe it's a real place that it's so bad you wouldn't want to push it on anyone.
Well, you believe words have meaning, right?
I just don't think it has any force, so I think it's because I don't believe it's an actual thing.
No, I don't think words have meaning. Like when you say like Christianity, I think you're saying banana. Language is optional. You didn't know?
That's an Eastern Orthodox teaching, right?
That's the language right there, man. It's just optional.
Are you Eastern Orthodox?
You think I'm Eastern Orthodox?
What are you?
You can't tell a Catholic mosaic from a fucking Greek Orthodox one.
No.
Yeah, that's because you don't fucking read books and look at pictures. Alright. You uncultured fucking swine.
The Catholics make the Bible like a picture.
Oh yeah, I forgot. When you walk into your church, it's like staring at 4 fucking white walls.
Yeah, people doesn't go to church.
That's not true.
The only thing you can do in your church is stare at 4 fucking walls and they're all blank.
Yeah. We have 4 blank white walls. That's true.
It's like the most unsettling fucking feeling I ever felt in my life.
Going to a standard Protestant church, yeah. They're pretty blunt.
Then we worship, we study the Bible, and we have a potluck.
And they eat lots of casserole.
Just stick everything in a fucking pan and bake it for fucking 45 minutes and then serve it there.
Sprinkle some breadcrumbs and some Parmesan cheese on top.
Oh god, dude, don't fuck off.
You can already feel the gut. You can already feel the lead weight in your.
But if I want to eat that, I would just have a boiled fucking dinner, dude. Yeah, I know. You think they're cults? Why are they cults, P-Mars?
Because they set up like a priest class between you and God. And so the priest class is really in control, not God. So it's just human authority.
How's the priest class? What are they in control of exactly?
God.
So it's just you and your Bible under your tree, P-Mars?
They teach the church is God. The human church.
When you read your Bible, do you sit under a cherry tree or an apple tree?
We just want to sit under the one that will most likely hit him in the head with.
does your apostolic succession trace back to? Is it do you like go to Calvin or Luther? Like is that what you guys do?
I go over to the Bible.
Is that what gave you the authority for sola scriptura?
Jesus gave me the authority.
Is it because the Bible says?
Yes.
Who made your Bible?
Jesus.
Who canonized it?
Jesus.
I don't think I recall Jesus writing down the Bible anywhere.
I don't think he was sitting on the council list.
I think I remember him establishing a certain church though, a certain priesthood, a certain bishop, appointing people appointing people in office, like Peter, for an example.
The council
says the gates of hell will not prevail against it. It won't fail.
Yeah, they didn't establish the canon, the councils. The councils just recognized.
No, I'm talking about establishing the church first, right? The body, how things are going to be done. And then they pass on the one way of how to do it to their epistles, to their trainees, right? They're training them.
It's all in the Bible. The Bible teaches us how to have a church.
Are you missing all the steps?
Is the Bible not enough? What does the Bible miss? What does the Bible need? Isn't the Bible enough?
All right, I gotta go do some stuff.
Go to hell. So they end up worshiping like a human authority. If you reject sola scriptura. I'm gonna start debating Catholics and Orthodox because kind of defeated all of atheism. That shit's over.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. I don't know like who else I could even debate as an atheist. Yeah, that's what I never understand like atheists always talk about all the worst qualities of Jesus, but they never talk about how he's black. So you think that'd be like number one? Oh, Toast isn't here anymore. Advocates, you can't be free without Jesus.
Free of what?
Slavery.
What slavery or what?
Like Donald Trump.
Wait. I don't get it because you live in the United States.
Yeah.
So you're subject to all the laws and all that kind of stuff. Like if you tried to kill the president, you'd be arrested and punished. So I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, like I have authority that over Trump. Jesus is authoritative over Trump.
Yeah. Go assert your authority over Trump and see how that works.
But you have no authority over Trump.
Go assert your authority over Trump. Let's see how it works out. That's what I thought.
So this is what like Orwell says in 1984. He says freedom is the freedom to say 2 plus 2 equals 4. So he's talking about he's talking about absolutes. Alright. So without an absolute truth.
I'm still curious how you're going to go assert your authority over Trump because you seem really, really adamant about it. How would you go about asserting your Trump authority? Other than voting and trying to assert your authority, that's about the only way you have to assert it. But other than that, other than voting, how you gonna assert your divine authority?
Voting doesn't do anything, dude.
It's a crapshoot. I agree, but okay. So if we don't have that, then how are you gonna go assert your authority over your divine authority? See, this is what I think when you say things like that. It's a cute, like kind of like trope of you. It's really there's no meaning.
The Jesus gives anything meaning. There's no meaning without Jesus.
Okay, so you still gonna run from your claim that you have authority over Trump?
That's not what I said.
It is what you said.
So
you have authority over Trump. How are you gonna assert it?
Yeah. So like the idea in 1984 is that there's no absolute truth. Then
I mean, if you're not going to support your authority over Trump, right? Really, the rest of it's just you just coping with the fact that you don't have any authority.
There's no absolute truth, then like humans, like whatever the most powerful human is, can define what truth is and define what reality is. And we would just have to.
What's your authority over Trump?
Dostoevsky talks about this too.
Okay. We just say you're just being hyperbolic, kind of meanish when you said you had Trump authority over.
No.
Oh, then how would you exercise it?
Very carefully.
Yeah, you have to get around Secret Service, all that stuff. So yeah, you have to plan. You have to plan on all that. I actually trained with some Secret Service guys once. They're actually pretty good with it.
You know how to keep a secret from an atheist? You put it in a book.
Which book do you put the secret? I think that joke would have worked better for Catholics because traditionally Catholics were discouraged from reading.
Yeah, I'd say it for the Catholics as they put it in the Bible. You know, tag's the best argument, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely it's the best. It's number one.
Because our ultimate commitments about reality determine what we consider a valid or possible explanation for anything.
Yeah, tag changes zero about how you deal with the world. Yeah, on a fundamental.
Oh, it's about examining your fundamental beliefs. So, like, you probably don't have the balls to do that.
What would it change about how I deal with the world?
It would make you realize that you live inconsistently for what, like, the things you say.
That you claim you live inconsistent. That I live inconsistently. How would it change?
That would make you would realize that your beliefs are inconsistent with, like, how you live.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, give me an example. Give me an example of how being consistent with my beliefs would change under tech.
Like, do you think there's a necessary mind that's the ground of being?
No.
Right. So, like, that means your reason would be aimed at truth.
Why not?
Because it would reduce to a blind process.
What do you mean a blind process?
An impersonal force.
Well, like I said, I don't know. I don't believe there's one there. But I mean, a blind force. You mean just the way the universe works is what I would be referring.
At base reality, there's no intentionality or aboutness.
And
therefore, your reason, what we call reason, would be aimed at truth.
How does it follow that because I don't believe in a fundamental mind that my reason cannot possibly point towards truth and keep connected?
Yeah, nothing would aim your reason at truth because it reduces to a blind process.
You're not being clear in your language. What do you mean a blind process?
It would lack intentionality. There'd be no.
My reasoning would lack intentionality.
Ultimately.
Why?
Because ultimately there's no intent. It's an impersonal thing.
Why does whatever the fundamental thing is, if there is one or not, how does that affect my ability to be?
Because that's what your reason would fundamentally, your intentions would fundamentally reduce to.
To what?
With the source.
I don't understand what you're saying. What? The source, my reasoning would fundamentally reduce to this.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're making a comp division fallacy, because you're saying that in order for me to have intention, every part of me has to have intention. Right? Every part that makes up me has to have intention. And where I come from, what possibly my life originally, like what the origins of life possibly could have been, has to have intention, right?
I say that.
You're just saying that intention can't rise from intentionlessness. That's a ridiculous.
Okay.
Like, you realize your body, you have a living body and it's made up of mostly non-living materials, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to you, that shouldn't be possible.
Why?
Because in order for me to have life, you're saying that everything about me would have to have. You're saying that the parts can't be different
sorry. The whole can't be different from the parts.
When did I say that?
Because you're saying if whatever the fundamental thing is has to match what emerges from it, it doesn't make any sense.
When did I say that?
By saying that in order to have intentionality, it has to arise from fundamental intention.
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes.
So,
see, I don't even think you realize most of what you said.
They're not listening. Why would reason be aimed at truth as opposed to survival?
Why couldn't those both be?
That's a fucking contradiction, retard.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction? I swear you're such a Jay Dyer puppet. you mimic Jay Dyer so much. It's something.
I don't even watch Jay Dyer.
It's a contradiction, retard. Jay Dyer.
Everyone says retard.
Not everyone.
Who doesn't say retard?
Not part of my regular vocabulary.
Fuck's sake. I segregate. I'm better than you because of my vocabulary.
Everybody uses retard. I'm just giving you examples of someone that doesn't use it on a regular basis. And I don't use it as an insult. I'm not saying better than you. I'm just saying.
I'm virtue signaling. Oh, but I called out on virtue signaling. So now I'm like, oh no, I'm not virtue signaling. This is normal. This is how normal people live.
I just said not everybody does. You're inferring to us.
I'm so much better than everyone. Look at the purity. Look at my purity, everyone.
I have a very, very high verbal purity.
I'm so pure. In the past, we segregated based on skin color. That was wrong. What we need to do is segregate based on vocabulary choices. That's progress.
I love when you crash out like this. It's cool.
Toast is so right.
Is he still here?
No.
Toast doesn't like any version of Clubhouse or Discord that's not the original Krillism or one of the original Tama Boxes servers. He hates everything that's happened.
Who's Tom on Boxes? Is that Tom Rabbit?
Yeah. There was the Krillism server, which kind of coalesced the groups from Google Hangouts and Pound Talk and all that.
I remember Krillism. I got banned right away.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But yeah, everything since then, he hasn't liked any version of it.
I just did a review of
if you were saying something, you'd come. Yeah, all I heard you say is you just did a review and then nothing.